Welcome to Animative 4 story of What If Izuku Has Roommates Harem. Support the author My Hero Academia Izuku's lovely roommates. BJ Gamer. Let's begin. Midoriya Izuku is at the front of UA University, the best hero school in Japan. While he admired the buildings he shoved aside. Out of my way, Deku, a rude high school student who shoved the green student with blonde hair, said. That guy is Bakugo Katsuki. He was Izuku's childhood friend, but after Bakugo got his quirk and Izuku didn't get his, causes the former to bully and torment the latter through all the school years. However, Bakugo did stop tormenting Izuku on the start on high school's final year. That day is when Izuku personally met his idol, All Might. At first, the idol told Izuku that he isn't hero material because Izuku hasn't been training like bodybuilding or martial arts all those years. All Might did have Sir Night-Eye as his sidekick and his quirk isn't combat-oriented, so Sir had to do martial arts. No hero is one-trick pony. However, after witnessing Izuku trying to save Bakugo from the slime villain that escaped from All Might's bottles, both Izuku and All Might blamed themselves for that incident, but that's in the past. Sure, Izuku got scolded for attacking the villain. All Might on the other hand praised Izuku for his bravery, saying Izuku can really be a hero. All Might revealed his secret quirk, known as the One for All, a quirk so powerful that it originated back when quirks first started out from generations of different users. He couldn't inherit the quirk right away as it was too powerful for Izuku's frail body. All Might had to train him by cleaning Dagoba Beach, a once beautiful beach turned into a junkyard. After 10 months of training hell, Izuku's body is ready to inherit the number one hero's quirk by eating All Might's hair. Now, Izuku is here, and after Bakugo entered the building, he followed suit only to trip and was going to fall face first on the ground. He shut his eyes, mentally apologizing to his mother and All Might and saying that he will die. When he opened his eyes, he was seeing the ground. Odd, he would have hit the ground by now. Oh sorry, a voice called out sounding like a girl, didn't mean to use my quirk on you, but you needed help. Izuku looked behind him and saw a girl with brown hair and blushed cheeks. She also had pads on her fingertips. He then looked down as he was floating. It must be her quirk. While the boy began to panic, the girl tapped her fingers together. Izuku landed on his feet. Must be bad luck falling in front of your dream university, the girl commented while the boy nodded. Better get in before we miss out on the entrance exam. See you later, she said as she waved at him while entering the building, leaving the boy standing there with his face red. She is pretty, Izuku thought. Yeah, pretty alright, another voice said, sounding like a more mature woman. Izuku shrieked and saw a pro hero behind him. The pro hero is known as R-rated heroine Midnight. She was looking at the boy with his face fully red with a smile and arms crossed. Someone is a huge fan of Lil Almi, I take it, the heroine teased, but the girl has a point, you will miss out of the entrance exam if you're still standing here. Right? Izuku exclaimed as he rushed in the building. Thank you, Midnight. The pro heroine only giggled in response. As soon as Izuku was inside he finally noticed something. Did I say that the nice girl I met is pretty in front of Midnight out loud? He asked himself. After the written exam, which Izuku knows he aced it, he was in the stadium for the practical exam with all the other participants. Bakugo is sitting next to him. After the explanation from Present Mike, as well as a young man with glasses commented that there are 4 types of enemies than 3 and scolding Izuku for distracting other participants, causing some participants, especially Bakugo, to laugh at him. Fortunately for Izuku, he and Bakugo are in separated sites from sites A to G, presumably to prevent fellow high school students from helping each other, as Bakugo suspects. Izuku went to one of the buses heading to Site B and sat in an empty seats. He sat on the window side seat. Is this seat taken? Izuku jumped when he heard a voice next to him asked. He looked at the speaker, who was a girl with orange hair and a side ponytail. Izuku looked around, seeing that most of the seats are taken. He nodded at the girl. Thank you, she replied as she sat down next to him. Yuri, welcome, Izuku stuttered. His face is red. It took 10 to 15 minutes, which to Izuku is hours due to sitting next to a girl. As soon as everyone is out, Izuku has looked around. He spotted the same girl from the entrance of UA. Oh, the nice girl from the entrance, Izuku muttered. I better thank her. He was about to talk to her. What do you think you are doing? A voice demanded. Izuku looked back and it was the boy with glasses who lectured him. 3L well, Izuku tried to answer while looking at the nice girl, which the glasses boy noticed. Are you trying to sabotage another participant? The boy accused. That there is no hero material. Some of the other participants laugh at Izuku. Hey, leave him alone, the redhead girl demanded. This boy might wanted to thank the girl he was eyeing on. She then looked at Izuku and asked, am I right? Yes, Izuku replied. How did you? You were muttering about trying to thank a nice girl at the UA entrance who might be her, the redhead girl kindly replied. She then pointed at the nice girl who was witnessing the drama. Did I? Of course I did, Izuku asked, but reluctantly admitted. Huh, what a loser. Looks like there's one less participant I can be afraid of. Duh. He looks like he's going to wet himself. The redhead girl glared at the participants who making nasty comments causing them to back down. Heck, the glasses boy was about to lecture the participants as well. Alright, little listeners, present Mike announced from a tower. You see those medical tents on your right. All the participants looked at the tents and robots with red crosses. If any of you see another listener get injured, we encourage you to bring them there. The medical bots will take care of the rest. I see, so that means other participants won't mistake the medical bots for enemies, Izuku muttered. It might also give a test to see if others willing to save others as we are trained for heroes. This listener gets it, Present Mike replied pointing at Izuku who eyes widen as deer caught in headlights. Now enough dilly-dalling, begin. As the gates open, what are you waiting for? There's no countdowns in real life. Go. 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 As soon as the gates open, every participant rushed into sight. Izuku is lagging behind. He rushed through every road and alleyway possible, but he sees robots destroyed. One three-pointer came out of an alleyway and tried to attack Izuku, but a laser beam destroyed it. Another on for Meha French participant shouted, we make a great team, with you being a distraction. Tada, the Frenchie fled. Okay, Izuku said, and went back to search for more robots. He then rushed down the alleyway. He saw another robot, a one-pointer ready to ambush someone. That someone is the redhead girl carrying an injured participant. She was going to try to punch the robot, but Izuku rushed and punched the robot. The robot didn't get destroyed, but it looked like it got shut down. What the hell? Izuku asked, but saw a button that has said shut down on it. He must have punched it by accident. I hope that counts as something. I'm sure it did, the redhead girl replied. They must have those buttons installed on these robots, so anyone without a strength or a destructive quirk can take them down. She then gives a thumbs up to Izuku and said, thanks for the save, by the way. I take this participant to the medical tents. She then ran to the gate. Yuri, welcome, Izuku replied. I replied to a girl. Izuku cheered, only to realize and cried, I only have 1 point. He then rushed more to the site to find more robots. This year's participants are very top potential this year. A Bearmus Dog Dean Nisa commented, from speed, strength, sensor, practical, interesting, and powerful quirks showing TV screens with boy with glasses, red pointy hair boy with a quirk to make him hard shut up. A tall boy with 6 arms is looking around, a girl with vines as her hair using that said hair to stop robots, a boy with a bird head has his shadow attacking other robots, and Bakugo standing at the destroyed robots with a grin on face respectively. The dean continued, but the most important part is some of the participants are actually trying to be heroes. Seeing a TV with Izuku hitting another one-pointer that was about to attack a participant with purple hair while the redhead girl was carrying another participant to the medical tents. The girl went back in after setting the injured participant to the medical bots. Yagi Toshinori aka All Might, in his skeleton self is looking at Izuku with worry in his face. He even looked at the green head score as he's still on the single digits of the villain's score. The rescue would count to at least 5 points, but not enough to get enrolled in UA. Worried about that boy, number 1 hero? Kayama Narumi aka Midnight asked. Was it that obvious? Toshinori replied. Kayama nodded with an mmhmm. The number 1 hero just sighed, I'm just not sure what will happen with young Midoriya. He hasn't used his quirk yet, his score is still low and time is running out. Now, Kayama reassured, I'm sure he will have a score high enough for general education. If he does a great job in the sports festival, he will get a position in Shota's class after expelling a student or two. I heard that, Aizawa Shota aka Eraserhead shouted out. I know, Kayama replied, though he seems to lacking in social skills. He seemed to be better in talking to others, Toshinori argued, still a little stutter from here and there, but… All Might, during your training with your successor, has he talked to a girl before? Kayama interrupted. Toshinori was about to answer, his mother doesn't count, she added. The number one hero deflated much more. Looks like we are approaching the 2-minute mark, Nizu announced, power loader, release the 0 pointers. Got it, Maijima Higuri aka Power Loader responded while pressing a red button. Only 5 points, Izuku dejectedly said, there's no other robot spotted. Izuku looked around seeing most robots destroyed. He got lucky that he shut the 3-pointer off before attacking the boy with glasses. The glasses boy thanks Izuku afterwards. 2 minutes left, Present Mike shouted. Crap, I'm running out of time, Izuku shouted. He then felt a rumble on the floor. What's going on? He looked around and saw a giant robot at the distance. Holy All Might! That's a 0-pointer. I'm outta here, scatter, run away. Run away. Hey, one of the participants is trapped, a girl shouted out. Izuku was looking at the source of voice. It was the redhead girl using her quirk to get her hands big to try to lift a building part that was trapping the nice girl. He looked around on why other participants aren't helping. He ran to the huge robot. Unknown to him, his veins are glowing red with green lightning starting to shock from his body. What's going on, Power Loader? Do something, I'm trying. That 0-pointer is ignoring my commands. I got to stop this, Toshinori said as he started to get to Site B. Wait, Nizu commanded, look over there. The pro heroes looked at the screen with Izuku running towards the 0-pointer. The boy's veins are glowing red and is covered by green sparks. Young Midoriya, Toshinori shouted. Izuku leaped to the air, leading to the robot's head. I won't let you hurt anyone, Izuku shouted. Smash, the boy has punched the 0-pointer's right clean off, causing it to stumble backwards. I did it. I saved them, Izuku is falling, oh crap. I didn't think to save myself. He felt his right arm and legs feel like in pain and jelly. My arm and legs are damaged, Izuku is falling closer to the ground. I still have my left arm. Maybe I should use it to give myself a little soft landing. It's a long shot, but I… Gotcha. Izuku was interrupted by landing on large hand. Izuku looked at the redhead girl who was floating in the air. There was the nice girl who was on a floating rubble piece not far behind. She then led the flying duo to the ground. Release, the nice girl commanded, touching her fingertips together. That caused the redhead girl to land on her feet. The nice girl was starting to feel nauseous, started to throw up. Are you okay? The red hair girl asked Izuku. Other than my limbs, yes, Izuku answered in pain, but what about the other girl? I'll get to her after you are sent to the medical tents at the entrance, the redhead replied. She then shouted at the boy with glasses, hey you, get this participant to the medical tents right away. I'll take care of the other one after she's done puking. Will do, the boy replied as he began to carry Izuku from the redhead girl. Hang on tight, the boy warned. Wait, I need more points, Izuku complained. With your injuries, I highly doubt you will get more, the glasses boy replied. I'm sure the judges will give you something for your heroic act back there. He began to speed to the entrance gates, while Izuku was holding on for his dear life. At the gates the medical bots put Izuku, who just passed out, on the stretcher. The redhead girl then carried the nice girl to the medical tents as well. Time's up, Present Mike announced, to every injured listener, don't worry. Recovery girl is on her way. Holy crap, did y'all see that? He just took the robot out with one punch. He also injured himself by doing that. Thank Nizu, Toshinori sighing in relief, he actually used the quirk. Yeah, did you know it would injure him? Kayama asked in skepticism. Honestly, it would hurt when first used, Toshinori answered. It didn't hurt that bad, Kayama raised her eyebrow. Good thing, Shizenji is heading to Site B first, Nizu cheerfully said. Your successor will be healed in no time. Aizawa just stared at the number one hero and then Izuku being treated by Shizenji Chio aka Recovery Girl. He's going to be a problem child in my class, isn't he? Aizawa muttered at himself. Did you see that? That dude had a powerful quirk, but he said he needed more points, so he just wasted it on a 0-pointer. They don't get it, the boy with the glasses thought. The judges will look at this and rank it for the reward for heroism. I can't believe I didn't think of that. He then spotted Present Mike, who was hounded by the two participants that Izuku saved from earlier, with another one heading towards him as well. I better let Present Mike know that it would be a disgrace for someone like this kid to be rejected for saving someone he has yet met. Alright, dearies, Elder Nurse greeted in, I'm here to heal injuries. Ah, it's Recovery Girl, the French participant shouted out. She heals everyone with her healing quirk. Zay most rarest quirks out there. Alright, let's get started, Recovery Girl said as she went to her first patient of the day. It was Izuku. Did that buffoon told this kid to be careful of his quirk, the healing heroine muttered. She then kissed the boy, causing his body to heal. Izuku woke up. Where am I? Izuku asked, did I pass? Why do I feel so tired? He then started to yawn. Here, eat these, Recovery Girl said as she handed Izuku some gummies, just not all at once. You better not be a repeated visitor if you pass. She then did the rest to the other participants, including the nice girl. Izuku was eating a gummy, looking down as he failed. Hey, the redhead girl greeted to Izuku, thanks for saving me and Uraraka-san earlier. It's not a big deal, Izuku replied, my feet just move on their own. He bashfully then asked, you Uraraka-san? It's me, Uraraka Okakov. Nice girl named Uraraka greeted herself. I guess we're even now. Izuku looked at the girl wryly. She then giggled, you know, that I stopped you from falling at the front of the entrance this morning. Oh, Izuku replied, guess he then scratches his head, Althoff, you and the 0 other girl saved me, so 3 still owe you both something, he muttered. If that's the case, I owe you something as well, the red hair girl replied. You were muttering again. Izuku was about to speak up, but she continued, you saved me twice in this sight while I saved you once. She then chuckled, how about we get something to eat, my treat? That's a great idea, Kenda-kan, Uraraka said. What do you think, or what's your name? Midoriya. Izuku, the boy blurted out and then stuttered, I don't know if you 2-inch. Come now, Midoriya-kan, the girl named Kendo countered, it will be fine. Oh, where are manners? My name is Kendo Itsuka. Okay, guess, Izuku reluctantly replied. He then got up and walked with both Uraraka and Kendo. Some male participants looked at Izuku in envy. The participant with the glasses just smiled. Lucky, even if he doesn't get in hero course, he still won in the end. I want to be in that guy's position. In the dark room, a grown woman in a tank top and pajama shorts is typing on her laptop on her bed. She has long black hair and wide glasses. Humph, looks like these do-gooders got lucky, she muttered. My hacker, how was the sabotage at the UA practical exam today? The man with chapped skin and white hair and black shirt and black pants asked as he entered the woman's room. Terrible leader, the hacker replied. What would have ended in a tragedy just had to foiled by some knight of shining armor with self-damaging power. Really? The leader asked, as he looked at the footage. He saw an NPC with green hair just launch off to attack a giant robot that was going to run over 2 NPCs. He then saw the green hair blast the robot's head off. What intrigued him was the NPC had a broken arm and 2 broken legs, as he seen those limbs wobbling as the boy fell to his doom. There would have been a splat if he didn't see 2 of the damsel NPCs working together on saving the falling NPC. Humph, looks like they got lucky, the leader sneered, but luck won't last forever, All Might. I will destroy you and this Thai society. Everyone will see these so-called heroes the same way we have. Geez, Tenko. Drama queen, much? The hacker asked in snark. You're lucky you are my sister, Hana, Tenko sneered, otherwise I would have dusted you by now. Love you, too, Hana snickered. I want to see my nieces and nephews before I die, Tenko just grumbled. Izuku is really nervous. Not for waiting for the results for the exam, but being in a restaurant with not 1 but 2 girls. It was awkward for him. Though he had some good conversations. So, Uraraka, Kendo asked, what made you want to become a hero in the first place? The girl in question was blushing more. To hope that doesn't make judgment against me, Uraraka hesitated, but it's for money. Both Izuku and Kendo looked at her in confusion. My parents run a construction company, and we are not doing so well financially. That's right, if she can use her quirk to make it more cost-efficacy, Izuku muttered as he took out his notebook. She lift the heavy stuff without a need of a crane. Though she might need some more practice. Uraraka-san might get nauseous if she uses her quirk too. Midoriya, Kendo interrupted. Izuku looked around and everyone was staring at him. Sorry, Izuku replied as he stood up and bowed down. He then sat down embarrassed. If I creep you two out, Izuku apologized to the girls. I will. Don't even think about it, Mr. Uraraka smirked. We all have these moments, like the time I forgot to put my sleep gloves on and floated aimlessly in my room in my sleep. And I bought decaf coffee instead of regular, Kendo added, teaches me to read labels more. As she sipped her coffee. Izuku blushed hard. So why do you want to be a hero? Izuku asked Kendo. To show that I can be a great hero with a weak and weird quirk, Kendo answered. You both saw how it works, not that impressive by itself. My family also runs a dojo, and like Uraraka-kun's family's company, we're in financial problems. Wow, that's hard, Uraraka commented. I bet the dojo lessons paid off. They did, Kendo responded, though I still got questions from perverts if my quirk affects my chest, my butt, and bizarrely my feet. Tell me about it, Uraraka replied. By the way, Midoriya-kun, why do you want to be hero? Izuku looks down being nervous. I didn't mean to pry, we are just curious. Don't worry, I tell you something, Izuku replied. Well, someone I look up to told me I can be a hero. He once said that I can't be a hero because I was kinda slacking off during my school years, Izuku continued. He did saw me rescue a classmate of mine. He then trained me for 10 months. Why did your trainer train you for 10 months? Kendo asked. Izuku looked at his own hands. My quirk has been dormant all my life, which made me quirkless my whole life, Izuku answered. Seeing what it can do, I am glad it didn't activate when I was 4. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive by now. Uraraka and Kendo's eyes widen. My trainer had a similar quirk as his being dormant during his childhood. Holy, Uraraka blurted out that shocked both Izuku and Kendo. Hey, I was raised in a construction company, Uraraka defended herself. I heard lots of swears all the time. To be fair, Kendo replied, I heard lots of swearing from my dojo mates. My classmate swears like a sailor, Izuku commented. This caused the trio to laugh though nervously on the boys' case. After dinner the three gave their contact phone numbers to each other. They even had a picture with the three of them and shared it with each other, with Uraraka and Kendo smiling and posing, with the latter holding her phone, while Izuku was posing and smiling nervously while blushing, and head to their homes, hotel in Uraraka's case. After Izuku returned home, Inko, Izuku's mother, at first was angry for being late but then became happy to hear that her son has friends. She almost flooded the apartment with happy tears. The mother even saw a picture and muttered grandbabies. Next few days made for an interesting week. First, was at high school where Bakugo was endlessly praised and Izuku was ignored at best and getting snide remarks at worst. The second was getting invited to the dojo Kendo's family owns. Kendo's parents were skeptical on Izuku at first. Kendo's father, Akihiko Kendo, would beat up the poor boy if anything happens to his daughter, while Kendo's mother, Kotum Kendo, has dealt personally with anyone who hurts her loved ones. However, after some confirmations, they warmed up to the boy and decided to teach him some karate. The boy was going to be a hero, so learning some fighting moves will benefit him. Especially when Izuku can use legs for fighting. Speaking of which, one of Bakugo's lackeys decided to stalk Izuku to the dojo. He had a long fingers quirk. He spotted Kendo with Izuku. Clearly thinking that a weak Deku was able to get a girl, clearly insulted the lackey. Hey, sweet cheeks, the lackey greeted, you seem to out of Deku's league. Want to go with someone like me? Hi, who are you? Kendo bluntly asked. I don't even know you. What? The lackey shouted, you don't know who I am? Deku, how could you not introduce me and my friends at school about this hottie, pointing an accusing finger at Izuku. Why Yubi, I don't think Kendo's interested, Izuku replied. 3 mean. Shut it, Deku, Yubi interrupted, no one cares. I care, Kendo said, standing between Yubi and Izuku with her arms crossed at the former. Midoriya-kun is my friend. He saved me twice during UA entrance practical exam. That's a good joke, Yubi laughed, not believing her. He continued laughing until he saw Kendo glaring at him with Izuku staring blankly at him. Yubi then said, oh god, you are serious? He laughed even harder. How pathetic is being saved by a quirkless loser like. Shut up, Izuku interrupted. Yubi and Kendo looked at him. What was that, Deku? Yubi sneered. Izuku glared back. I said shut up, Yubi. Izuku angrily answered, you can make fun of me all you want. You can beat me up, talk behind my back, even destroy some of my stuff all you want. But no one insults my friends. You know what, Deku? Yubi snarled as he shoved Kendo aside. It's time to put you back in your place. You ignored Bakugo's advice from not attending UA University. You have been getting Y after you took the UA entrance exam. You even got a girlfriend. Kendo and Izuku faces were red. Why would a girl want to date someone worthless like you? Yubi began to extend his fingers and is ready to attack Izuku, who is preparing guard himself. It's time to work. Yubi made a funny face. Izuku looked behind him and saw Kendo did a karate chop behind his head. The bully fell forward face first on the floor. What's going on here? Kendo's father asked as he walked to the area. I heard screaming and arguing. This guy just showed up, father, Kendo answered. He was being rude and insulted Midoriya. Is that so? Kendo's father replied. Well, looks like I might give this kid's parents a call. He picked the unconscious boy as a bag of sags. You two do your own things, I'll place him in near me until his parents show up and discuss what happened to them. Izuku and Kendo nodded at the father as he took the boy away. Looks like he's not coming back, Izuku muttered. Not the first time my parents banned someone, Kendo agreed, and that was one of the tamest misdemeanors Izuku was about to ask. I'm sure you would know the worst ones after the practical exam. Izuku remained silent with shivers down his spine. But thanks for standing up for me, Kendo reassured. Yeah, that's what friends are for, Izuku awkwardly replied. Nothing serious between us. You got that right, Kendo giggled awkwardly, just friends. A week after the exams came by. Izuku was using his hand grip a birthday gift from All Might on his left hand while using his right hand to text Uraraka and Kendo. Kendo, so, did anyone get their results yet? You not yet. Uraraka, me neither, though my parents are getting worried. I told them they have nothing to worry about. But, Kendo, you felt like you lead them down. I get ya, girl. You same, I feel like I lead my mother and my trainer down. Though, who knows? We might get in with dumb luck. Uraraka, haha, you're so funny, Dikairu. Izuku smiled. After that incident with Yubi, Kendo and Izuku text that incident with Uraraka. When Uraraka learned the nickname Deku was given from a bully, she texted why the bully is encouraging Izuku. After clearing some misunderstandings, Uraraka thought Deku read like Dikairu as in you can do it. Izuku, being a gentleman, responded that she can call him Dikairu. Kendo texted that she is fine with that nickname, but rather call Izuku by his family name. Izuku-kun Inko called out, your letter has arrived, Izuku nodded. My results have arrived, I'll be heading into my room to open it. Uraraka, hey, my results have just arrived as well. My mother is wryly cheering. Kendo, how coincidental, mine just arrived when you two have got your results. Izuku headed to his room looking at the letter. This is it, Izuku said as he opened it. A device fell on his desk and it started to project something. Booyah! I am here, as a projection, All Might announced himself in the projection. That's right, you are looking at your newest UA professor. All Might is our new professor? Izuku asked in disbelief. What's that? Oh right, now there, All Might continued, young Midoriya, you have scored one of highest in the written exam. That itself would get you a position in the general education positions. Izuku was glad he signed himself to the general education position beforehand in case he will fail the practical exam. Now let's talk about the results you are really expecting, the practical exam results. In the practical you measly got 5 points. That would defiantly not get you enrolled in the hero course. Izuku looked down in disappointment. If you didn't account for rescue points added into the villain points, Izuku looked confused. Let's give some sights on what you accomplish in rescue. Izuku looked at the reels. The first was turning off a one-pointer that was about to attack Kendo and an injured participant. The next one was turning off another one-pointer was about to attack another participant who had purple wild hair and baggy eyes. The third reel showed Izuku shutting down a three-pointer who was targeting the participant with the glasses. The last reel has Izuku leap off the ground punching the zero-pointer's head off while rescuing Uraraka and Kendo. If that isn't heroic enough for the judges, what is? All Might praised. These participants would agree with me as well. The reel show Uraraka, Kendo, and the two participants Izuku rescued earlier talking to Present Mike at the site. Excuse me, Present Mike, Uraraka said, I would like to give some of my points to a participant named Midoriya. I was responsible for not letting him get any points. Same here, Kendo added, he saved my butt twice, and I was kind of in debt there. I should give some of my points as well. The participant with glasses bowed. I was a bit too harsh on him earlier and he still saved my life. It would be a disgrace to me that someone more heroic than I am will be rejected from UA. I don't have any points to give, the tired participant said stoically, but I will reject the general education enrollment if that Midoriya guy doesn't get enrolled in hero course. Don't worry, little listeners, Present Mike replied as he looked at Izuku getting treated by Recovery Girl. I'm sure that listener got in. He really saved your lives there. He said looking at Uraraka and Kendo. The girls looked at each other in confusion, but then shrugged afterwards. Even though I wasn't one of the judges, All Might continued, but you really did save young Uraraka and Kendo's lives. Izuku looked at the hologram weirdly. That 0-pointer was going rouge. If it weren't for you, there would have been a tragedy in the entrance exam. Izuku widened his eyes in shock. They would have been killed? Izuku blurted out. Because of that, you are rewarded 75 rescue points in total, All Might concluded, with both the villain points and rescue points combined you've got 80 points in total. Not only you are enrolled in hero course, but you have ranked first in the practical exams. All Might's projection has shown the top 10. Results. Name. Villain points. Rescue points. Total points. Number 1 Midoriya Izuku. 5. 75. 80. Number 2 Kendo Atsuka. 25. 54. 79. Number 3 Uraraka Ochako. 28. 50. 78. Number 4 Bakugo Katsuki. 77. 0. 77. Number 5 Kurashima Jiro. 39. 35. 74. Number 6 Shiozaki Ibara. 36. 32. 68. Number 7 Ida Tenya. 52. 13. 65. Number 8 Tetsu. 49. 10. 59. Number 9 Tokoemi Fumikage. 47. 10. 57. Number 10 Oazio Setsu. 50. 6. 56. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes. He's at number 1 position. He also saw that Kendo and Uraraka were second and third position respectively as well. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. Welcome to your Hero Academia. The projection ended. He rushed out of his room and hugged his mother. She was crying tears of happiness. Afterwards, he got to his phone and got some texts. Uraraka, we did it. All of us got in. Kendo, we're at the top 3. Holy. We are at the top 3. You can't believe we did it. To think anything like this will happen. I even got All Might as a projection. Uraraka, no way. I got 13. She's been my idol since I was a kid. Kendo, I have got Vlad King, in case you two asked. But we have an elephant in the room here. Uraraka, now that you mentioned it, that Bakugo guy in 4th place is concerning. Isn't that odd for someone to be a hero, yet he has no rescue points? Izuku panicked as he was about to text something, but Kendo beat him to the punch. Kendo, that too, I was actually talking about that rouge 0-pointer. Izuku sighed in relief, but then he texted in panic again. You, now that you mentioned it. That was shocking to hear that the 0-pointer went rouge. Did the robot get hacked or something? Kendo, though unlikely, but it's possible it happened. Uraraka, or it could be a glitch or a malfunction. Technology works when it feels like it, especially with my old hand-me-down phones. I'm glad this one didn't get out. You, other than that incident. What classes are you going in? I'm going in Hero Course 101A. Uraraka, hey, that's my class as well. Kendo, lucky both of you, I'm in Hero Course 101B. I hope none have ran into NES in our classes. Uraraka, with that Bakugo guy, I highly doubt it. I bet he will be furious that the 3 of us were placed higher than him. Izuku then wondered how Bakugo would react to this. Then it just hit him. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. Izuku sighed in defeat. This is it, Bakugo exclaimed as he was ready to open the letter. Time to show how my great origin story will begin. He opened the letter and a device dropped out onto his desk. It's projecting a white rat wearing a suit. Am I a bear, a dog, or a mouse? The rat greeted himself, but I am the dean of UA University, Dean Nizu. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Now let's start off the written exam, Bakugo. You did a good job on it with the top 20s. Would enroll you to general education if you wanted the position, but you didn't. How bold, the rat laughed. Just shut up and give me the results, damn it, Bakugo shouted. Now to the results. You want the practical exam, the rat continued. You have the best score of 77 points. You got yourself an enrollment to hero course. Also, you have first place to entire exam itself. Yes, Bakugo cheered, I did it. I will become the next #1 hero. If rescue points haven't existed, the rat laughed. What? Bakugo asked in shock. You have gained 0 rescue points in the exam, the rat chuckled. Because of that you just lost your lead by not only 3 points, but by 3 places. The projection then showed the results. What? The Bakugo shouted as he saw his name in 4th place. He saw 2 names he didn't recognize nor cared. However, the person on 1st place he personally recognized. But all in all, Katsuki Bakugo. Welcome to your Hero Academia. The projection has ended. Bakugo was looking at the wall. His hands are starting to light from his quirk. Deku, Bakugo shouted. You piece of. Hey brat, the hag from downstairs shouted, would you keep it down? You just got enrolled in your dream school. Stop whining and start cheering up about it. Shut up, hag, Bakugo responded furiously. He then muttered to himself, ignoring his mother snapping back. You're giving me answers tomorrow, Deku. You just ruined my perfect origin story. The next day was hard for Izuku. As he was entering Aldria High School, he was being watched. Izuku looked around and saw Bakugo glaring at him. Izuku continued on heading to class. The day continued on and Bakugo is still glaring at Izuku almost all day. When they got invited to the principal's office, they entered the principal's office and the principal is giving lots of praises to both of the kids. Izuku is just staring blankly at the principal, clearly starting to bootlick him to make his school look good, while Bakugo still glaring at Izuku. Afterwards, Izuku headed out of school, but Bakugo now grabbed the former and dragged him into a nearby alley. Start talking, Deku, Bakugo interrogated, pinning Izuku to the wall. How did you cheat on the exam? Who did you bribe? 3 didn't cheat on the exam, Izuku replied back in fear. There would be cameras in every site, which explained the rescue points. 2 I'm not rich, so I can't bribe anyone. Even if I did, I would have been rejected. 4. Enough already, Bakugo shouted, I told you not to enroll at UA Hero course. It's bad enough you got enrolled but taking 1st place, as well? With those pity points you called rescue points? You just ruined my origin story of becoming the next #1 hero, Bakugo sneered, it's supposed to be me. Not one of those list extras, and especially not a pebble like you. Keikaken, 2 didn't join hero course to upstage you, Izuku responded back. 2 joined because someone I admired told me I can be a hero. Bakugo glared blankly at his victim, as the latter continued, all I wanted is to be a hero, like All Might, and that's what the judges saw, that I rescued 2 participants from a Rouge 0-pointer. If it weren't for me, they would have been injured at best or died at worst. That's a lie, and you know it, Bakugo sneered in disbelief. Do you think I'm that stupid? What next? You had a quirk all along, and you hid all those years? Don't make me laugh. Bakugo then heard a buzz. He checked his phone, there was no recent notifications on it. He then glared at Izuku, but he heard another buzz. Knowing that he was holding his phone, he felt no vibration on it. Bakugo then checked Izuku's pockets. Keikaken, what are you doing? Izuku asked in fear. Shut up, Deku, Bakugo commanded as he took out Izuku's phone. He then typed in the password on the phone, unlocking it. And seriously, All Might rules, replacing I's and E's with 1's and 3's, and with an exclamation mark at the end? Make a better password next time. He then looked at the notifications and saw messaging app. He looked at it and saw messages that are from Izuku and 2 other people. He then looked contacts for names and recognized them. Bakugo accidentally hit home button, and saw the background picture is the photo Kendo took as a group selfie the dinner after the exam. He then glared back at Izuku, who has his face color drained. Who are those ES? Bakugo demanded, why are they hanging out with you, and why are they also at top 3 alongside with you? Izuku was about to respond, but someone shouted. Alright, that is enough here, a voice called out. The boys looked at the speaker. It was Midnight, clearly not happy right now as she crossed her arms and tapped her foot. I had to be dragged out of graduation of UA this year because other heroes nearby are busy, just to stop some troublemaker high school student, with an ego the size that would make that giant bimbo look like an ant, attacking another high school student. She sneered at Bakugo. You're lucky you didn't use a quirk on him right now, otherwise I would demanded the dean to throw your enrollment application out. Bakugo was about to talk back, but the R-rated heroine glared at him, shutting the boy up. As Midoriya has stated, he got in fair and square and got first in the practical exam. She continued, if you actually give a damn about being a hero, you would have got first place instead. But you didn't, and you only have yourself to blame. So, if I were you, Bakugo, I would grow up and accept that the world doesn't revolve around you. Midnight then stepped forward to Bakugo. Now return the phone to Midoriya and march home, she commanded. Bakugo grumbled as he handed Izuku's phone back to the owner and headed home. He then glared at Izuku for a second while walking. Midnight commented, someone should learn some manners. Then again, that's rich coming from a pro-heroine dressed like a dominatrix, she chuckled at herself. Thank you, Midnight, Izuku said, bowing to the heroine. I'm sorry for not letting you witness the graduation. Hey, it's not your fault, Midoriya. Midnight comforted the boy. She then whispered to his ear, All Might is waiting for you in Dagoba Beach. Though seeing how beautiful the beach is after the garbage is gone, don't be surprised to see me in a bikini there a couple times this summer. She winked as Izuku's face went red. Kidding. You are below my age range and I already have a boyfriend. Right, Izuku replied. Also, could I have an autograph? Izuku held out one of his notebooks with Midnight's entry in it. The pro-heroine just giggled, signed it and gave the page a kiss mark. Later that day, Izuku found All Might at the beach. All Might, Izuku blurted out. Shhhh, not so loud, the number one hero commanded. You might give onlookers the wrong idea. All Might's here, where is he? Sorry, Izuku shouted, I was seeing things. The couple groaned in disappointment. Gotta say, young Midoriya, All Might said, congratulations on passing the entrance exam. As well as having the most rescue points, barely anyone get up to 70, let alone 75 points. Thanks, All, or who should I call you? Izuku asked. I didn't give you my civilian name, did I? All Might asked. Izuku shook his head. Well, in this form call me Yagi Toshinori. All Might introduce himself. Right, Yaji-san, Izuku responded. And you used the one for All Quirk your first try, Yagi praised, glad it didn't go worse. You're right about that, Izuku agreed and then frowned and skeptically asked, wait, did you know the quirk will break my body? Yes, Yagi admitted, but, better there when Recovery Girl is here, than outside of UA. He chuckled with his successor looking at him unamused. Okay, bad joke, the number one hero backpedaled. And what's with the clench your butt cheeks and yell smash, Izuku added. Something tells me that speech will haunt me in the future. Yagi slumped down. Well, let me tell you something about One for All. The quirk gets stronger and stronger. That the backlash did hurt me depending how high the power is, the number one hero continued. I didn't even get to 100% of the power. You didn't use 100% of the power? Izuku asked. What should I do, to use the quirk to at least 1%? Yagi was wondering what one of his mentors told him. He was shaking. Well, imagine the egg in a microwave, All Might said. The egg would explode if it's been waved too long. Try to think of the egg as yourself. Should I do it without Recovery Girl around? Izuku asked. It would be an issue if I did it outside of UA. Good point, young Midoriya, Yagi admitted. Man, I really should have learned how to teach. Well, if it makes you feel better, Izuku tried to comfort the hero. I did get some practice from a dojo from a friend. From that young man you saved? Yagi asked. How grateful of him saving his life. Not Kaken Bakugo, Izuku replied. It was one of the girls that I saved from the Rouge Zero-pointer robot. Oh, that was awkward, Yagi deflated, while Midoriya's cell phone began to ring. The boy looked at the caller ID. It was Uraraka. Izuku looked at All Might, who nodded and then picked it up. Hi, Uraraka greeted. Hello, Uraraka-kun, Izuku greeted. How are you? Wanted to hear your voice, Dikairu, she answered. And you're off today from Kendo's practices, so I just wanted to call you. Glad you called, Izuku responded. Hearing your voice made my day better. Very better. Oh, what happened? Uraraka asked. Did that head stalk you and threatened you again? Did he try to hit on Kendo again? Yagi was spewing blood hearing that. No, Izuku answered, he most likely got the hint after that incident. If you say so, Uraraka replied. Izuku mentally sighed in relief. I heard someone getting hurt. Is someone with you? Oh my goodness, are they injured? She frantically asked. Oh, that's my trainer, Izuku blurted out. He does it all the time if something that shocks him goes off. Izuku then widened his eyes while Yagi vomited blood again. Yais, he did it again, in case you ask, Izuku admitted. Could you put your phone on speaker, please? Uraraka sternly asked. Yais, Izuku hastily answered as he did. She commanded, Yuri on speaker now. Thank you, Dekairu, Uraraka cheerfully replied. Now, Mr. Trainer. I have some questions for you. Uraraka started to speak ominously. Yagi and Izuku were sweating bullets. Are you really okay? She asked sincerely. Yeah, I'm fine, Yagi answered, thanks for asking. My name is Yagi Toshinori. Well, that's good, Yaga-san, Uraraka responded. How did you meet Dekairu Midoriya Izuku? What did you do training him? Were his parents aware of this training program? Well, at first, I didn't think young Midoriya didn't have potential to be a hero. Yagi started weary. What? Uraraka screeched in anger. Hold on, Yagi quickly reassured her. It's because he didn't work out at a gym or a dojo all his school years. Uraraka calmed down, as the number one hero continued. After the talk, the sludge villain All Might was chasing was causing trouble and held a student as hostage. I'm sure you might have saw it on the news. I have heard of it, Uraraka replied. What does that have to do with Dekairu? He was there when the incident happened, Yajisan answered, looking at Izuku, who was looking away in guilt for freeing the sludge villain. He went to the villain to attempt to save the student who was his classmate, the number one hero said more proudly. Seeing that attempt caused me to have a different opinion on him. Saying his feet move on his own. Hey, All Might finished the job, Izuku commented. I also got lectured by Death Arms and Kamui Woods after that. After that I looked for the boy, and told that he can be a hero, Yagi praised. I also told him that his quirk is doormat like mine. I had him clean Dagoba Beach as a form of training. Amazing that he really did clean the beach completely around 10 months, just hours right before the entrance exams. So that's why I heard other participants wanting to visit the rumored trash site after the exam, Uraraka said. I think the three of us wants to visit this beach around summer, Dekairu? Izuku replied as he is imaging Uraraka and Kendo in bikinis. Yagi looked at his successor with a sweat drop. I think you broke him, Yagi commented. Sorry about it, Uraraka sheepishly responded. Cleaning that beach really paid off, because he used his quirk that day, saving me and Kendo's lives. As for parents, young Midoriya, you did talk to your parents about this, right? Yagi asked Izuku. Yais, I told mom about this, Izuku answered. My dad unfortunately has passed away. Sorry for your loss, Yagi said sadly. I was crying when Dekairu told me about his dad's death, Uraraka added. I'm sure you had a talk with his mom about the training, right? Yagi spewed blood the third time. Now, that I think of it, Izuku commented, I don't think he and mom met at all. Izuku then glared at his idol. Excuse us, Uraraka-kun, I will be taking my trainer at my home and have a nice discussion with my mom, Izuku said in a stern tone. You better, Uraraka replied. See you in UA University, Dekairu. She then cheerfully hung up. Izuku dragged the number one hero to his apartment. Come on, young Midoriya, Yagi pleaded. I will get autographs from other pro heroes. I can ask for them myself, Izuku replied, and I already got Midnight's autograph this morning. She told me to come see you at Dagoba Beach. He looked at the number one hero. How did she know? I told her about our meeting. In case of an off chance she sees you, Yagi weary answered. You're lucky I still have you on a pedestal, Izuku sighed. As soon as Izuku and Yagi has made it to Izuku's apartment room, they entered inside and shut the door. Mom, I'm home, Izuku announced. Izuku, just in time, I made you, Yuinko greeted, but then saw Yagi. She looked at him that she might have seen the man before. She then asked her son, Izuku, who is this? Yajisan was no different as he swore he saw that woman before. One of the hostages? Maybe. Hello, Midoriya-san, my name is Yagi Toshinori. Yagi greeted himself awkwardly. I personally trained your son the past 10 months. Oh, Izuku talked a lot about you, Inko responded happy. I like to thank you to bring my son's confidence back. She looked away in guilt. I wish I did something to help. Some good mother I am. Well, I don't think you're a bad mother. Young Midoriya is humble and knows what it takes to be a hero. It's thanks to him that I choose him as my successor, Yagi blurted out. Inko looked at him confused, while the number one hero sweated. Did I blurt it out? He asked. You've got to reveal it at some point, Izuku sighed. Mom has to know the truth. Izuku? What are you? Inko was to ask. Very well, Yagi interrupted calmly. He then turned into All Might. I am here, visiting my successor's family, he greeted. He looked at Inko and the woman just fainted in shock. The hero rushed to her before she hit the floor, holding her bridal style. This is awkward, he commented. After a few minutes, Inko woke up on the couch. So you're All Might? Inko asked. The hero nodded. Why do you look like that? A powerful villain damaged my left part of my body, Yagi answered. I lost my stomach and my left lung. My quirk is losing time over the years. That's awful, Inko said. Could I see your scar? Yagi sighed, but show it to her. 3C, she synthesized. So that's why you chose my son, for a successor? Yes, he had that potential ever since he tried to save his classmate from the sludge villain, Yagi answered. At first I rejected his dreams. Inko glared as she used her quirk to get a frying pan, causing the number one hero to backpedal. Because he never actually trained to be a hero throughout years, Inko calmed down as she placed the frying pan down. So, I had him train his body to inherit my quirk one for all. What? Inko asked. That can't be possible. It's not, but one for all can transfer from individual to individual, Yagi explained. I wasn't the first one, as I got it from my mentor. The quirk is too powerful for Midoriya's frail body, he smiled, glad he was strong enough to use it though. Still wish you told me more. Then saying clenching my butt checks and yell smash, Izuku snark when turning his face into All Might's on the hero's speech. Causing Yagi to spew blood while Inko burst out laughing. With all seriousness, Yagi continued, while your son can use one for all, but the quirk can still damage him. Inko frowned as she picks up the frying pan again, causing the hero to plead, we are working on it, I swear. I just wanted your son to be a hero he ever dreamed of. I'll try to protect him no matter what. Inko softened her frown as she placed the frying pan down again. The way Yaji-san has say he will protect her son no matter is what made it sound nostalgic, for some reason. Alright, but if something happens, Inko threatened, my quirk is attraction to small things. That includes organs, blood cells, and bones, Yagi gulped, but again, thank you for helping my son out, Inko said in a happy tone, also thanks to you, I know my son will give me grandbabies. MOM, Izuku shouted. Well, young Uraraka has told me to talk with you about this, Yagi replied, minus the all for one part. He smiled at Izuku, though he has been training a lot with young Kendo as well. Nope? Izuku exclaimed, I'm not dealing with this. The boy fled to his room and locked himself in, causing both Inko and Yagi to chuckle. After their conversations, Inko gave Yagi her number. The hero said goodbye to the house, while texting Izuku a bye and an apology as the kid is still in his room. One for all, Inko muttered, why does that name sound familiar? Toshinori entered the room with the other professors of UA University, Kayama, Aizawa, Yamada Hizashi aka Present Mike, Ishiyama Ken aka Cementos, Ryu Inui aka Hound Dog, Kenseka Jiro aka Vlad King, Snipe, and of course Dean Nizu. Nice to finally show up in the meeting, All Might, Nizu greeted cheerfully sipping the tea. Now that he's here, let's discuss some updates for this year's Hero Course students. Well, I have one, Kayama sneered. I was called out during this year's graduation to stop one of our future students attacking another future student. The sum of the heroes look at the R-rated heroine in shock. Let me guess, that problem child with 0 rescue points? Aizawa rhetorically asked. Kayama nodded in agreement. He then continued, looks like I might have to expel him on the first day then. Not the first time I expelled those who got in with 0 rescue points, but won't be the last. You are indeed correct, Eraserhead. Dean Nizu agreed, with the HPSC still around, they won't allow rescue points as necessary to enter hero courses even if it requires just 1 point. Wouldn't be surprised if they got the expelled students as their recruitments, Ken commented. Look what happened to Lady Nagant. The other pro-heroes shuddered knowing what happened to the former pro-heroine. I even did some background checks on Bakugo, Aizawa said. The records from Eldora School District said he is a model student, causing no trouble to others, and helps other students in need. Everyone just had their heads on the desks hearing the last sentence. Meanwhile, I checked Midoriya's records as he and Bakugo are in the same district and the records on Midoriya says that he is a troublemaker, cheats on exams, and disturbs other students, especially female students. What? Kayama shouted, that last one was a ing lie. I saw him stuttering to a female participant at the front before the exams. Now that I think of that, Toshinori added, young Midoriya had a call from a girl and he was still stuttering. He was about to faint when he heard the girl saying that they along with a second friend named Kendo want to visit Dagoba Beach around summer. Well now, Nizu said, looks like it's a giant red flag for Bakugo and you had to put those two in the same class, Eraserhead? To be fair, my quirk will stop Midoriya from hurting himself, as you all saw at the practical exam. Aizawa defended with his eyes closed. I just checked after I choose those two participants without knowing. Speaking of problem children, Inui spoke up. I witnessed another occurrence from another participant at the exam. I was about to get to that problem child, Aizawa said. There were occurrences that he has a lot of sexual harassment claims. Surprisingly, those claims have been scrubbed off, he continued in disgust, either from Board of Education or HPSC. Didn't they learn from Captain's celebrity scandal? You both are referencing to Mineta, correct? Nizu asked as the dog hero and hobo hero nodded. From what I have seen, he was attempting to leer at an invisible participant while she was stripping. Kayama was about to burst out in anger. Fortunately, that participant was too small and taller participants were blocking his view. Sadly, his mother Mineta Minerva is one of the HPSC's high directors. Because of that, while we can't expel him or change the class roster. However, we still have a loop gap on the dorms. You're saying the males and females should be at separated dorms? Ishiyama asked. The dean laughed. I'll take it as a yes. The pro-hero side. They're still on problem, Toshinori said. What should we do about young Midoriya and young Bakugo? Having them sharing the same dorm will still be a big problem. Kayama started to laugh, causing most of the other heroes to look at her. Hey, Narumi, this no laughing matter, Yamada lectured. What are you laughing about? Why, I know a great solution for this problem, Kayama answered. Why not have Midoriya be in the same dorm with all the girls? Everyone looked at her with wide eyes. Why would you want to do that? Toshinori asked. What will that do for young Midoriya? Well, 3 reasons, Kayama responded. First, girls are much more empathetic than guys are, so it will be easier for them to understand Midoriya's issues. Second, if we put Bakugo with the girls, knowing his attitude, he will unintentionally turn our female hero students in this first years into misandrists. Kamaya continued sternly. Lastly, Midoriya needs to be comfortable around females. If he doesn't, female villains will take a huge advantage of his vulnerabilities. At best, they will run away and tell other female villains to rob and attack the areas Midoriya is paroling in. At worst, he will make it easy for the female villains to kill him easily, kidnap him for ransom, or worst of all, sexually assault him. Very good reasons, Midnight, Nizu replied, clearly disturbed hearing the last reason. Alright, it's final, the dean concluded. Eraserhead and Vlad King are in charge of dorm 101B. Aizawa and Ken nodded, while Midnight and 13 are in charge of dorm 101A. I can handle 14 students myself, Kayama pouted. Last time you got involved with students, you got 4 students in an awkward relationship, Aizawa argued. Luckily for every listener, they remained friends afterwards, Yamada backed up. I thought the 4 looked cute together, Kayama muttered. Toshinori was about to ask. Don't, Snipe interrupted, dear stories that ain't worth speaking. Izuku was walking to UA with his backpack carrying his personal items, like his spare clothes in case there is an off chance his clothes don't arrive to the dorms due to delays. Inko gave him a goodbye kiss, and is proud of her son no matter what. Izuku entered the gate seeing other collage students entering the university site. Before he entered the building, Izuku saw the student he recognized before. Ah, it's you, the student with glasses said. I sure you might remember me in a negative light, but my name is Ida Tenya. Ida greeted holding out his hand. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku greeted himself shaking Ida's hand. Thanks for getting me to the medical tents at the exam. No, I should thank you, Ida argued. Your heroism at the site inspired me to know what it takes to be a hero. He then bowed, especially when you saved 2 girls from a Rouge 0-pointer. I just did what a hero should do, Izuku said as he scratched his head. I was struggling all week waiting for results. Fortunately, I gained 2 friends. Maybe some more, a voice called out, coming from the kid with a wild purple hair. Congrats for getting in, Midoriya and Ida. Name's Shinso Hitoshi, the student greeted. Nice to meet you, Shinso-san, Ida greeted as he shakes Shinso's hand. Very much, Izuku greeted shaking Shinso's hand. Thanks for having my back, Shinso. By the way, have you enrolled in hero course? Sadly, not, Shinso answered. I really wish I was aware that there was shut down buttons on the robots. My quirk wasn't effective against robots. Got some rescue points out of it though. He continued, wasn't enough for the enrollment. What's your quirk? Izuku asked. I'm sure it will be useful for heroics. I won't spoil the surprise, Shinso answered, but I will give you a hint, it may be a villainous quirk. There are no such thing as villain quirks, Izuku argued. I'm sure it may look evil on paper, but can be used effectively on situations, like brainwashing. It may be villainous, but it can help out in a hostage situation. Like brainwashing a villain to stand still while the hostages get away with the police to arrive. The boys looked at him while Izuku blushed. I muttered again, did I? Again, Ida asked, is this a normal occurrence? Izuku nodded. Well, it make me feel better, Shinso said with sincere smile. My quirk is the sample quirk you were talking about. Wait, really? Izuku asked while he got a notebook out of nowhere, causing the two other boys to question where he got the notebook from. But then, Izuku stopped himself. Oh wait, I have get the dorm numbers. I'll be right back. He ran in. Should we wait? Shinso asked in sarcasm. Why are you asking that? Ida asked while chopping his arms. Do you have any tact? We are going to get along just fine, Shinso laughed. The three boys walked to the dorms area. So you use your quirk the first time at the exam? Ida asked in shock. I feel more disgrace as hero. You're in a hero course to learn how to be a hero, Shinso replied. Not everything will work at the first try. You got that right, Izuku agreed. My arm and legs were like jelly, I was falling to my death. Thank All Might, Uraraka-kan and Kenda-kan saved my life. The two girls you rescued? Ida asked. Wait, didn't Kenda-san have second place while Uraraka-san had third place? That's right, Izuku answered. I was training with Kendo after the exams to train myself karate. Her family runs a dojo. I might have to borrow her to train me then, Shinso commented. Just make sure you don't hit on her, Izuku warned. She your girlfriend? Shinso asked in smug tone, or was it Uraraka your girlfriend? Wano, she's their friends, have you no tact? Izuku and Ida shouted respectively while the brainwashing quirk user laughed. Dorm 101A, a female voice called out in broken Japanese. Wear it. The three boys stopped and looked at a blonde girl with a horse face and two giant horns. Excuse me, Miss, Ida greeted the girl. Are you all right? He asked. The girl looked at him confused. Let me try this again? Are you okay? Ida asked slowly. Do you need help? Me, okay, the horse girl responded. Me, lost. She then looked away. Great now, my first impression makes you like a idoit. Good going pony, she scolded herself in English. You're not from around here, are you? Izuku asked in English. You speak English? Pony asked happily. Izuku nodded. Oh thank you, my Japanese language is bad. Need some more learning. Don't worry, Izuku responded. Maybe, I will help you out. What class are you in? Class 101B, Pony answered. For some reason, my dorm is 101A. How odd, Izuku looked at his paper seeing his dorm is 101A. He shrugged and continued, I'm heading to dorm 101A as well. So how about we head there together? Izuku then looked at Ida and Shinso and asked, you two don't mind she comes with, right? I have no objections, Shinso answered. I will help out those in need, Ida said in a proud tone. Thank you, Pony said as she hugged Izuku, causing the boy to flush red. Ida was going catatonic while Shinso was laughing. Oops, she said blushing and then let go of Izuku and bowed. Me sorry. That's fine, Izuku blurted out. I am Midoriya Izuku. Ida Tenya Shinso Hitoshi. Pony Tsunatori. Pony introduced herself, Tsunatori Pony. Call me Pony. She made a cute smile at the three boys. Adorable, the boys thought, must protect. The four walked to the dorms of first years. They had a good talk though. Izuku translated the speech on Pony. That true? Pony asked. He destroyed big robot, but broke himself? It's true, Ida answered slowly. He did it to save two girls that was going to harmed by a rouge robot. It's insane as well, Shinso commented. I wonder if it's a glitch or a sabotage. I was asking about it with the girls, too, Izuku added. I wonder what caused it. Dikairu, Midoriya? Izuku looked behind him and saw Uraraka and Kendo walking behind him. Uraraka-kun, Kendo-kan, Izuku greeted, good to see you two again. Glad to see you, too, Uraraka greeted, finally, get to see you again. Nice to see you, too, Kendo smiled and then she saw Ida and Shinso, hey, I recognized you too. You two were at the exam site trying to help give points to Midoriya. Well, he was, Shinso said pointing to Ida. I threatened not to enroll in UA at all if Midoriya wasn't enrolled in Hero Course. He greeted himself. Name's Shinso Hitoshi. I'm enrolling General Education in Class 101C. My name is Ida Tenya. Ida greeted himself bowing. I hope you two forgive me for being harsh on Midoriya-kun on entrance exam. No worries, Ida-kun, Kendo responded, just don't jump to conclusions again. She then looked at Pony. And who are you? Never met you before. Pony looked confused again, causing Kendo to sweat. Pony-chan, Kendo-kan asks for your name. Izuku calmly told Pony in English. Oh, thank you Izuku, Pony replied. She then speak in broken Japanese. Me name is Tsunotori Pony, but you two will call me Pony. She bowed. Izuku will teach me Japanese. Pony-chan. Don't say my first name without a chan or a kun behind it, Izuku exclaimed in English. Someone will get the wrong idea. Uraraka and Kendo wasn't sure to either giggle or be envious. Though the two shook their heads thinking why they were envious to a girl they just met. Me sorry, Pony cried while she bowed, me from America. Japanese is not first language. It's fine Pony-chan, Uraraka reassured Pony while talking slowly, you are just not accounted in Japan, yet. My name is Uraraka Ochako. She held out her hand and Pony shook it. My name is Kendo Itsuka, Kendo greeted as she shook Pony's hand after Uraraka. She then turned to Midoriya and asked, how do you know English, Midoriya? I was wondering that, Ida added. Ooh, I watch a lot of All Might's interviews in English, Izuku answered, read the subtitles to know what to say and what not to say. That explains everything, Uraraka and Kendo thought with a sweat drop. A huge fan of All Might, Shinso asked Izuku. You have no idea, Kendo answered for the boy. He wouldn't stop texting about how much he idolizes the number one hero. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Also, what class are you in, Pony-chan? Kendo asked slowly. 101B, Pony answered, for some reason, me in dorm 101A. Now, that you mentioned it, Ida said, my class is 101A, yet my dorm is 101B. Odd, Kendo replied, my dorm is in 101A, despite being in class 101B. Maybe, it's to separate the gender. Unlikely, Shinso pointed out. I talked to a girl in class 101C and she was assigned to dorm 101C as well. Huh, my dorm is assigned to 101A, Izuku commented, so, I don't think it's a gender thing. Well, at least we can spend more friendship time with Kendo-kan, Uraraka said. And more training for both Midoriya-kun and me, Kendo added. You're welcome to join too, Uraraka-kun. She looked at Pony, and Midoriya-kun can teach you Japanese easier, Pony-chan, Kendo added slowly, and you're also welcome to join our training. Thank you, Suka-chan, Pony said and smiled in a cute way. Same to you, Izuku. Aka-kan. Adorable, Uraraka and Kendo thought, must protect. Well, better get going then, Ida said. I need to meet some dorm mates who would learn some heroics from you, Midoriya-san. I got to see if my stuff is in my dorm as well, Shinso said. Let's exchange numbers. Everyone exchanged numbers and everyone has left to their dorms. Izuku is looking at the door of dorm 101A with Uraraka, Kendo, and Pony alongside with him. Come on, Midoriya-kun, Kendo said, the door's not going to eat you. Sorry, it's just I hope everyone in this dorm is nice, Izuku said in weary. I just hope he's not in this dorm, muttered to himself. He took a deep breath and opened the door. Izuku's eyes widened with his face red while the girls he is with raised an eyebrow. There are girls in there. He saw a girl with pink skin, girl with green hair, and an invisible girl chatting with each other as they are gossip hens. A girl with ghostly white hair is reading horror manga with a girl with a bob like Uraraka's hair reading romance manga. A girl with purple hair has one of her earlobes plugged in her cell phone, while a girl with a stoic face with black hair is looking at her phone. A girl with vine hair is watering a house plant while another green hair girl is looking at the plant curiously. The final girl is an elegant raven-haired girl reading a book. Am I in the right dorm? Izuku muttered. To be honest, I am thinking the same thing, Uraraka answered. Maybe, we should go back to the office and ask about Midoriya's dorm assignment, Kendo suggested. We should leave before someone gets the wrong idea. Oh, Midori is in the right place, Midnight announced, entered behind the kids at the door. That caused attention to Izuku, who was looking back at them. The girls looked at him in curiously, intrigue, or skepticism. Izuku wrapped his arms around his head with his face red, looking away. Kayama, stop teasing, another voice called out entering the dorm. It's 13, Uraraka cheered as she recognized the speaker. One of the best rescue heroines as she saved millions despite her quirk being dangerous, Izuku exclaimed, getting out of a blushing mess. He then took his notebook and asked, "Can I get an autograph please?" Where did that notebook come from? Everyone asked and thought. 13 then blushed and signed his notebook. As Uraraka and Midoriya has stated, I'm Professor Kuro's Ainin, best known as 13, the heroine greeted herself. And I sure you know me as Midnight, R-rated heroine greeted herself, though I am Professor Kayama Namiri in the university. Both of us will be in charge to this dorm, so if you all have questions ask us. Sensei, why is there a boy in our dorm? The girl with earphone jacks on her ears skeptically asked. She was glaring at Izuku again, while the boy looked away sweating. Not to sound rude, but I want to know too, Ribbit, the frog girl added. We have 2 problem students in class 101A and one of them is a pervert, Midnight bluntly stated with disgust. Having every girl separated from the students' dorm was a solution the dean has come up with. A sinner of naughty, the vine-hair girl commented, but that still doesn't answer about him, she pointed at Izuku. Midoriya is also assigned to dorm 101A. 13 continued, knowing that Midoriya was the victim of the other problem student. We need to keep them separated from the dorms. But why? An elegant girl asked. It doesn't seem practical to have only one boy in a dorm full of girls. Here's the thing, having Midoriya live within a bunch of guys with locker room talk will discourage him from interacting with others. No offense, Midoriya, Midnight started out. None taken, Izuku replied. Another reason is that he also has an issue of talking with female companions. 13 continued, let's just say a female villain comes by and saw him scared seeing of her. She in turn will take a huge advantage of him and, at best, she just gets away. At worst, well, he will never be the same again. Being ed into my black gap quirk is merciful. Every girl except Pony, who is confused, shivered down their spines. What does she mean? Pony asked. Kendo whispered in her ear as Pony then shivered down her spine. Never mind. Last reason is that I am not risking that other problem student sharing dorms with any of you ladies, Midnight finished, or all of you might end up hating men for the rest of your lives. That last reason sounds like an execration, Ribbit, the frog girl. That problem child has 0 rescue points and an attitude problem that he will unintentionally say or do sexist things, 13 warned. Not only that he'll never apologize and better himself, but he will likely double down instead. A sinner of pride, as well, the vine-hair girl commented, may the Lord pray for their souls. Exactly, Midnight agreed, but, let's some icebreakers. All of you will be living with each other for 3 years, she teased, so let's get to know each other. Grab some seats, 13 added, I think we can be better talking around a circle. Everyone was sitting on the couches, dining room chairs, and folding chairs. Izuku was sitting on the folding chair, between Uraraka and Kendo on their dining room chairs. So, who's first? Midnight asked, don't be shy. I'll go first, the pink girl volunteered. Hi, my name is Ashido Mina, my quirk is acid, and my hobbies are breakdancing. My name is Hagakure Toru, an invisible girl greeted, my quirk is invisibility as you all can see. My hobby is video games. Tokage Setsuna is my name, and flirting is my game, the green hair pointy tooth introduced. My quirk is lizard tail, which makes me do stuff like this. Her head went off her body, shocking most if not everyone in the room, which made her laugh from her decapitated head. Izuku looks amused. My name is Azui Tsuyu, call me Tsu, the frog girl greeted, my quirk is frog, and I have 2 younger siblings. 3M Komori Kinoko, the brown hair girl stuttered, my quirk is mushroom, and I wanted to be an idol heroine. You did good, my soulmate, the ghost girl said as she hugged Komori, greetings mortals, my name is Yanagi Reiko. My quirk is poltergeist and I like spooky and scary stuff. Some of the girls looked uncomfortable. Jiro Kyoka, the earlobe girl introduced, my quirk is earphone jack, and I like music, rock is my favorite. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, the elegant raven-haired girl greeted, my quirk is creation, and I read for my own hobbies. Me name is Tsunotori Pony, Pony greeted herself in broken Japanese, quirk is horn cannon, and not great at speak Japanese, she bowed, I want to learn more. Adorable, everyone thought, must protect. Greetings to all, my name is Shiozaki Ibara, the vine hair greeted, my quirk is vine and I do gardening on my own free time. Is there a place to garden? She asked the pro-heroines. On the roof, 13 answered. You have my thanks, Shiozaki replied as she held her hands together as a light showed on her. Where did that light come from? Everyone else thought. They decided to shrug it off. Kodai Yui, the stoic girl, introduced herself, size, and watch Ultraman. My name is Uraraka Ochako, Uraraka greeted, I have zero gravity as my quirk, and my favorite food is mochi. 3M Midoriya Izuku stuttered, my quirk is power stockpile, it came very late. My hobbies are analyzing quirks to see what they can do and how they can be improved on. And my name is Kendo Itsuka, Kendo introduced, my quirk is big fist, and I like to ride motorcycles. Excellent, Midnight said, we now know each other. All of your stuff is in your assigned rooms. She handed out the papers on whose room is assigned to as well as dorm rules. Make sure you follow the rules, or there will be consequences, Midnight said in a threatening tone. As soon as the pro-heroines left, everyone headed to their rooms. I hope Ida and Shinso have better time in their dorms, Izuku muttered. We are pro-heroes in training. Ida lectures a boy with blonde pointy hair Bakugo Katsuki and a boy looking like a bug Kamakiri Tagaru. We shouldn't fight against each other. Shut it, Four Eyes, Bakugo and Kamakiri shouted. Every boy was watching at them from encouraging fighting, trying to defuse it, or trying to mind their own businesses, but the discourse was so huge, it became a dumpster fire. I'm putting this extra in his place, Bakugo sneered, thinking he's better than me, the true number one hero, Bakugo Katsuki. Then why are you in fourth place on the entrance exams? Kamakiri responded, clearly, you just not good enough to be a hero. I got first because these cheating extras got pity points, especially Deku. Bakugo snarled, he shouldn't even be there. He looked around and then chuckled, I bet UA thought he was a cheater and useless, so they most likely kicked him out. Serves him right, Ada was about to argue. Oh, do you think you 101A scum think we are beneath you? Momona Nito, another blonde, asked in a smug tone. There is someone in the superior place above you in our class. Word is that she has a so-called inferior quirk, while your superior quirk landed you in just fourth place. What was that, you smug snake? Bakugo sneered, do you want me to show you why I'm the best? That's enough, maggots, a voice shouted, who happened to be Vlad King. This stop everyone from what they are doing. We just walked in and trouble has started already. Another man in black came and muttered, if it were out there would be a lot of casualties by now. He walked around causing everyone to sweat and stay silent. I let this all past by now, otherwise I would expel everyone in this dorm whether they are in my class or not. Everyone gulped. Now introductions are needed. I am Aizawa Shota, Class 101A's professor. I am Class 101B's professor, Kenseka Jiro, known as Vlad King. Vlad King introduced himself, and every word you say is, yes sensei. Do I make myself clear? Yes sensei, everyone responded in fear or in reluctance in Bakugo's case. Now, if anyone have any questions, Vlad King announced, you are free to ask them. Is there a reason why the inferior Class 101A is in the same dorm as Class 101B? Where are the babes? Did you guys really got rid of Deku? Can I eat my soba in peace? Ida was looking at the professors as they are sighing. To answer why you are in the same dorm despite in different classes is because a problem student has a shady background on females. Aizawa answered the first and second questions, glaring at a short guy with purple grape hair. The boy was crying blood, muttering no babes. It was Dean Nizu's idea to keep the boys and the girls separated, Vlad King added. And my Neta Minoru, the boy with grape hair screamed, he was crying blood, we are in a dorm without those hotties. Why must the dean be so cruel? Most of the guys rolled their eyes in annoyance, because all he does is whine that there is no girl in the dorm. Well, at least I know Mina, Toru, and Setsuna are safe from an unmanly pervert like this creep. Kurashima Ijiro, a red-haired guy, commented to a guy with silver hair and brows named Tetsu. The latter nodded. TCH, that grape-head extra is one of those extras, Bakugo muttered in disgust. I have another question, Ida spoke out. If all of the males in Class 101A and Class 101B are assigned in this dorm, then why is Midoriya in dorm 101A? It was Midnight's idea, Aizawa bluntly answered. Midoriya is a victim to another problem student in this dorm. She fears that problem student's ego will put illogical reasons into the females' heads that will lead them into misandry. What? Mineta screamed, we don't live with the hotties, but this one guy has to live with them. Midoriya, you are my number one enemy. Lucky, Kaminari Denki, a blonde with black stripes, said, I wish to be in Midoriya's position. Agreed, Suburaba Kozai, a brown-haired boy, replied, he is a god of all men. Iseida replied, ignoring the other's comments, thank you, sir. Now, let's get to know each other, since you are all going to be living here for 3 years, Vlad King announced. While everyone was introducing themselves, Bakugo was looking at the pro heroes. So, they didn't get rid of Deku, Bakugo sneered, they placed him into a different dorm. A dorm full of girls. He shook his head, humph, doesn't matter, I will get answers from him tomorrow. As your homeroom professor of class 101C, present, Mike announced, let's get along for 3 years. Yeah, everyone. Student is silent, tough crowed, he muttered. This is going to be a long time, Shinso muttered. Izuku was finished with his room, which put lots of posters of All Might around that he was allowed to put up. He was also in his t-shirt named Bed, All Might lounge pants, and yellow slippers. He heard a knock on the door. He opened the door expecting Uraraka, Kendo, or Pony for help, but instead he saw Ashido, Hagakure, and Tokaage. Ashido is wearing a t-shirt with Alien as the front logo, black shorts and slippers. Hagakure is wearing a blue tank top, white shorts, and pink slippers. Tokaage is wearing a green t-shirt, purple shorts, and dinosaur slippers. Hey, Midoriya, Ashido greeted. Ooh, I teach you 3, Izuku replied nervously, how can I help you 3? Need some help moving stuff? Nah, but thanks for the offer, Hagakure giggled, but damn, didn't know you are a big fan of All Might. You, yeah, Izuku agreed, he inspired me to be a hero. He felt something on his hair. So fluffy, Tokaage said with arms on her back, at first, I thought you plain, but you look kind of cute when flustered. Are you using your hand on my hair? Izuku asked, blushing. You are correct, Parsley, Tokaage answered naughty-tively, but let's talk about something big. Izuku was blushing hard and he was sweating hard. He shut his eyes, but heard laughing. Did you see the look on his adorable face? My god, it's hilarious, Ashido laughed. Izuku looked down, but Ashido wrapped her arm around him, but don't take this too seriously, Midori. We're just teasing you, she comforted while smiling. She then whispered to his ear, unless you like looking at our legs. Izuku realized that he was looking at their bare legs. Even if he can't see Hagakure's legs due to her quirk, he likes how smooth they look and wants to feel them. Which made him shook his head and look up. Chivalrous are you, Midori? Hagakure asked. Don't worry, you can't see my legs. 3 just don't want to make you girls uncomfortable, Izuku replied, continued looking up. A gentleman, 2, Tokaage said as her head floated where Izuku was looking at. A girl loves a man who doesn't perv on her. She then got her face closer to the boy. Speaking of which, we come to ask you something, Parsley. Sure, Izuku replied as he looked at the trio. What do you need to know? Oh, we want to know how you met with Uraraka and Kendo, Ashido asked, grinning. Huh, oh, 2 just saved them from a Rouge 0-pointer from the entrance exam, Izuku answered honestly. If I didn't use my quirk, they would have been hurt or worse. So you went Knight of Shining Armor, Hagakure cooed. I bet one of them confessed to you, Tokaage added. No, we haven't, Izuku exclaimed. 2 didn't confess to you, Uraraka-kan and Kekenda-kan at all. Well, that's a shame, Ashido shrugged, but, if you had to choose one, who will it be? She asked. That's enough, Uraraka, as she was wearing a black tank top and pink shorts and slippers, demanded. Can't you see 3 are making him uncomfortable? Heh, sorry Chipmunk, Tokaage responded, it must be cute saving your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend, Uraraka said with her face red. Yet Ashido and Hagakure added. Well, I do find you cute, Chipmunk, Tokaage giggled, so if you are interested, my door's always open. She began to walk to the stairs. Later, guys. By Midori, by Raka, Ashido said as she left as well. Don't do anything naughty while we are gone, Hagakure teased as she left last. After the awkwardness, Uraraka asked, are you okay, Dikairu? Those 3 haven't done anything to you, did they? Nah, we just talked, Izuku responded, just questions on how both of us and Kendo met. Other than the teasing and nicknames, nothing too serious. Izuku recalled the brief look on the girls' legs again. Don't think of their legs. Think of Uraraka's legs. Izuku thought as he saw Uraraka is wearing shorts showing her bare legs as well. Wait, don't think of her legs, too, he mentally slapped himself. You okay? Uraraka asked in concern, your face is red again. Yeah, Izuku blurted out, my face is red, I must be hungry. Dinner might be ready, I think. He then rushed to the stairs heading to the ground floor. I see you there, Uraraka-kun, he said sprinting off. Uraraka blinked in confusion. Dinner doesn't start until another hour, she said. Izuku was sitting on the dining room table alone. I guess I missed the mark on time. He looked at his phone and saw dinner doesn't start until an hour. And maybe I should cook something for everyone in this dorm, that might give good first impressions. But I don't know anything other than katsudon. What if anyone doesn't want to eat that? Some of them might be vegetarians or vegans. What should I do? He asked himself, but he felt something tapping his shoulder. ACK. Who was it? He shrieked as he turned around. The person is Kodai wearing t-shirt with Super Sentai logo on it, lounge pants theme of Ultraman, and white slippers who was looking at him stoically. You heard my mutterings, Keiko-dazen? Izuku asked while blushing. The stoic girl replied nodding. How much did you hear? Izuku asked further. All, Kodai quietly answered, which Izuku blushed more. Where were you? Izuku asked. I didn't see you around. Kodai pointed her thumb at the couch she was on facing away from the dining room table. Oh, okay, Izuku replied. He notices Kodai was looking at his phone. You want to know my phone model? He asked. The girl shook her head. Izuku asked again, my phone number? Kodai nodded. Izuku gave her his number and Kodai gave him a text message. Kodai, thank you, Midoriya-kun. Now, about the dinner tonight, don't worry, Midnight Sensei and Thriteen Sensei will give us pizza tonight. They said we should cook up our own dinner starting tomorrow. If you need to know, I think only Ibarakan is a vegetarian. Oh, thank you, Kodazen. Izuku responded in relief. I have to ask Kenda-kan and Uraraka-kun on what the other dorm mates want. Kodai, please call me Kidaikan or Yuakan, Kodazen is too formal. Sure, Kidaikan, Izuku replied. I wonder what your quirk size does. He looked at Kodai and backpedaled. If you don't mind, that is. He had his phone go off. Kodai, my quirk can grow big or shrink small when I want when I touch them with my fingertips. I press them my fingertips together to return the items back to normal size. I tend to get a headache if I use my quirk too long. I can't grow or shrink living things. Food, however, can grow and shrink. Pretty handy for shelters. It really helped for the practical exam. I would have gotten at the top 10 if some douchebag hasn't hogged some of pointers. Someone called him out kill stealing our villain points, and he had the nerve to accuse us extras he called for stealing his kills. Sorry to hear that, Kidaikan. Izuku's sympathies knowing she might be talking about Bakugo. When I used my quirk at the exam, I broke my arm and legs. Kodai, what happened there? I heard that a 0-pointer went rouge. Was it at your site? I saw Uraraka-kun trapped under the huge piece of debris on her and Kenda-kan tried to rescue her. Izuku explained, the 0-pointer was about to run them over, so I used my quirk for the first time to stop it. My quirk was dormant for years. If I had used it earlier for the first time when I was a kid, too wouldn't be alive today. After I punched that Z0-pointer's head off, too was on air, falling down to the ground. Kenda-kan and Uraraka-kun saved my life afterwards. The three of us becomes friends afterwards. Wow, Kodai blurted out. The two continued talking until midnight came in with pizza. Izuku was eating the sausage pizza, not as fast as the others. He doesn't want to be seen as rude nor disgusting. Burp, Tokage belch, excuse me, she got hit by Shiozaki's vine, while Ashido and Hagakure were laughing. Jiro jabbed them both with her ear jacks. Learn some manners, Tokage. Shiozaki wearing a gray long-sleeve shirt and leggings and black slippers lectured. Same with you too. Jiro wearing deep dope tank top and black shorts and slippers sneered at the two. Party poopers, Ashido muttered. Can you believe those three? Kendo wearing a red tank top, blue lounge pants, and white slippers commented next to Izuku, those three are like troublemakers. They're not that bad, Izuku argued, they are just trying to befriend everyone. Those three teased you earlier, Dikairu. Uraraka backing up Kendo, can't believe we have the same class with those two. I have been through worst, Izuku replied. You met Yubi back a month ago, Kendo. Those three are nothing compared to him. I agree. Pony wearing star and stripe themed tank top and lounge pants defended Izuku. Tokage taught me a new phrase. What is it? Izuku asked. Uraraka and Kendo would know something is up. I love you, boy, Pony answered unaware. This caused everyone to look at the horse girl in shocked. Izuku blushed hard as he held still like a statue. Uraraka and Kendo facepalmed while the teasing trio laughed. Excuse me, for a moment, Kendo said as she stood up, I will take these three in another room for a talk. Pony-chan, you can't say that phrase on a complete stranger. Yaoyorozu, wearing a tan long-sleeve shirt, black leggings, and red slippers, lectured calmly. Someone will get the wrong idea, and it will lead you into trouble. Me, sorry, Pony cried while she bowed, I will only say that to Midoriya-kun. Don't, Yaoyorozu commanded as calm as she could. Midoriya was about to pass out when you said that. Me, sorry, again, Pony replied, bowing to Izuku. The raven hair girl just sighed. Don't worry, Pony-chan, Uraraka comforted the horse girl slowly. I'm sure Dikairu will teach you a good amount of Japanese. Izuku just scratched his head. Not to brag, but two can help you out after dinner, Izuku volunteered. If you want? Yes, Pony cheered. I want to, thank you, Izuku. Not to sound rude, Yaoyorozu commented skeptically, but is Midoriya really the best option? Well, watching English interviews of All might have paid off, Uraraka said, and he fully understand Ponikin's language. Yaoyorozu's sweat dropped. Kendo glared at the three gossip girls, who were tied up thanks to Shiozaki's vines. Thank you for using your vines for getting these three troublemakers, Kendo praised Shiozaki, who nodded in agreement. As for you 3-inch. Come now, Suka-chan, Ashido smiled, it was funny. I mean, lighten up, Ginger, Tokage teased, it's not like you were jealous, or something. I'm not jealous, Kendo sneered, what does that have to do with teaching Pony to say she loves someone? Do you know how much trouble she will be in if she said that to a stranger? Oh, Tokage ashamedly admitted, I guess you are right about that. You three must apologize to Pony-chan, Kendo commanded. We should, Hagakure agreed in guilt. How stupid of us, Ashido looked down in guilt. But, before we go, can we ask you one question, Tokage said. If it's about Midoriya-kun's love life, I refuse, Kendo rejected the offer. It's not about Midori, Suka-chan, Ashido pleaded. Alright, shoot, Kendo reluctantly responded. What do you think of Midori? Ashido smirked. Kendo looked at her deadpanned. Apologize to Pony, now, Kendo demanded. The trio nodded as their lives depended on it. Shiozaki let them go as they went to the horse girl to apologize. Ugh, those three, Kendo muttered. Those three are harlots, Shiozaki commented. I pray for the other class to deal with two of them, while we have to deal with that Tokage harlot. I'm worried on what they will do with Midoriya, Kendo responded. Uraraka-kun had told me about them earlier today. They were teasing him and asking if he was in a relationship with one of us. I still wonder why they put Midoriya in the dorms full of girls with those three around, Shiozaki commented. That boy was scared like a lost sheep away from a herd with three wolves stalking the lost sheep. I pray for his well-worth. Hiro-sensei did mention that Midoriya-kun was a victim to a bully, who is living in the other dorm, Kendo argued, seeing that he has 0 rescue points, I can see why. Indeed, I just hope Midoriya doesn't fall into the sin of naughty, Shiozaki added. I just don't want to judge him horribly. She then warned, unless he cheats on you or Uraraka-san. There will be hell to pay if that happens. Thanks for having my back, Kendo said in weary, but I don't think we are in that relationship. I don't think Midoriya-kun nor Uraraka-kun will be in it, too. Yet a talking mouth said. Get out of here, Tokage, Kendo shouted at the mouth, blushing. As the mouth flew away giggling while Shiozaki shook her head at the lizard girl's antics. After teaching Pony some new appropriate words and phrases, which helped that Yaoyorozu was witnessing and helping out, Izuku was heading into a kitchen to get a drink of water for his throat. He witnessed Komori wearing white tank top, red polka dot lounge pants, and red slippers apologizing and bowing to Azui wearing a green t-shirt and shorts with frog slippers, while Yanagi wearing a purple tank top and black sweatpants and slippers and Jiro were on the floor looking under the refrigerator. I'm sorry, Asuzan, Komori pleaded, two didn't mean to bump into you, dropping your phone under the fridge. It's okay, Komori-kun, ribbit, Azui replied, but call me Tsu. Couldn't you use your poltergeist to lift the fridge? Jiro asked Yanagi. My spirit powers has yet to lift something heavy as this fridge, Yanagi answered. I will pass out an exhaustion if try to use them past my limit. Couldn't we get Uraraka-kun to lift it, ribbit, Azui I said, call me Tsu, Tsuyu asked. It is unwise to disturb anyone who sleeps, Yanagi replied. How do I know? The spirits told me. The girl in question was snoring in her bed with her mouth drooling. More mochi please, Uraraka sleep-talked, and give some for Dikairu and Kendo-kan, too. Well, what about Kendo? Jiro asked. She's asleep, too, Yanagi answered. Kendo was snoring with her hair undone. Try kicking harder, the sleeping girl spoke out, kicking under her blanket. You remember you have legs, too. Right, Midoriya? How about, Kadeyakan? Komori asked, but her and everyone's phone present vibrated. They look at their phones. Kodai, I can only shrink the fridge, the everything else inside won't shrink. Therefore, the fridge needs to be empty first. Also, I was sitting at the counter. Everyone looked at the counter and the stoic girl waves at them. Izuku sighed and headed to the fridge. Hey, what are you? Jiro was about to ask. HRRRGH, Izuku grunted as he lifted the fridge a few feet off the ground, causing the girls to look at him at shock. Get the phone, he commanded Jiro. Oh yes, Jiro said as she got to Tsuyu's phone and slid it out on the fridge. After Jiro got the phone was out of the way, Izuku set the fridge down. Holy ache, Komori blurted out. No kidding, Jiro admitted, he just lifted the fridge. Only for a few seconds, but still, Yanagi was looking at the boy with her finger on her mouth. Kodai was staring at the boy. Thanks for getting my phone, Midoriya-kan, Tsuyu complimented. It's no problem, Ayajui call me Tsu Titsukan, Izuku replied scratching his head, Tu just did what I have to do. Does your quirk give super strength? Yanagi asked. Tu didn't use MMY quirk, Izuku admitted, causing the girl's eyes to widen. Tu did some training at Dagoba Beach, by cleaning it up. Tu even dragged a broken refrigerator out of the beach on the stairs. Komori looked at him with shock, while Kodai and Tsuyu looked at him with interest. Jiro gave an impressed whistle. Interesting, Yanagi commented as she felt spooky about Izuku's quirk. May spirits look over you. She then left the kitchen while heading to her room. Everyone else headed to their rooms. Kodai being the last looked at Midoriya while he was heading to his room. She blushed red then headed to her own room. That ghost girl is onto us, Shinomori Hikage, the fourth a man with tattered clothes commented, it's like she can feel our presence. Oh, you're being paranoid, Hikage, Banjo Daigoro aka Lariat, the fifth the bald man with a goatee commented, she just said it is like spooky things and says spirits like it's her own thing. As much as we like to rag on Daigoro's stupidity, Tayalai and aka Smoke Eater, the sixth the young man in a red jacket stated, it's just a mere coincidence. Technically, we are spirits in this quirk, Shigaraki Yoichi, the first the young man with white hair said, how do you think of this, Nana? Hopefully, I hope Izuku can improve his body more to work with one for all more, Shimura Nana aka Nimbus, the seventh the soul woman with a white cape answered, but Toshinori didn't give him great advice. No offense, she said to the spirit that resembles All Might. The spirit nodded in agreement. Clench your butt cheeks and yell smash, Daigoro said dumbfounded, that's a me thing to do. Though, he did bring up an egg and microwave theory, Nana defended, Sorahiko would bring up a strategy like that. I hope that big fist girl would help, Yoichi replied, but she doesn't know how to use if she was briefed on it. Heh, you wanted her to be Ninth's girlfriend, Yoichi? En smirked. Can it? And Yoichi sneered, speaking of which, what should we do about the Ninth living in a dorm with only girls? We've seen it firsthand how the Ninth can talk with girls as seen with the gravity girl at the first, Nana stated, having him in that dorm to improve his skills with women will help him in a long run. Trust me, I rescued a man who was kidnapped and both physically and sexually abused by his crazy ex-wife. The poor man needed years worth of therapy before he could end it all. He still has his second wife and his kids. Not to mention about that explosive brat, Hikage stated. Him being in the other dorm would help improve Knight's confidence more. Heh, and Izuku will somehow get a harem after that, Daigoro laughed. He got slapped again by Et2, N. Everyone is heading to their own classrooms on their school uniforms. UA University has a dress code. Izuku was heading to class 101A with Uraraka, Tsuyu, Ashido, Hagakure, Jiro, and Yaoyorozu. How unlucky for us not to have sets with us, Ashido sobbed it out. Our class is going to get boring without her. Actually, we are lucky, everyone else bar Hagakure thought. Hey, at least Eiji is in our class, Hagakure comforted Ashido. He was bummed that Tetsu wasn't in the same class. Good to have my horn buddy on my side, Ashido giggled, better not tease him too much. He really loves his boyfriend. He will take it like a man, Hagakure replied while flexing her invisible muscles as a macho man. Tsuyu slowed down her walking next to Jiro. It's a good thing they didn't saw what Midoriya did last night, Ribbit, Tsuyu whispered to the punk, who nodded in agreement. Izuku was looking at his phone. He got a response from Shinso that he got present Mike as his homeroom professor. For someone like Izuku, it will be awesome, but for someone like Shinso, it will be a headache. Though he isn't a response from Ida. Izuku could most likely guess why. His thoughts were held when the group reached the room. Wow, it's so huge, Uraraka said as she looked at the door. I wonder what classmates we have. Well, I know Ida is in our class, Izuku said. He may be stiff at first, but he's well-meaning. And I mentioned my horn buddy, Kirishima Ijiro, Ashido added. He's such a manly man but nice guy. She then glared at the group, wagging her finger. Also, as I said before, he has a boyfriend, so no flirting. Consequences be damned, Hagakure warned, hands holding her sides with a deadly aura. Right, no flirting, Aat Kirishima, got it, Izuku said, smiling in fear, weakly giving Ashido and Hagakure a thumbs up. Let's not wait any further, let's go in, he said. He opened up and saw. For the last time, get your feet off the desk, Ada commanded, chopping his arm like a robot. And as I said, the same as before, bite me, for eyes, Bakugo sneered back, getting fed up with Ida. Looks like there goes having chances of not having Bakugo in my class, Izuku sadly thought. Great, that gap is here, Jiro muttered in annoyance, if things won't get any worse. They're here. They're here, a short boy with grapes on his head shouted in happiness. He was leering at the girls, ignoring Izuku and Jiro, the latter facepalmed that she jinxed herself. The babes are here. All 5 of these hotties finally came. The girls glared at the boy. Well, ladies. Name's Mineta. Minoru introduced himself like a charmless Casanova. How would the 5 of you would like to hang out with me after class today? I might have misheard, but there are 6 girls. Izuku stepped up in between Mineta and the girls. The grape head glared at the green hair boy. My name is Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you, Izuku friendly greeted as he held out his hand. I didn't know you are a girl, too, Mineta sneered, smacking Izuku's hand away. Where's your skirt, Midoriya? Izuku looked flabbergasted. Hey, what's your problem? Uraraka scolded the pervert. Dikairu was trying to be nice to you. You don't get to be angap to him. Everyone sans Izuku in the room looked at Uraraka in surprise. Why should I be nice to a guy who will steal my future babes? Mineta rhetorically asked to Izuku, causing the boy to stiffen up, ignoring Uraraka. Your future babes? The girls thought in disgust. You haven't met them, so how? Izuku tried to reason. How did a loser like you not only get first on the exam scoreboard, but have the luxury to be in the same dorm with all those hotties from both classes? Mineta cut him off. Hey, man, leave him alone, a boy with lightning blonde hair said, standing between Mineta and Izuku. This guy here stop a Rouge 0-pointer from running over 2 girls, he continued, wrapping his arm around Izuku. He work his butt off to get first on the exam, and living in these dorms with 13 girls is great reward. Everyone else in the room sweat dropped. By the way, Midoriya name's Kaminari Denki, nice to meet you. Kaminari, please let go of Midoriyakan, Ida scolded the blonde boy, while the boy politely backed off. I apologized for not replying to your texts, he said while bowing. I had to take care of 2 out of 4 barbarians in our dorm. Thankfully, 2 of the other ones are in another class. I hope Shotokan and Shisahitakan will keep them out of trouble. Bakugo and Mineta are glaring at the respected boy. I hope Kenda-kan is meeting her class better than us, Izuku muttered. Aha, so you are the poor girls being taken in by the inferior class 101A, the blonde boy gloated. Don't worry, I, Monoma Nito, will free you by believing the 101B superiority. With a short boy with gray hair Shota Nirenjiki and a tall beast boy Shishida Jiroda are facepalming. Kendo and the rest of the girls stare at Monoma in disbelief. Kendo just walked behind him while he gloated, and smacked him behind his head. This knocked Monoma out. Thank you, the boy with gray brows praised. I'm sick and tired for trying to start a war between ourselves. He then shake Kendo's hand. My name is Tetsu. Same, the black boy with white hair Kurohiro Shirhai added. I'm sure you already know me, Tank, Tokage replied, causing the boy to scratch his head. Who names him that? The rest of the 101B girls thought. No worries, Ida-kan, Izuku responded. You were busy trying to keep everything from going into chaos. That would help you make a great hero. That's manly, the boy with red hair, most likely Kirishima Ijiro, praised. No wonder you got first on the exam. Also, nice to see you in class again, Horn Buddy, he waved at Ashido. You got it, Ashido exclaimed, you and Tetsu didn't cause any trouble I was gone, right? I would ask the same to you, Toru, and Setsuna, Kirishima replied. I have no idea what you mean, Hagakure replied innocently. She also looked at a blonde boy with a tail and greeted, hey, Ojiroken, long time no see. Nice to see you too, Hagakure-chan, Ojiro Mashiro greeted, glad to see an old friend back. TCH, it doesn't matter, Bakugo sneered as everyone looked at him either with fear or annoyance. Deku just lucked out. There's no way he got first without those pity points. Well, Mr. Bigshot, Uraraka argued at Bakugo, I'm sure that you didn't hear, but Dikaira both saved me and Kendakan at the entrance exam from a Rouge 0-pointer. He punched its head off with his quirk. We saved him in return because his arm and legs were broken from his quirk. What did you do, Bakugo? How did you seriously get 0 rescue points? Everyone was looking at Izuku with respect, with a few expectations. The boy with red and white hair looked at Izuku with indifference. Yaoyorozu, while gaining some respect to Izuku, was still skeptical to him, due to hurting himself using his quirk, and Mineta rolled his eyes, not believing it at all. Bakugo got up and marched towards the girl. He glared at her while the girl unsure glared back. So you were one of Deku's ES that also destroyed my perfect origin story, Bakugo sneered. I recognized that round face of yours in Deku's phone. Let me tell you something, you're nothing but a pebble in the street along with those extras in this room and the other class full of extras, especially Deku. He leered at her and threatened, if you continue to destroy my origin story to become the next All Might, then I will make not only you and Deku's lives hell but that Carrot Top S as well. Wow, your ego is big as, Uraraka replied. Does it come with your mouth so full of, that it tastes like when drinking water? You, Bakugo screamed, ready to attack the girl as Uraraka braced herself. Everyone was telling Bakugo to stop, while Mineta was crying to Bakugo not to hurt the girl even if she's delusional. If anyone is planning on starting a fight, then leave already. A man in the yellow sleeping bag came in sneering at Bakugo. We're a university for heroes, not an underground fight club. There would have been a lot of casualties. Now into your seats, everyone. Everyone fled to their assigned seats as the man got out of the sleeping bag drinking a fruit pouch, revealing his black clothes and gray scarf. Now, as most of you know, my name is Professor Aizawa Shota, he introduced harshly, causing most of the boys stiffened in fear. Izuku was looking at the professor if he saw him before. The professor took out a gym uniform. Now get these gym clothes on, we are heading to the gym field today, he said. There are fresh suits in the gym lockers, so don't feel grossed out. But what about the opening ceremony? Uraraka asked. Waste of time, Aizawa answered. You might ended up sleeping rather than learning heroics. He walked out. Are you kids still here? Get going, and anyone who hasn't shown the UA field in 30 minutes will be expelled. Everyone rushed to the gym lockers. At the opening ceremony, everyone is getting bored by the dean's speech. Kendo looked at her phone when it buzzed. Tokage, I'm bored. Kendo sighed and typed. It's been 10 minutes, be patient. Shiozaki, patience is virtue, something you should learn. Tokage, that's the thing, I'm bored. 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 Pony, I agree. I don't understand, and I'm bored, too. Kodai, has anyone noticed that class 101A hasn't showed up? Kendo looked in front of her. She saw 20 empty student seats and an empty professor seat. That's odd, every class has showed up. Tokage, now that you think of it, some of the class 102A students have muttered that they haven't missed much at all. Komori, lucky them, I can't fall asleep now. I'm in big trouble if I do. Shiozaki, mushroom pun aside, I applaud you for staying awake for this. Yanagi, that's because I'm not next to her. Kinoko can't sleep on anyone because she's not bonded on them. She's only bonded to me. Tokage, what are you talking about, Sadako? Wait, are you speaking in first name basis with Peach? Komori, she means I'm her girlfriend. Ache. I can't take it anymore. I can't afford to spore on someone that is not my Reiko. Kodai, you can sleep on me. Komori, you think you're being fungi? It's not the same. Yanagi, my spirits are weakening too. My soulmate's cuddles needed for laying to rest. Kendo looked behind her, seeing where Komori and Yanagi are sitting. Komori is sitting between Kodai and Shizuki. Yanagi is sitting between Momona and Hiryu-rin. Both of the boys already fell asleep. The two girls are struggling to stay awake. You, as much as I like to congratulate you too, but aren't you two being overdramatic? Wouldn't it be better to ask Ken Sensei for a seat rearrangement? Tokage, there's a problem with that, Vlad's asleep. Kendo looked at where Vlad King is sitting as the pro hero is indeed sleeping. Kodai, how about we sneak out? We can get out of this boredom. I see all of our classmates are sleeping, too. Kendo looked at the silent girl in disbelief. Tokage Ray, you're my best friend in this class. I'll scout my eyes out to see if everyone else is asleep or not. Shiozaki, you can't be serious, what if you get in trouble? Pony, I can't stand another minute. Me. Want. Out. Kodai, don't worry, I have a plan. Tokage, did you check everywhere? Tokage, yes, nearly everyone asleep. There's a girl with pink dreadlocks on the other side of the atrium who is awake, but she's busy drawing blueprints, likely a support student. We should hurry up with the plan before we fall asleep too. Kodai, alright, a route plan complete. Kendo, Tokage, Shiozaki, Komori, Yanagi, we need to take our shoes off. Kendo stared at the phone. You, why? And what makes you think Shiozaki and I would join you? Kodai, first, shoes can make noise, and the dean can hear it. Just don't take off your socks, we'll leave footprints with DNA behind if we walk barefoot. Tokage, not to mention, we don't know what's on the floor. Kodai, for the second, someone has to carry Pony. Even if her shoes are off, her hooves will still make noise. Shiozaki is the perfect choice as she's the closest and her vines will wrap up Pony's mouth to prevent more noise. Pony, I translated the second reason, and Yuukin is right about my hooves. Shiozaki, why should I not only come with you, but carry Pony as well? Kodai, honestly, do you want to be here? It's a sin to lie, you know. Pony, please carry me, Ibi-chan. Kendo then turned to Shiozaki, looking at Pony with a pleading look on her face. The vine girl sighed as she used her vines to take her own shoes off. Shiozaki, I can't say no to her pleading face. Pony, thank you. Kodai, now that's taken care of, for the last reason. Kendo, you want to know how Midoriya is doing? He and his class are not here. Aren't you a bit curious? Kendo blushed. You, and what does that have to do with me? Kodai, I want to be in your friend group. Honestly, Midoriya is an interesting boy who will help us with our quirks. He even gave some pointers on how to improve size. Uraraka is touch-base user like mine, as he pointed it out. I want to get to know her, too. He even helped Tsukin get her phone back last night. Yanagi, Tsukin dropped her phone, and it slid under the fridge last night. Komori, that was my fault, as I accidentally bumped into her. But Shroom, he lifted the fridge last night to get that phone under it. Kendo was about to text why they didn't ask her for help nor Uraraka's. Yanagi, spirits told us not to disturb those who rest. You and Uraraka were sleeping. How? Spirits know everything. They also said the dean will looking away the exit near us for at least 10 minutes. 20 minutes at max. Kendo shook her own head. She then looked at the dean who was going on with his speech. She looked at the girls as she saw Kodai shrink 3 pairs of shoes, presumably Komori's, Shizuki's, and her own. She undid her shoelaces and pulled her shoes off her feet. You it. I'll join, too. Yanagi, spirits said the dean's looking away. Tokage, now's our chance. Let's go. Kendo has crouched walk off her seat, while Kodai, Komori, Shiozaki headed to Pony. She headed up the exit, with Yanagi and Tokage nodded at her as the girls are holding their own shoes crouch walking. Tokage has one eye floating on the air looking on stage. The dean didn't notice. Good, he's still looking away, Tokage silently reported. Her eye looked at the other girls as she saw 3 of them carrying Pony not high enough to get unwanted attention. After carefully getting the horse girl to the stairways, they headed up while the dean is not noticing anything. As soon as they reach the doors, Tokage looked around it with her other eye. No alarms on it, the lizard girl quietly stated, let's get out of here. Finally, the girls thought. They got out of the door and they are out of the hall. The pink girl on the other side noticed something near the doors the 101B girls left, but shrugged it off and continuing working on her blueprints. Shiozaki put down Pony as the latter hugged the former. Kodai took out the shrunken shoes and pressed her fingers together so the shoes will grow back to normal size. Pray for this sinner for joining this stupid thing, Shiozaki scolding herself, as she and the other girls put their shoes back on. Boredom is gone, Tokage cheered quietly, tying her shoelaces. Komori and Yanagi hugged each other. My spirits regain my strength, the ghost girl praised. So where now? Pony asked. There was an explosion out the window. I think I know the answer, Tokage said looking at the explosion. Let's take a look. Yes, let's, Kodai agreed with her eyes looking in anger. She rushed to the closest exit that doesn't have an alarm installed. I think we should follow, Kodai, before we get in trouble, Kendo said as she chased after her. The rest followed, while Yanagi stayed behind. The wrath spirit consumes Kadeakan, Yanagi commented, as I felt the spirits from last night again. Reiko, Komori called out her name. Yanagi joined the chase. Vlad King was faking his sleep. He heard some of his students are making some noise. He opened his eyes seeing the girls in his class are starting to sneak out. After seeing what his students done, he texted Dean Nizu. Another set of students left the ceremony early. 7, in fact, this year. Dean Nizu, I know, I'm very pleased and impressed they didn't make a scene about it. Especially that one of them has hooves that will attract noise. Give some extra credit to them. I'll let Eraserhead know. As for punishment, we will give them a lecture in my office later today. I suppose, as well as first day homework assessments added in. Dean Nizu, yes, on how not to skip the next ceremony and make improvements on how not to be caught. The blood hero just sighed. Everyone was changing out of their school uniforms to gym uniforms. Why do we still have to wear uniforms? Hantasiro, a boy with tape-like arms, asked. We're not in high school anymore. Because it shows the UA University's pride, that it's the best hero school of Japan, Ida answered. It even shows UA on the uniforms. Izuku was finished putting on his gym clothes. He was stopped by Kurashima. Sup, Midobro, the red-hair boy greeted. Hey, Kurashima was it? Izuku asked. The manly man nodded. Do you need something? Come now, if you're Mina's friend, Kurashima said in a friendly tone. You're my friend, too. Call me Ijiro, or Ijibro. Ah sure, Ijirakan, Izuku responded. First off, I'm glad you are making friends with my horn buddy, Kurashima smiled, and then he warned, but be careful, she and her partners in crime tend to go tease happy. Heh, I wish I had that advice yesterday, Izuku replied, scratching his head. The three visited my room last night, and they were asking if you have a girlfriend, Kurashima asked. Yeah, I've been there. Well, replace the girl with boy. They were not going to let it go until me or Tetsu admitted our true feelings, he smiled. Not that I regretted it, because we have been dating since senior year and we've been happy since then. Well, congratulations on your relationship then, Izuku praised. He felt a little jealous of him having a good relationship with his boyfriend, but he knew deep down his chances on Bakugo wasn't going to happen. Especially after Bakugo threatened Uraraka earlier. Only 10 minutes left to spare, Aizawa stated. About 50 civilians are hospitalized while 5 are dead. Speed up a little, every student in a gym uniform with the exception of a few sweated. Now, time for a quirk assessment test, Aizawa started out. A quirk assessment test. Most of the students shouted. Yes, and if any of you cause another distraction. Expulsion, Aizawa sneered. If you want to make the big leagues then you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies, he continues. There are 8 tests everyone has to take: 50 meters dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, sit-up endurance, toe reach, and distance run. All of you can figure out what you have to do on each test. Izuku can put 2 on 2 together on what each of the test means. After training 10 months from All Might can get him a decent score on sit-up endurance and distance run. He might do well on grip strength as well as he lifted a fridge last night. Repeated side steps might be a blessing for Izuku, as Kendo's training at the dojo taught him how to dodge. He should have done those yoga videos that Auntie Mitsuki Bakugo's mother got him on his 18th birthday. Now Bakugo, come forward, you have the most amount of villain points, Aizawa commanded as the blonde student came forward. Catch, he said as he threw the ball at Bakugo, who caught it. What is your distance from your last throw? He asked. About 70 meters, Bakugo answered in a smug tone. Go in the circle area and throw the ball with your quirk, Aizawa commanded further as he pointed at the painted circle on the ground with the lines. Bakugo then smiled and headed there. He looked at Izuku with a smug smile and began to wind up. Let's show these extras show how the real #1 hero is done. You better wish you didn't enroll this university at Deku, Bakugo thought. Die, he shouted as he used his explosive quirk to launch the ball. Everyone saw the ball flew, most were impressed while some are skeptical. It eventually landed on the ground. Die? Really? The skeptics of 101 Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Uraraka, and the few other boys thought. I really need this kid to visit Hound Dog for anger management after this, Aizawa thought, as showed the result from his phone, 705.2 m. Whoa, the ball almost traveled a whole kilometer, Kaminari praised. That was so cool, Kirishima shouted happily. Me next. I can't believe we can use our quirks on this, Ashido added, this could be fun. Izuku looked at the professor with a creepy smile. He has a bad feeling on this. Fun you say? Aizawa repeated, is this a game to you? Well, how about this, he continued, the student who ended up last is expelled. Everyone's eyes widened in fear. Well, anyone who isn't Yaoyorozu, Bakugo, and the red and white-haired boy. Expelled, Izuku stuttered, he looked at Bakugo who smirks at him. But that's not fair, Uraraka shouted. Powerful villains, natural disasters, having a tragedy at the entrance exam because a 0-pointer went rouge? Aizawa asked. I'm sure you recognized the last one, Uraraka, the girl paled, as well as Izuku, Ida, a French boy, and the tall boy with 6 arms grimaced that memory at that exam. The world isn't fair. Some of the hero students faced retirement or worse, death before graduation. So everyone, welcome to hell. Plus ultra. Head to the tracks, 50 meters dash is about to start. Aoyama Yuga, Ashido Mina. You two are first. He then saw a message on his phone. This is bad, I have to put up my all. Izuku muttered to himself, but I still might break myself. At the starting lines, Ashido kicked off her shoes. She will be skating on acid, so it was better to be barefoot rather than losing another pair of shoes. She looked at Aoyama, the French student with a belt on his stomach as he is looking away from the track. Time to sparkle, Aoyama said. As soon as the gunshot is heard, they both head to the finish line. Aoyama jumped and used his quirk to blast himself. He tumbled near the end, while Ashido crossed it first. The girls, Izuku, and Kirishima cheered. As the pink girl walked back to the starting line to retrieve her shoes. Unknown to them, Tokei's ear, and a cell phone on her hand live recording through video call the test were flying hidden on the gym roof. The splitting girl was silently cheering her. Next was Tsuyu and Ida. As the latter used his engines from his legs to speed through the track, while Tsuyu jumped to the finish line. Ida being a clear winner as crossed it first. Uraraka and Ojiro Mashiro and generic blonde boy with a tail quirk took their turns. Uraraka touched her clothes to remove the gravity, but Ojiro's tail gave the latter the edge. Kaminari and Kirishima are next. It was close, but the red head got the edge. Kaminari looked dejected. Kota Koji, a rockhead boy, and Sato Rakido, a big bulky boy with big lips, came after them, and Sato won as Kota was struggling to speed up. Shoji Mizo, the tall 6-armed boy with a mask, and Jiro came, and, thanks to the height advantage, the tall boy won. Siro and Tokoyami Fumikage the Raven Head got the race, and the latter won thanks to Dark Shadow. Hagakure came up next to Todoroki Shoto, the boy with red and white hair and a burned scar on his left eye. Boylet's at a disadvantage, Tokeich gasped, she's facing against the peppermint boy from the recommended exam I took. She as well as the rest of the Class 101B girls are hiding in the bushes near the field where Class 101A is, viewing the live recording from her phone to Kodai's phone. What's so bad about it? Pony asked. Recommended exam are chosen by the pro heroes or well-known companies, Kendo answered. Most if not all are the top students in every year and might become the big three around third year. And that boy got second place, Tokeich added. I don't know what happened to the tornado man that went first place. I got lucky that I made it in fourth place. How much truffle is Hagakure in? Komori asked. As soon as gunshot was heard, Todoroki used his ice from his right side and skated across the finish line first. Hagakure was really lagging behind when she passed the line as well. She walked back to her class dejected. Holy ache! She exclaimed. Tokeich looked at her friend getting curb-stomped while the rest looked shocked. Oh, Midoriya is going next, Pony happily pointed out at the screen, trying to lighten the mood. Though Kodai saw the blonde boy and glared at the screen. Izuku walked next to Bakugo. You know, Deku, Bakugo commented, that invisible extra got her handed to by the ice prat. Without the invisibility quirk, she's probably a Deku as well. Kaken, please be quiet, Izuku replied. Or was it that earphone extra? Or that round face who has higher points by a fluke? Bakugo continued, it's not too late to drop out, save everyone the embarrassment. Gunshot was heard and Bakugo blasted through while Izuku stumbled. Bakugo won, but Izuku got the same results as Jiro, Denki, Uraraka, and Hagakure. He even got second overall compared to them. Hear that, Deku? Bakugo asked in a smug tone, that's what failure sounds like. That douchebag, Kodai sneered in a quiet tone pointing at Bakugo on screen, he nearly cost my chance of enrolling UA. Everyone was looking at her seeing her first time being angry. Though after seeing what the Boom Boy is doing to Midoriya they can see why. So that's Bakugo, Kendo said in an annoyed tone, I knew he was a when he didn't get one rescue point. The sinner of pride, Shiozaki commented with a glare at the screen. I'm glad we're not living with that head, Tokage snarled. Bakugo was walking back to the group, proud that he put Izuku in his place. The girls in 101A glared at the blonde boy. He then stared at Ida. Lucky for you that I wasn't at the track with you, otherwise you would have stumbled and the highest score in this test will go to me, Bakugo taunted at Ida. This isn't a competition, Ida shouted back. Izuku walked back dejected with Hagakure patting him in the back. The boy thanked the girl. Nice going, Midoriya. Mineta sarcastically praised Izuku. Thanks for taking one for the team on this test. Mineta went to the starting line and saw Yaoyorozu on the line. The elegant girl was glaring at the boy from behind while kicking her shoes off. I hope she accidentally destroys her shirt and her bra, Mineta thought creepily. As soon as gunshot was heard, Yaoyorozu's feet began to glow and she was blasting through the finish line with her rocket-powered inline skates. That got Mineta to stumble after missing his great ball, thanks to the skates. Bakugo was flabbergasted when he saw his score got to third place. So, think you can take on both Ida and Yaoyorozu at the same time? Jiro smugly asked Bakugo, as he sneered at her. You should watch out for yourself, because you are one of the weaker extras, Bakugo sneered. I hope that gets expelled. He thought in anger. In the gym, the grip strength test has started. The outliers are Kurashima, Shoji, and Jiro. The latter one used her earphone jack wires wrapped around the grip measure machine which gave her 99 kilograms. On Izuku's turn, he gripped his machine and it was 145 kilograms. I guess lifting the fridge last night really paid off, Jiro said witnessing the score. Is he using his quirk? Ida asked while impressed. That's the thing, Ribbit, Tsuyu answered. He isn't. Most of the students came by looking impressed. He just lucked out, Mineta commented, glaring at Izuku. He looked at his machine and got 34 kilograms. Definitely, lucked out, Mineta repeated. As Yaoyorozu created a table holder and used it on her machine giving her 360 kilograms. What the? Bakugo sneered, there's no way a quirkless freak, like Deku, can get this high. Next to the blonde, Oyama is glaring at Bakugo. Outside the sand pit, the students are now at standing long jump. Izuku knew he wasn't going to win this one. He needs his legs to continue, so he can't use his quirk on them. Aoyama, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Tokyami, Bakugo, and Yaoyorozu were the ones that will get the high score. Bakugo was glaring at the elegant girl who was in the air wearing shoes with springs on the soles riding a hang glider. If only her bra really did break off, Mineta muttered. I would love to see those fun bags. Izuku hearing that is clearly starting to be annoyed with the short boy's perverted attitude. On the repeated side steps, Mineta was clearly dominating this test. He was bouncing betweens. Midoriya, Ojiro talked to Izuku, your sidestepping is good, it almost matched mine. How did you do that? I was training in my friend's dojo, Izuku answered, she's in class 101B. I'm sure she and I will help you out if you want to join. Ojiro nodded in approval. It was the ball throw test, as Bakugo already did his at the start he was out. When Uraraka took a turn he threw her ball away and it never returned to the ground scoring her infinity which causes Bakugo to look in complete shock. The girl stick her tongue out at Bakugo. It didn't help that Kota had the birds to fly the ball further than Bakugo's own throw. When Todoroki entered, Aizawa didn't give him the ball. Todoroki, I know you're holding back, Aizawa criticized. Any reason why you're half-assing these tests? I don't want to use that side, Todoroki sneered. Well, you're going to have to, Aizawa argued as he tossed the ball to Todoroki. What if you met a villain who can resist ice? So use your left side for this test, otherwise expulsion. Todoroki sighed as he held the ball on his left hand. Fire started to appear and toss the ball. He burned his left sleeve off. At least he was using his left side, Aizawa thought as Todoroki's score is 849.8 m. When Izuku's turn came up, he walked in the circle as it was his turn. This is it, Izuku thought, I should use my quirk to launch the ball, but it might hinder me on the rest of the test. Oi! Get on with, Deku, Bakugo shouted, show these extras why you shouldn't be here. Can it, you, Ashido shouted at the blonde boy. Well, here goes nothing, he said as he used his quirk as his arm started to glow and began to throw it. Before he did, his quirk suddenly disappeared as he threw the ball at 46 m. He heard Bakugo and Mineta laugh. What happened to my quirk, he asked himself. Midoriya, Aizawa said in demanding tone, what you did was reckless as you were trying to repeat what you did on the entrance exam. His scarf was wrapping around Izuku. If you used your quirk right now, you would have been on the floor crying for help as your arm is flopping like paper. Do you want to be a burden to others while civilians' lives are at stake? No, Izuku answered uneasy, I shouldn't erase her head. So you have heard of me, Aizawa said impressed, then maybe you should think outside the box, Aizawa angrily suggested, try again and, if I have to use my quirk again on you, you're out. Aizawa tossed the ball to Izuku. Oh man, what should I do, Izuku thought, I feel like I let everyone I know down. This time for sure, he looked at the class and saw some of them worried about him, while the rest are judging him. Bakugo and Mineta was grinning in satisfaction. He even saw the girls in class 101 be hiding in the bushes and they are looking at him with concern as well. Wait, what are they doing here? Aren't they supposed to be in the opening ceremony? Are you going to waste more time, Deku, or are you going to throw the ball? Bakugo shouted out. Damn it, if only I had to know how to use my quirk in my fingertips. Wait, that's it. I will use my quirk on my finger, Izuku thought as he winded up. I will keep touching the ball. Izuku began throwing the ball, having his finger glowing green, giving the ball a much-needed knockback. He pressed the ball with the glowing finger. Smash, Izuku shouted as the ball went through the air and it landed nearly the same distance to Bakugo's. I'm still standing, Aizawa-sensei, Izuku replied as his finger is broken. Heh, this kid, Aizawa commented as he was impressed as he showed Izuku's score 705.3 m. You did it, Dikairu, Uraraka cheered. Most amazing, Ida said as he clapped. Nice going, Ribbit, Sue complimented. You did great, Midori, Ashido cheered. Way to go, Hagakure jumped. Heh, nice job, Greenie, Jiro said crossing her arms impressed. Not bad, Yaoyorozu complimented while clapping. Exquisite, Oyama cheered, while Shoji gave Izuku a thumbs up. Come on, Mineta complained, he broke his finger. He's not special. The 101B girls were clapping at Izuku making sure they are not caught. What the, Bakugo thought, there's no way anyone will get a quirk at that age. Was he faking his quirkless all his life? Was it to make a better origin story than mine? His fists begin to enlight, if so, then I will get the bottom of this. DKU. You, Bakugo shouted as he shoved some extras aside, rushing towards Izuku, you were faking that you were quirkless to destroy my origin story. I'll destroy you. What the, Bakugo was wrapped around Aizawa's scarf. The class 101B girls had Kendo, Pony, and Kodai Furious tied up in Shiozaki's vines, with the vine girl covering Kendo's mouth. Komori is on Kendo's hands that got enlarged. Yanagi was wrapping around Pony's upper body to prevent the horse girl from using her horns. Tokage was wrapping around Kodai with her detached hands covering Kodai and Pony's mouths. Kendo, Pony, Kodai, Shiozaki pleaded, we'll be in trouble if we attack that sinner of pride who might as well be the sinner of wrath. Seriously. Calm down you three, Tokage commanded, geez, we don't want to be caught by skipping the opening ceremony. Really, Bakugo? Aizawa scolded the blonde boy, trying to injure a classmate with unregistered quirk attack? In front of a pro hero, he drilled into Bakugo's eyes, not only I would have expelled you, but you would be sent to a one-way trip to Tartarus. I wanted answers from Deku, Bakugo shouted back, he fake his. You think your Tai school district would allow you to do whatever you want? Aizawa interrupted glaring into Bakugo more, well, guess what? UA University is not them. Do you know what I do to punks that have 0 rescue points, starts fights with other students, and attacking other students because of their fragile egos? I expel those punks that are just like you. You're no hero if you keep this up. The world doesn't revolve around you. I will report this to the dean. I'm sure he will approve that. I will assign you mandatory anger management with Hound Dog, which you desperately need. Now, get your together, or go home. Aizawa cancelled his quirk and released Bakugo. I'm getting dry eye. Mineta, you're next. Bakugo was walking to the group with a bunch of students glaring at him. He just rolled his eyes and looked at Mineta throwing the ball. He great boy did an abysmal score, putting him on the bottom. To add insult to injury, Yaoyorozu made a cannon and fired her ball that got her second place on the test. The rest of the tests were nothing special. Despite his injury, Izuku did decent enough on the sit-ups and the distance. The latter saw Yaoyorozu had created a solar scooter, putting her and Ida in a tie. The final results have been viewed on the scoreboard. Place, name, name. First, Yaoyorozu Momo. 11th, Todoroki Shoto. 2nd, Bakugo Katsuki. 12th, Kota Koji. 3rd, Ida Tenya. 13th, Sato Rikdo. 4th, Tokoyami Fumikage. 14th, Azui Tsuyu. 5th, Shoji Mizo. 15th, Aoyama Yuga. 6th, Ojiro Mashiro. 16th, Shiro Hanta. 7th, Kirishima Ijiro. 17th, Kaminari Denki. 8th, Ashido Mina. 18th, Jiro Kyoka. 9th, Uraraka Ochako. 19th, Hagakure Toru. 10th, Midoriya Izuku. 20th, Mineta Minoru. Izuku sighed in relief that he didn't get last. "Nuu," Mineta cried, "it should have been one of these losers." "Not me," he accusingly pointed his fingers at both Izuku and Jiro. "Good riddance." The girls minus Yaoyorozu of class 101A and 101B thought bitterly at the crying short boy. "No one is getting expelled," Aizawa said. "It was a logical ruse." 2M saved, Mineta cried in relief, much to all the girls' annoyance. "I'm safe." "Sadly, he's right," Yaoyorozu said. "He was trying to scare us into doing our best." "Should I have mentioned it sooner?" "Correct, Yaoyorozu," Aizawa said, "though that does not mean you are safe from the chopping block." "Mineta," the short boy stopped cheering. "I did some background checks on your records, and they are suspiciously clean, bringing up red flags by your perverted attitude. If I heard a complaint that you sexually assaulted a female classmate, kiss your hero career goodbye." Mineta freezes up. "Now all your syllabus are on your desks, the spares are in your dorm rooms." He then looked aside at the bushes. "And I would like that some of Kant's problem students would please get out of the bushes." Out of all the places to hide to skip the opening ceremony, the 7 of you had to choose to hide near this field? Busted, Tokage shrieked. As the rest of the class 101B girls stood up as they were caught. "It's my lucky day," Mineta shouted as he leered at the girls in the sister class. "Hotties from 101B came here to come see me." The girls of class 101B looked disgusted. "Mineta, I will change my mind and expel you today if you make one more comment. I should also request some mandatory appointments with Hound Dog, as well," Aizawa warned. "Kendo, Kodai, Komori, Shiozaki, Tsunatori, Tokage, Yanagi. The dean wants to meet you all at his office. He knows before you left the ceremony." "Bakugo, Mineta, I messaged Hound Dog as you have appointments in the next 30 minutes. And if I have received a message that neither of you are there, you're both expelled. The rest can do whatever they want, go to their dorms and study, train at the gyms, or make some dinner for your dorm mates." "Yes, sensei," everyone said as the 101A students headed to the lockers while the 101B girls head to the dean's office. "After the field is cleared," Aizawa just sighed. "You can come out as well, All Might." The girls in class 101B had better hiding skills, Aizawa demanded. "Any particular reason why you are here?" "I have to say that was a dirty trick," the number 1 hero responded as he got out of the bushes. "You have expelled everyone in class 101A last year." "You got it from the students who got 0 rescue points," Aizawa corrected. "I expelled those punks while demoting the others in general education for a lack of a spine to stand up against them. The demoted students got better after sports festival and are now in class 102A. "Young Mineta, I can understand, but aren't you too light on young Bakugo?" Yagi argued. "He nearly attacked young Midoriya in front of you." "Yes, I admit I was too light, but that boy needs to learn that not everything is all about him," Aizawa counterpoint. "HPSC will catch wind of his expulsion and will take him in, as Kanzan warned." Some of those expelled students are currently working for the HPSC because they care about flashy quirks more than safety. Not to mention, thanks to these vultures, the HPSC has me on their list. Meaning if I get rid of their high potentials, my hero license is revoked. They can do that, Yagi shockingly asked. Why didn't they try revoke mine? I clearly did some things that will get under HPSC's radar. That's because you're effective as a hero, Aizawa answered. If they did, then crime rates will go back up from 8% to double digits. Which means the students need to reach their full potential in case you retire. If by that logic, then why is young Todoroki in second place? All Might skeptically asked. He only uses fire as his quirk is half cold, half hot at the ball throw. His burned scar on his left eye might have a reason why he didn't use his fire side, Aizawa answered. I will assigning him with mandatory quirk counseling with Hound Dog starting tomorrow. The dog needs his rest after some quick appointments with a pervert and an egomaniac. Still, did you have to single out young Midoriya, as well? All Might asked. Your successor needs to learn how to use his quirk without breaking himself, Aizawa answered. So far, he's starting out good, but neither of us can hold his hand forever. If he doesn't, then the quirk you passed will be all for naught. I can see that, All Might replied. I have to prepare for forensic training tomorrow. Just don't show favoritism towards Midoriya, Aizawa warned. The students aren't dumb. Man, I can't believe the chicks in 101 began to see us, Zero said in the boys' changing room. Do you think they notices us on our exams? I'm sure they do, Kirishima replied. Any reason why they are here? I think they wanted to know if the class 101A girls are okay, Jiro answered in thought. I mean, we have Mineta and Bakugo in our class. Seeing that the former is creeping out the girls while the latter nearly attacked Midoriya. I'm right here, Mineta complained. Everyone else ignored him, while Bakugo just rolled his eyes. It's still a disgrace to skip ceremonies, Ida said. He looked around. Has anyone seen Midoriya? He asked, looking for the green-haired boy. He got dressed to his uniform and most likely headed to the nurse's office, Shoji answered. He did break his finger. Seriously, what's so special about it? Mineta asked in a complaining tone. Everyone was cheering for it, everyone still ignored him. It could have been worse, Denki replied. I mean, he did broke his legs and one arm to take out the Rouge Zero pointer. I mean, Ida, Shoji, and Aoyama saw it, did they? Oui, Aoyama answered. It's like my naval laser, not as sparkly, but it still hurts my stomach. Reason why I have this belt on. Todoroki was nodding along. Bakugo is rolling his eyes even more. TCH, the Frenchie can't handle his own quirk, Bakugo muttered to himself. He should have dropped out along with the extras below him. The same with the other extras beneath Deku. He looked at his hand and gripped it harder. You're gonna give me answers, you and your ES. All 7 of the girls were sitting in front of Dean Nizu and Vlad King. I'm a mouse, a dog, or a bear, the dean announced, but most importantly, I'm the dean. Now I know why you are all here. We ditched opening ceremony, Shiozaki said in guilt, and hid by the bushes in the field with another professor nearby. Exactly, Nizu replied cheerfully, creeping the girls out. Now, why would you all want to skip the ceremony? Boring, Kodai answered. Every girl looked at her like she pressed a self-destruct button. What she means, Kadeakan and Tokaji-kan were bored and wanted to leave, Kendo clarified. Shiozaki and I didn't want to go out. But you two did, Tokage argued. You wanted to see if Parsley is okay, so don't throw me and Ray under the bus. Me at fault for getting Ibichan Shiozaki-kan involved, Pony admitted as she stood up and bowed. Me sorry. Adorable, Nizu and Vlad King thought, must protect. 3 wanted to sleep next to Reiko, Komori admitted while Yanagi stared at her. Since WWE are in truffle, I want to admit our motive. Then, why didn't you ask me for a seat rearrangement? Vlad King asked. It would have saved you both girls the trouble. You were asleep, Tokage defended. I was faking it, Vlad King said. Every year I always see someone in my class going adventurous. I put too much focus my spirits on the dean that I didn't catch on, Vlad King, Yanagi admitted, and being tired too might have hindered my spirits as well. Now that you girls gave a motive, I will first reward some extra credit for not making a scene in the atrium, Nizu said, confusing the girls. But you did sneak out and I will assign all of you an essay on why you shouldn't skip opening ceremonies. The girls nodded, and what you should do to not get caught again. Huh? The girls responded flabbergasted. And you better not come back with an injury every single day. Midoriya, recovery girl, scolded the boy. What will you do if I am not here? Retire, or worse, died? 2 will find a way, Izuku replied weary as he left the nurse's office. 2 have to find out how. You better, the healing heroine commented as she slammed the door shut. Finding out is the hard part, Izuku muttered. He walked down and saw the 101B girls leave the dean's office. Oh, hey, he greeted. Hey, Parsley, Tokage replied tired. How was your visit to the nurse's office? Kendo, Komori, Yanagi, and Shiozaki glared at the lizard girl. Hey, don't look at me. Rei came up with getting out of ceremony in the first place, she argued, pointed her thumb at Kodai who texted her phone. Tokage looked at her phone and glared at the stoic girl. Accusing me being the instigator isn't an excuse, and leave Applejack out of it. She doesn't know any better. Pony was blushing in embarrassment. Getting scolded for breaking my bones, Izuku answered, scratching his head, ignoring Tokage and Kodai's argument. How about you girls? Got lectured, Kendo replied. We have a due of first day homework on why we shouldn't skip the ceremony. Or how not to get caught, Tokage added. She got her foot stomped by Kendo. Not to mention, Reiko and I could have asked Vlad King to switch seats with another student, Komori ranted. I would have slept on her and vice versa. Save us from all this truffle, Izuku was about to ask. Yes, Yanagi interrupted. Kanoko and I are bonded by the souls. Which means they're dating, Tokage clarified. Oh, okay, Izuku said. I mean, my mom once dated Aunt Mitsuki. The girls 101B looked disgusted. No, they are not related by blood, Izuku rephrased. They were very, very close friends. The girls calmed down. Wait, Shiozaki, Izuku asked the vine-haired girl. Aren't you concerned about Komori and Yanagi are in a relationship? Is that a problem? Shiozaki asked, glaring at the boy. The Lord says to believe love is love no matter what the partners are. As long as children and animals like pets are not involved. Well, that's good to know, Izuku replied in fear. He then felt a vibrate on his phone. He took it out and read a message. Kodai, do you know that douchebag? He seems to know you? Also, why did he call you, Deku? Izuku looked at Kodai. She was looking at him blankly, but her eyes are telling a different story. The others looked at Kodai's message as well. Now that you mentioned it, Kendo commented, what is it with Bakugo? He's like he has it out against you. Like your existence riles him up, Tokage continued. It's complicated, Izuku answered vaguely. Kaken and I were childhood friends. He just got his quirk as kid, while mine was dormant until the entrance exams. He is brash. Kodai, that doesn't excuse him of being a douchebag. You can say that again, Izuku just sighed. As I told you before, my quirk came in late, like entrance exam late. It just happened, Izuku answered. I used to look up to him. I hope he can change, Izuku muttered. Part of me wants to help him, but after those incidents today, I just don't know. Midoriya, Kendo replied. Bakugo insulted everyone including you. He was acting like a sore loser when someone beats him. He never got a single rescue point in the entrance exam. He even tried to attack you in front of a pro hero. He called you a quirkless freak as well as Deku, meaning in his term, useless. I think you should move on from him. That boy has two of the deadly sins of pride and wrath, Shiozaki added. I might add envy, seeing that he was upset that anyone beat his scores in the tests. Parsley, my man, Setsuna continued, seeing what that has done, none of us share the same view on him as you do. Izuku is looking down and uncertainly. Maybe they are right, but he wants to believe Bakugo is still someone Izuku will inspire from. I'll think about it, Izuku conceded uncertainly. The girls were about to continue to consider it, but Pony held her hand up. We can't force him, Pony said. If we do, we scare him away. I guess you're right, Pony-chan, Kendo admitted. I'm sure you would figure it out yourself, right, Midoriya-kun? Too, I'm sure, Izuku answered. Thanks, girls. He bowed to Kendo and the rest of the girls. He heads to the entrance. Izuku headed out and saw Ida, Uraraka, and Shinso waiting at front. Hey, Dikairu, Uraraka greeted. How was your finger? Better, now, Izuku answered. Met with the other girls in 101B that will be busy tonight with their homework. Silver lining is at least Ashido and Hagakure is without a partner in crime tonight. Looks like we won't get any workout with Kendo then, Uraraka admitted. It was disrespectful to skip the open ceremony, Ida commented. I think it should be beneficial to know what the dean has to say. I say none of you missed much, Shinso argued. I fell asleep throughout it. Besides, everything we needed to know was already on everyone's syllabus. Have you no shame? Ida screeched. Well, I rather fall asleep than get scared to expulsion, Uraraka commented. though I'm sure Deku will try to stay awake as he's trapped between Bakugo and the pervert. I wish Izuku actually pull through on the expulsion on the ladder. Bakugo? Izuku asked. You too, Ida scolded at Uraraka, and Mineta's attitude is questionable, but he shouldn't be expelled. I'll try to take notes, Izuku agreed, and maybe try to prevent Mineta from sleeping on Yaoyorozu. I think I would have asked Izuku to switch seats with him because knowing Mineta, he'd rather stay awake rather than sleeping on a guy. Maybe I should work out, Shinso said, that could get me a seat, hopefully take that pervert's seat. Please do, Uraraka pleaded, maybe we should ask a professor permission to use a gym. We could use it to strengthen ourselves and raise our endurance. Someone say permission, President Mike announced. Well, you have permission to use it until 2008 p.m. every day. We're a hero university, and we need all the training we can get even if I lose one of my listeners. Thanks President Mike Sensei, Izuku said. Can I have your autograph? Handing the hero his notebook. Where did that notebook come from? President Mike asked, but laughed and signed the notebook. Bakugo is sitting on the sofa looking at Hound Dog. So, do you know why you are hair? The dog hero asked. Bakugo just looked at him. No clue, Bakugo answered rudely. The real reason why your hair is your attitude, Hound Dog replied. It really isn't heroic by attacking another student just because they beat Uraraka. Well, Deku was lying all his life quirkless, Bakugo argued. No one has manifested a quirk this age. Why would Midoriya be doing that? Hound Dog asked. Do you think he would risk himself a target against quirkless discrimination for all those years just to say he has a quirk when he is older? Well, yeah, Bakugo answered. Deku's doing it because he is looking down on me. Looking down on you? Hound Dog asked flabbergasted. What do you mean? The times he involved himself trying to be hero, Bakugo sneered. He got involved jumping in when I was drowsing in the river when we were kids. Hound Dog stared at the boy. He did it again when I was heroically trying to fight the sludge villain, but he had to screw it up, too. You were the victim of the sludge villain incident? Hound Dog asked. I hate to bring it up, but how did you fight the villain? Hound Dog knew that All Might stopped the sludge villain. I was trying to use my explosive quirk to fight against the villain, Bakugo proudly said. I had it under control, until Deku rushed in and screwed everything up. He snarled. He threw his own stuff at the villain and tried digging me out to be a hero. None of it worked, and it is until All Might saved our lives. After some interviews and praises, I went to Deku to tell him off that I didn't need his help. You don't think that Midoriya is helping you, right? Hound Dog asked, shocking Bakugo. Didn't you listen to my stories? Bakugo asked in disbelief. Yes, I did, Hound Dog answered, and it sounds like he was saving you from drowning at the river. Not to mention the sludge villain incident that the villain was using your explosive quirk to make the scene more destructive to make a getaway. Bakugo glared at Hound Dog. From what I've heard from All Might, he said one of his workers witnessed Midoriya running to you and the sludge villain and threw his stuff at the villain's eye. All Might finished the job. He also said that Midoriya's feet moved on their own to attempt to rescue you. What the hell does all that mean? Bakugo asked in confusion. It means that if Midoriya is looking down on you, he wouldn't have saved you from drowning at the river, Hound Dog answered honestly. He would have just walked away from the sludge villain incident thinking that nothing has happened. Bakugo was staring at the hero. His memories are showing on how Deku saved his from drowning when they were kids. He also thought on how Deku tried to save Bakugo from sludge villain, saying that his feet moved on his own. Did you ever thank Midoriya? Hound Dog asked. No, Bakugo answered. Why should I? Heroes get rewarded with praise from civilians and other pro heroes, which helps motivate them continue hero works, Hound Dog said. However, some just go as far to unhealthy sacrifice themselves to save everyone while not everyone wants to be saved. So, I should kiss everyone's ass if they do a good? Bakugo asked. No, you should at least say thank you when someone saves your life, Hound Dog said. We should continue this tomorrow, but keep our session in mind. We're trying to help you. Whatever, Bakugo sneered as he left Hound Dog's office is walking back to dorm 101B after his appointment with Hound Dog. After nearing his dorms, Bakugo then looked at dorm 101A. Realizing Deku was living in the same dorms as the girls, maybe he should get answers from him. If not Deku, then Izzy as well. Bakugo barged in dorm 101A. He looked around seeing Earlobes was listening to music lying on one of the couches in her uniform as her blazer is off and her shoes were on the floor. Raccoon Eyes and Nafis are on the dining room table gossiping. Rich is reading a book with her legs crossed. Frog Face is looking at a recipe book. They noticed the boy and glared at him. The hell do you want? Earlobe sneered. Do you have permission to be here? The other girls notices Bakugo and glared at him as well. Where's Deku, Round Face, and Carrot Top? Bakugo demanded. They're not here, ribbit the Frog Face. So could you please leave? Nafis asked. Midnight Sensei and 13 Sensei said that you aren't allowed here unless you're invited. Do you know who I am? Bakugo snarled. Yes, a douchebag, Earlobes answered bluntly as she stood up. Bakugo walked towards her while Rich went up to guard Earlobes as Frog Face walked in the room. Ahem, Bakugo and 101A girls looked at the door and more extras showed up, with Mushroom Head hiding behind Ghostface. I don't know what your problem is, but I'm sure you're not welcome here, Carrot Top sternly said. Actually, you're the person I want to see, Bakugo replied as marched to Carrot Top. You're the other of Deku's. I want answers from you since Round Face refused to give me hers. And what if I don't? Carrot Top sneered back. Clearly, someone is clearly jealous on how your score got beaten. If you gave a damn about rescuing others, you would have been first. Well, clearly none of you got in because of your pity points, Bakugo argued. None of you wouldn't have been in the hero courses without of them. The rest of the girls rolled their eyes. Dear Lord, please watch over the sinner of pride, wrath, and envy, Vinehead muttered. What was that? Bakugo demanded the religious girl. You're sinning in pride, wrath, and envy, Vinehead answered glaring at Bakugo, though sinner of wrath best describes you. Great, a religious freak, Bakugo sneered. What next, another annoying foreigner? That's not nice, Horseface shouted in English. She made a pout face. Adorable, must protect, Bakugo thought. Where the hell did that come from? Please leave, before you get into trouble, Mushroomhead stuttered as she was standing between Bakugo and Carrot Top. WWE shouldn't fight a fungus ourselves. Bakugo looks at the mushroom girl, that posture reminds him of Deku. How he kept looking down on him ever since Bakugo got his quirk. You should mind your own business, Mushroomhead. Bakugo snarled at girl, are you looking down on me for being weak? What? The girls replied. Don't play dumb, you all are into Deku's trick, Bakugo continued. All of you are looking down on me because Deku told everything behind my back. Well, guess what? I am the next #1 hero, you all are nothing but extras. Please stop. You Mushroomhead cried. And then there's you, Bakugo interrupted her pointing an accusing finger. You cry like that worthless petal when he was from elementary school all the way to high school. Well, I bet your quirk is. That's enough, Deku shouted as he and Roundface are at the door, glaring at Bakugo. Deku, I want answers from you, Bakugo sneered as he marched towards Deku. He doesn't want to give you answers, Roundface sneered standing in front of Deku, neither should anyone else. Shut up, Roundface, Bakugo shouted at Uraraka, I am getting answers from. Bakugo, I said that's enough, Deku shouted. So you're looking down on me, Bakugo accused, I should have known that pitted me and think. Looking down on you for being weak? Looking down on you for pity? Deku snarled, I can't believe you. Here, I thought that you were going to be a great hero, but what do I see instead? A barging into our dorms trespassing demanding my presence. Who is screaming at Komori who was trying to be nice and defuse this fight? She's now crying, afraid, Mushroomhead was shivering while her eyes are tearing. Does that sound heroic to you? I defended you, looked up to you, and tried to save you twice, one from nearly drowning at a river when we were kids and the other from the sludge villain, that you said you had under control. Why did I waste my time trying to befriend, rescue, and inspire you to a selfish like you? Heathen crackled. I thought you would have changed for the better after I saved your sorry twice, both of which I still don't regret, and if my quirk manifested at a late age. But look at me now, a naive idiot now realizing that my childhood friend is a complete while you just look down on every else thinking they are not important as yourself. Bakugo looked at Deku completely speechless, remembering all the memories where Deku did save Bakugo's life. Most of girls are really glaring at Bakugo more while some are comforting Mushroomhead. Got something to say, Bakugo? Deku asked, if not, please leave and never return. TCH, whatever, Bakugo sneered as he left. Unknown to Bakugo, a girl with a blank face flipped him off. After Bakugo's unwanted visit, Izuku has a deep breath on the couch as Uraraka gave him a glass of water. The class 101B. Though the girls ask if Komori is okay, though she did say yes, are doing their homework while Tsuyu with Ashido and Hagakure volunteering to help so they can learn to cook themselves is doing some cooking as she learned to cook as she has siblings and her parents aren't home all the time. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said, as she sat next to him, I thank you for standing up for our dorm mates. Tu just did what I thought was right, Izuku replied. Tu might have been a little overboard. A little overboard? Jiro interrupted, you just put that douchebag in his place. That's pretty rad. Yeah, Uraraka agreed, he just rudely barged in our dorm, but standing up to him and telling him off. I didn't know you had it in you, Deku. Though did you really mean that, even if you saved Bakugo's life, did not regret your decisions? Yaoyorozu asked curiously. Yes, Izuku replied, if I let him die, I would have been living in guilt by not saving his life. Even if he is AJ. I see, Yaoyorozu said as she closed her eyes in guilt, I have judged you too harshly. What do you mean? Uraraka asked. Well, at first, when I heard you broke your arm and legs using your quirk at the entrance exam I thought you were too reckless. However, after I heard you used it to save Uraraka and Kendo as well as standing up for us against that barbarian, you are a good person at heart, Midoriya. Sadly, my stubbornness got the best of me. Yaoyorozu stood up and bowed. I apologize for my misjudgment. You didn't have to do that, Izuku replied. To mean I would also be skeptical. Take her apologies, Deku. Uraraka interrupted as she slapped Izuku's arm. Yamamoto knows she's in the wrong, and I say she should be given a second chance. Yamamoto? Izuku and Yaoyorozu asked. Yao from Yaoyorozu and Momo combined, Uraraka said. It's easier to remember than Yaoyorozu. I have no arguments there, Yamamoto happily answered. You all can call me that. Well, two should befriend all of you, Izuku replied, scratching his head. We will be living with ourselves in this dorm in 3 years. Thus being a heir to Yaoyorozu family, two can see why Yamamoto would keep her guard up. The rich girl chuckled uneasy, looking away. There you go, Greenie, Jiro said. If anyone's give you, all of us will have your back. Thanks, Izuku replied. After finishing cooking as well as homework, everyone is on the dining room table eating dinner. Midoriya saw Komori is still upset. He asked her to come to the kitchen. Is something, Komori-kun? Izuku asked in concern. I tease that bully, Komori said. He reminds me of those JS that bully Madame when I was a little shroom. What are they like? Izuku asked. They make fun of me because of my quirk, Komori said. They say it's disgusting and evil. They also made fun of my appearance, thinking that I'm very ugly. I don't think you're ugly, instead you look cute, Izuku said. I'm sure Yanagi-kun thinks so, too. Why do you doubt yourself when you two are dating? Komori is blushing, he continued. You also wanted to be an idol heroine. The smile you made when Yanagi-kun praises you, as he moved the mushroom girl's hair revealing her star eye. I mean your eyes seem to fit as they have star pupils. Thank you very much, Midoriya-kun. Komori bowed. Thanks for making me feel better. Well, let's get back to the table before we get in trouble from your girlfriend, Izuku joked. As Komori giggled. Komori that walked to Yanagi and whispered to her, Amanita cuddle. After dinner, my soulmate Yanagi whispered back. Smut alert. After dinner, everyone headed to their own rooms. With the expectation of two. Reiko and Kanoko were in the latter's room. Reiko was wearing an oversized lavender long-sleeve shirt with purple shorts. She was wearing black slippers and purple and gray striped knee socks. Her left sock was slid down to her ankle. Kanoko was in her red pajamas with white dots. Both are sitting on Kanoko's bed. So what did you talk to Midoriya-kun about? Reiko asked. You seemed cheerful after you both talked. Midoriya-kun cheered me up after that came in, Kanoko replied shivering. 3M glad he's in another class, but. I know, Reiko said as she hugged the mushroom girl. She then put her finger on her lips. What did he say? Said that I'm not ugly, instead I am cute, Kanoko answered. Said that why would I doubt myself when I have a girlfriend like you, Reiko. Also, said that we will be in trouble if he hogs me too much instead of you. Oh, you know me too well, my soulmate. Reiko wrapped her arms around Kanoko. Shrimp. Kanoko said, your cuddles feel good as always. She then smiled, though I want something more. Like this, Reiko replied, as she leaned to Kanoko's lips and kissed them. The mushroom girl kissed back. Their tongues were wrestling inside their mouths. As soon as they released the kiss, Reiko asked, how was our soul bond? Lovely, Kanoko replied, maybe I shouldn't be more comfortable. She took off her pajama top showing her red bra. The girl is a short stack. Reiko kissed all over her belly. Kanoko giggled, Reiko, that tickles. I know, Reiko said. She began licking Kanoko's belly, causing the latter to giggle more. After 5 minutes of belly worshipping, the ghost girl pulled her girlfriend's pajama pants off, showing the mushroom girl's red panties. I think I can make it more interesting, Reiko said. She took off her own shirt. She is not wearing a bra, showing her cup S. My spirits told me not to wear bra at this hour. Touch them if you must. Don't mind if I touch those shrimmers, Kanoko said as she interfered at her girlfriend's S. She leaned in a lick Reiko's right boba point. The ghost girl sobbed in pleasure. Kanoko continued licking it until she switched to the left boba point. She began to kiss Reiko's belly. Kanoko also used her hands to pull of Reiko's shorts, revealing the ghost girl's black panties. Reiko lifted her legs to help Kanoko strip her shorts. It even slips her socks off her feet. My goodness, soulmate, Reiko sobbed, you must been possessed by a succubus. I must perform an exorcist ion on you. Reiko got herself on top on her girlfriend and touched a bed sheet. She then used her poltergeist quirk to tie the sheets on Kinko's wrists to the bedposts, 1 wrist per post. But first, Rikyo said, as went to one of Kanoko's drawers and grabbed a red gag piece using her poltergeist to hover it. Reiko then went back on Kanoko and tickled the mushroom girl's armpits. The gag flew into Kanoko's mouth and its strap tied around her head. As soon as the gag strap was tied, Reiko hovered her hands over the bounded girl's bra. Let's get started, she said as she undid Kanoko's bra. Kanoko playfully whimpered as her D-cup boba s were released. Reiko licked her lips and began kissing Kanoko's shrimmers. She even nibbled her girlfriend's boba point s, causing the bounded girl to giggle while gagged. Reiko kissed down to Kanoko's belly. Reiko slid down Kanoko's panties, leaving the mushroom girl fully naked. Looks like my exorcist ion is nearly complete, Reiko muttered. The spirits say that I should bear it all, too. She then stripped her own panties. Reiko then positioned herself on top of her girlfriend in a 69 position. Like what you see? Reiko asked, shaking her bear to Kanoko. The mushroom girl muffled yes and nodding excitably. Well, it's time to finish it, Reiko continued as she began licking Kanoko's. She licked the walls while the bound girl was sobbing. Kanoko was looking at Reiko's in pleasure. She was enjoying everything her girlfriend was doing to her. She was drooling if she didn't start it already on her gag. Her boba point s hardened more and her body was sweating. Her face was completely red. Kanoko was starting to feel something more pleasurable and shouted and muffled to tell Reiko to let her. Sounds like it's almost finished, Reiko announced. She got off Kanoko and crawled in front of the ladders. Reiko continued licking the mushroom girl's inner walls. Kanoko was begging more and more. As soon as stopped licking, she opened her mouth wide open. Released your spirits, she exclaimed. Kanoko just screamed in muffles as she released her love juices at Reiko's face. Some landed inside her mouth. Reiko swallowed all of the juices inside her mouth and wiped her face with one of her hands. She crawled to Kanoko's face and used her quirk on the gag to release Kanoko's mouth. Shroom, Kanoko exclaimed, that was great. How did I do? Couldn't agree better, my soulmate, Reiko answered. She put her hand with Kanoko's, lick this hand as a starting part of a reward from a successful exorcist ion. Kanoko licked her own love juices on Reiko's hand. And the rest? Kanoko asked. The ghost girl giggled and placed her own in front of Kanoko. Does this answer your question? Reiko replied. Yes, Kanoko answered as she begins licking Reiko's inner walls. Now, what to do? Reiko muttered as looked at the rest of Kanoko's body. She began interfere ing Kanoko's s. She leaned down and licked her girlfriend's boba point s. After a few minutes of worship, Reiko looked at Kanoko's tummy. What should I do with my soulmate's belly? She teased. Should I do this? Reiko tickled Kanoko's belly. Reiko. Kanoko giggled while still licking her girlfriend's inner walls. Stop it. You know how ticklish my belly is. Or, should I do this? Reiko continued, as she put her lick on Kanoko's belly button and then kissed it repeatedly. Eek, Kanoko laughed, Yuri doing it on purpose. Then why are shrimmers hardening? Reiko asked looking back to her girlfriend. Kanoko blushed harder while licking harder. Reiko continued to kiss, lick, and even play with the mushroom girl's belly, especially her belly button. Eventually, Reiko felt something in her. Kinoko, I'm going to release my spirits, she warned. Release them, Kinoko replied, I want them in my mouth. She continued licking to make her girlfriend faster. Reiko was grunting more and more. She whimpered in pleasure. She couldn't help it no more. Kinoko. Reiko burst out, releasing her at Kinoko's face. The mushroom girl swallowed some that got in her mouth and licked some of her lips. Yummy, Kinoko appeased, you are the best, Reiko, best to make a girl spore. There is still some of my released spirits at your face, Reiko commented. She turned to her girlfriend's face and licked her own juice off the said face. Reiko said, swallowing her own, I might give you my final reward. Reiko kissed Kinoko's lips again. After the kiss, Reiko then asked, do you think they will mind us resting in the same realm with each other? I'm not sure about keeping me captured, Kinoko answered, but I'm sure there wouldn't be any truffle on us sleeping in the same room. Fortunately, the door is locked, Reiko replied as she undid the bed sheets. I'm sure the realms are soundproof. Though if you want, I could do more. Don't make me use my mushrooms on your shroomers, Kinoko playfully threatened. However, I'm a little tired. They heard a knock at the door. I'll get this, just get some rest, my soulmate, Rikyo said as she put her shirt back on and answered the door without fully opening the door, hiding her bare bottom behind it. Oh, Kendo-kan, Shiozaki-kan, Jiro-kan. Reiko greeted the girls. Kendo is wearing her teal long-sleeve shirt with gray sweatpants and white slippers. Shiozaki is wearing her white robe with her nightgown and black slippers, while Jiro is wearing her tank top and pink sweatpants with black slippers outside. What spirits gives you all to Kinoko's realm? I could say the same to you, but I shouldn't judge, Shiozaki answered. We heard some noises from Mushi's room. Is anything okay in there? Jiro asked. Just making sure everything's alright, Kendo said. Odd, I thought the rooms are soundproof, Reiko commented. My Kinoko was stressing out with that fiend that came by and I gave her some cuddles to cheer her up. Oh, that's good, Kendo sighed in relief. Okay, Jiro replied, but try to keep the sound down. I might need to ask Professor Cementos to add more layers of soundproof between our rooms. Don't worry, my spirits are laid to rest, Reiko said. I hope you both don't mind if I spend the night in this room today. I don't mind, as long as you keep peace the rest of your night, Shiozaki replied. I'm cool with it as long as you don't wake me up later, Jiro added. I have heroic class tomorrow, so I need all the rest I can get. Good night, she headed downstairs. If you need anything, my room is on the top floor, Kendo replied as headed upstairs. May Lord look over you, Shiozaki waved as light is glowing down on her as she left. Why, never mind, Reiko was about to ask, but decided not to question it anymore. Reiko quietly shuts the door. She took off her shirt. She saw her girlfriend sleeping. Reiko smiled and kissed Kinoko's cheek. She then lay next to her and covered their naked bodies with Kinoko's bed sheets. Good night, my soulmate, Reiko said as she shut her eyes and slept. The next morning started. Izuku put on his training clothes and headed downstairs. He saw Kendo and Uraraka in their training clothes. The gravity girl looks tired. Ugh, I know I want to get stronger, Uraraka muttered, but do we have to get up that early? We agreed to start training, and I missed all of it yesterday, Kendo answered. I want to see what you, Ida, and Shinso can do as well as a couple of others. I'm surprised Kamakura-kun wanted to join in. Not to mention, Ojiro-kun joined to see and train. Shinso-kun can learn some fighting moves, Izuku agreed. I told him Eraserhead is our professor, and he wants to impress our professor. No hero is one-trick pony, Kendo said. The trio heard a cough and saw Pony was standing near them in her workout clothes holding a pack water bottles. No offense, Pony-chan, Kendo responded. None taken, Pony replied. Now, let's go. I want to train. Well, let's go, Uraraka exclaimed. We can't let them wait. The four left and headed to the fields near the forest. So, what's taking them so long? The Kamakiri Tagaru bug-like student asked impatiently. I want to make up for that boring ceremony from yesterday. Come now, Kamakura-kun. Ojiro trying to tame the mantis boy, Midoriya-san, Uraraka-san, Kenda-san, and Sundara-san are on their way. It's not noble to rush in and jump to conclusions, Ida stated, chopping his arms. Kamakiri and Shinso was about to say something. I learned that the hard way. I know, Ida interrupted. It's a disgrace. Speak of the devil, here they are, Shinso replied, seeing Izuku and the girls come to the field. Sorry we were late, Uraraka said, trying to get used to this place, still got lost a little. Not to mention me English is a work progress, Pony-chan added in guilt. I'm glad for you to join Kamakirikan, Kendo commented, but why are you interested in joining? To make up the waste of ceremony, Shinso answered for Kamakiri, much to the mantis' annoyance. I could answer that myself, but also to go against that gap in 101A class, Kamakiri added in. Izuku facebombed and sighed, knowing who the boy was talking about. Those anger management appointments better be worth it, Kendo commented. Izuku, Uraraka, Pony, Ida, and Ojiro as they nodded in agreement. So Kamakiri Tagaru, correct? Izuku asked. The boy nodded while crossing his arms. So is your quirk like a bug mutant of a praying mantis? No offense. None taken, but you're kinda close, Kamakiri answered coldly. My quirk is sharp-edged. As his sharp edges came out of his wrists. Izuku looked impressed and got a notebook out of nowhere. Where did he asked. The same thing when Shiozaki's light has come from, Kendo answered with a sweat drop. Don't question it. We should get started, Ojiro said. We have class in a few hours. We need to shower before classes. I still wonder why we have to take regular classes, Uraraka asked. To keep us educated as heroes, Ida answered. We can't become great heroes if none of us are intelligent. In book smarts or street smarts? Shinso asked. I think it's a bit of column A and a bit of column B, Kendo answered. They are put to groups. Kendo and Shinso is paired up, Ojiro and Uraraka next, then Ida and Pony, and finally Izuku and Kamakiri. Kendo was giving Shinso some pointers on how to punch and kick. Shinso was pleased by that. Ojiro was teaching some move he learned to Uraraka, making the girl know some good self-defense. Ida was using more of his legs to teach Pony some kicks. Kendo and Ojiro made note to teach them to use arms and fists. Finally it's Izuku and Kamakiri's turn. Show me what you got, Kamakiri said. Izuku nodded while he was shaking but took a deep breath to calm himself. Fight, Kendo announced. Kamakiri launched himself to Izuku with a punch. The greenette dodged it, grabbed his arm and suplexed him. Izuku then sat on top of Kamakiri. That was predictable, Izuku criticized. I had know someone who starts with his right hook. He got off and held out his hand to Kamakiri. I might not know every move Kendo taught me, but I will teach you some moves. Very well, Kamakiri responded in some respect. I just want to defeat that nearly cost me a position in the hero course. If I can't defeat anyone even without using a quirk, how can I beat him? He thinks he's the best by taking out most of the pointers, he continued. He didn't even bother to see if the other examiners are okay, saying those extras aren't worth it. Fortunately, my rescue points saved me and the other two participants from being disqualified, as we did try to save the other examiners from minor injuries from the robots. Izuku felt a twist inside his stomach. How can Bakugo be so apathetic to others? Isn't being a hero is to self-sacrifice to rescue others? Kodai and Jiro were also in the same site with him and they got nothing but negative things about Bakugo. Is the Kakenizuku nose gone? Will anger management help him? Izuku hopes that's the case, but at the same time he doubts it. Though there is something about your quirk, Midoriya, Kamakiri commented. Any reason why you hurt yourself while using it? My quirk manifested late, Midoriya answered. Day of entrance exam late, everyone else chorus. Yes, that late, Midoriya continued as the bug boy looked at him with worry and being impressed, and last time I used it broke my fingers. That's harsh, Kamakiri said. Sorry that you had to deal with this. You know, Midoriya-kun, I have been thinking, Kendo said, couldn't you spread your quirk around your entire body? Midoriya said, never thought of that, might give it a try next time. After the training, everyone head back to their dorms. Everyone has different morning classes. Izuku has history and hero arts, calculus, physics, and English all taught by midnight, ectoplasm, 13 and present mic respectively. Hero arts is a hobby for Izuku, calculus and physics can boost his hero notes, and English as it's a common language throughout the world. Some of his dorm mates are in the same classes, like Uraraka and Kodai are in physics class for example. Heck, there are some students who are second or third years in hero courses. Though there are others that have something against Izuku, like Bakugo Mineta and, a Class 101B student that Kendo warned Izuku about, Monoma Nido, who was in the same class in calculus, hero arts, and English respectively. After the morning classes Izuku with Ida, Shinso, Uraraka, Kendo, and Pony sat on the cafeteria table. Uraraka was looking at her food with sparkles in her eyes. "So good," Uraraka said as she's eating them while crying tears of joy. "Not to sound rude, but someone is very happy with food," Shinso commented. "Having financial troubles have an effect," Kendo replied, "not to mention Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida are having the first heroic class today. We had the same thing class 101A had yesterday," Pony added. She then smiled brightly. "At least we girls have head start." Kodai said, while everyone gasped her sudden appearance. "Kodai?" Izuku asked. "When did you get here?" His and the others' phones vibrate. "Kodai, I was there the whole time." Kodai then ate a tomato like an apple. "Okay," Kendo said with her sweat drop, "you're here because you wanted to be friends with Midoriya?" Kodai agreed. "Well, if you want," Izuku stuttered, "too would like to be your friend." He held out his shaky hand, which is grabbed by the quiet girl with both hands. "I would love to," Kodai said in a quiet tone. "It might be the first time I heard her voice," Shinso commented. "Though I have to wonder who the professor is on the class." Ida wondered. "It has to be a secret hero none of us known. Izuku knows that All Might is the professor of practical hero class. But he doesn't want to tell everyone about it, so he decided to change the subject. You know, Ida-kun, you seem to use Professor Midnight's charm." Izuku said. "How do you do that?" "Well, Namura Professor Kayama is my brother's girlfriend," Ida answered. "They've known each other ever since they were kids. They befriended Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei around middle school and high school with another friend. Sadly, that said friend passed away before graduation at the UA. That explains why Aizawa-sensei says the world's unfair," Uraraka said. "I guess none of us wants to end up like that." Everyone on the table nodded in agreement. "Most likely," Ida added, "it would be a disgrace and a tragedy that we lost one of our classmates." Everyone nodded as they continued to eat their lunch. "I am here," All Might announced, entering the room like a normal person. "No way," Kirishima shouted, "it's All Might. He's in his Silverage costume," Ribbit Tsuyu commented. "Now, I know you zygotes want to learn some heroics. So today's heroic fundamental class is Battle Trials," All Might said. "Battle?" Izuku thought uneasy. "Trails," Bakugo thought menacingly. "What is a hero without a costume?" All Might continued as he clicked on a remote controller. The 4 panels with numbers on walls slid out with briefcases, 5 of each with letters and numbers on it, like 101A1 to 101A20. These briefcases contain your hero costumes. Each number is depending where you are seated. For example, young Aoyama's costume is in 101A1. "So let's go to ground beta." All Might rushed out, as the students grabbed their costumes. Izuku looked at his, wondering what All Might did to his costume. "Now, to update my quirk registration, though what should I name it?" Izuku asked himself, doing some paperwork on his quirk registration and his costume built. "Should I name it Superpower? No, too generic. Decade Force? No, I feel like plagiarizing someone's work. Spark Power? No, that's not an electrical quirk." "Izuku-kun," Inko greeted, "I have something for you." "Mom, what is it?" Izuku asked as he placed the resignation papers down. "Well, I called Yaji-san and we wanted to give you something," Inko answered as Yagi entered the apartment room with a package. They opened it up and took out a costume. "Tada," both Inko and Yagi said. "Is that my?" Izuku asked in shock. "That's right, young Midoriya," Yagi answered. "Your mother called me about making a costume for you. It's still a work in progress, but it will last you throughout a month until we get better results to upgrade it." "What do you think of it?" Inko asked. "Thanks, Mom, and you too, Yaji-san," Izuku praised. "I will make sure it doesn't get damaged too much." Izuku then looked at the registration and asked, "Hey, Yaji-san, did you ever came up with a name of a quirk yourself?" Yagi wondered. "Now that you mentioned it, I didn't think of a good name, but it was Superpower last I registered." "Well, looks like that name's off the list," Izuku muttered. "Don't want to make a misunderstandings of All Might being my long-lost father." Meanwhile, a red and white hair boy with a burned scar on his left eye sneezed. "Well, why not call it Power Stockpile?" Inko said. "I mean, one for all has the ability to stockpile energy. The energy got released when the stockpile stack. However, too much of it can hurt the user." So Inko stopped as Izuku and Yagi looked at her. "Sorry," the mother replied as she blushed. "So that's where IHE got my hiss mutterings from," Izuku and Yagi thought. Anyway, Yagi continued, "I wonder what other names you have." "No, Mom's right," Izuku interrupted. "I decided my quirk is registered as Power Stockpile for now on. At Ground Beta, everyone was heading out in their hero costumes with All Might smiling in praise. Izuku is in his green jumpsuit with armor padded on his chest with his red elbow pads and knee pads. He is wearing his belt, his gloves, his red boots, gray mask resembling All Might's smile and a cowl resembling All Might's hair which looks more like a bunny rather than All Might. Wow, impressive costumes, All Might complimented, some work in progress, but still good first impression. Hagakure wearing gray shoes and gloves was scratching her head as her glove is behind her head. Uraraka was blushing looking at her hero costume, that looks like a black bodysuit with white outlines, with her gauntlets and boots that is spacey round. She has a helmet covering her face and a belt. Yaoyorozu was being stared at by other classmates with her costume which spots a red leotard with a book at back of her belt with red high-heel boots. Does it hurt Yamamo's ankles to wear shoes like those? Izuku asked himself. His mask also cancels out noise for his mutterings. Thank you All Might. Man, this class is great, Mineta blurted. I can't wait to see those other hotties in the first joint session. Izuku just shook his head, which Mineta notices. And you look like Maruko that let herself go and bears a creepy smile to make herself feel better, he sneered. Excuse me. All Might furiously thought as he heard Mineta's criticism on young Midoriya's mask. My team has put time and effort to make this mask. You're the one to talk, Izuku responded, shutting off his mask sound suppression, judging Mineta's choice of making his costume looking like a purple gremlin in a diaper. Wow, Dikairu, Uraraka said looking at Izuku's costume, your costume looks so cool. It looks like All Might and Maruko combined. That mask looks like All Might's smile and your cowl looks like bunny ears. Well, they are All Might's hairstyle, but I guess I can give some inspiration from Maruko as she is getting more viewed lately, Izuku replied as he was trying not to look at Uraraka's costume. She was viewed and looked down by others, a weak quirk, but I think there is no such thing as a weak quirk. Though your costume is cool, too. Yeah, I wanted its space theme to inspire 13, Uraraka replied, but I wasn't specific enough. At least my heels have cushions on them to reduce hard landings on my feet, she said, looking at her lifting boot behind her. Same, ribbit, Tsuyu added, I don't want to get hurt on landing after so many jumps. Tsuyu is wearing a green bodysuit with black outlines. She is also wearing gloves, black belt, her headset that looks like frog eyes, and black leg boots with frog-like feet and cushion heels. Well, that's good then, Izuku said as he was trying to not look at Tsuyu's costume. You look good too, ASU. Call me, Tsu. Tsuken, you look good with your frog theme, Izuku complimented. Now listen up, Zygotes, All Might announced, it's time to start off the battle trails. How are we going as teams? Do we destroy our opponents? Do we get penalized for stripping girls' clothing? Are we getting expelled if we fail? Does moi cape look marvelous? I will get to it, young Ida. Do you want a trip to Tartarus, young Bakugo? Yes, you will get penalized for stripping women's clothing, young Mineta. That depends what actions young Bakugo and young Mineta's actions are, young Uraraka. Yes, your cape is marvelous, young Oyama, All Might answered, as how we are choosing is randomized with 2 students per team. One team will be villains while the other will be heroes. Why would we randomize our teams? Ida asked in his armored costume that looks like Ingenium. Well, heroes can't be chosen in real life, Izuku answered. If a hero is nearby to another they need to learn to adapt with each other to work things out. 2C Ida replied, thanks for that, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded back. As young Midoriya said, you students need to learn to adapt with others for good teamwork, All Might continued, as 2 teams will be in this building containing a fake bomb. The villain team will guard the bomb for 15 minutes, while the hero team will try to get the bomb. Villain team will set up 5 minutes traps and preparations. Both teams have the ability to capture opposing team members. The winning terms will be when a team will capture both opponents, when time runs out on the villain team, or the hero team successfully touches the bomb. All Might has grabbed a box, now grab a piece of paper. The students grabbed a piece of paper. Izuku has got A, while Bakugo has got D. Well, Ashido said behind Izuku, surprising the boy, looks like we're teammates. Midori the girl was wearing her hero costume, a turquoise skin-tight bodysuit ending on top of her Boba SA domino mask, metal boots, and a tan jacket with fluffy collar and short sleeves. She leaned closer, like what you see, Ashido teased, winking. Yeah, to think your costume is cute, Izuku replied bashfully. Uraraka is glaring at the pink girl. Can we do a do-over? Mineta screamed as his partner is Jiro. The girl glared at her partner. Jiro is wearing pink undershirt, black leather jacket, black pants, combat boots, and a headset. No, young Mineta, All Might said in a smile with red tick marks on his forehead. Here are the teams. Team A Midoriya and Ashido. Team B Azui and Kaminari. Team C Sato and Kota. Team D Bakugo and Aoyama. Team E Shoji and Yaoyorozu. Team F Tokoyami and Kirishima. Team G Ojiro and Todoroki. Team H Shiro and Uraraka. Team I Ida and Hagakure. Team J Jiro and Mineta. Now time to choose teams, All Might said as he used the ball chooser machine to randomly choose teams. It's these guys as the hero team, pointing at Izuku and Ashido, versus these guys as the villain team, pointing at Bakugo and Aoyama. Izuku looks horrified while Bakugo glared at Izuku. Ashido is nervous as Bakugo is one of the strongest students, while Aoyama looked at the hero team with sympathy. In the building with the villain team, neither of them are talking to each other. Bakugo looked at his teammate who was memorized with the bomb. This prop looks real, Aoyama commented, glad it's a fake as having a walking bomb will cause devastation to all of us. Oi, Frenchie, Bakugo sneered, you were at the site where Deku used his quirk the first time. How did he get a quirk? You dare accuse moi, Aoyama replied back with a frown, I just saw it with my own two eyes that Mousewar Midoriya just used his quirk on his own. That action rescued both Madame Uraraka and Madame Kendo from that deplorable zero-pointer. So you don't know either, Bakugo snarled, what a waste of time. Listen here, I will find this Deku and will put him back in his place. I wish Roundface was with him so I can put her in her place as well. And what should I do? Aoyama asked back in a justifiable rude tone. Guard the damn bomb in case Deku or Raccoon Eyes shows up, Bakugo demanded, I'll deal with them both at the same time. Bakugo left the room. Mon Dieu, Aoyama sighed, I hope Mousewar Midoriya and Madame Ashido beats this. Outside the building, Izuku and Ashido are discussing their plan. The bomb would most likely be at the higher floors, Izuku said, as for who is guarding is most likely Aoyama. Bakugo will try to hunt us down. That would sound easy, Ashido commented, what should we do if we encounter the bomb boy? I'll try to stall him out as best I can, as he will target me the most, Izuku answered, I want you to head to the bomb room. Aoyama may have lasers, but he will get a stomach ache after shooting them repeatedly. We should enter the second or third floor, it's suicide to start at the first floor. I'll try to skate my way, Ashido replied, my boots have gaps in the soles to release my acid to skate on. She then asked in weary, are you sure you want to face him alone? I want to show him that I am not scared of him anymore, Izuku said in determination, Bakugo and I have a history since we were kids. I can't keep running away forever. Not after what he did. If you say so, Ashido replied, just don't forget a holler if you needed help. Tool considerate if things go south, Izuku said. 5 minutes are up, begin, All Might announced in the speakers. Now, Zygotes, All Might announced in the camera room, showing videos inside the building where the battle takes place. These videos will show you how the other teams are doing. The videos are showing Izuku and Ashido entering the building in the third floor, Bakugo is waiting by a stairway, and Aoyama is posing in the bomb room. Careful Dikairu, Uraraka thought as she is looking at the video with Izuku in it, Bakugo might have something planned. I can't show bias towards you, young Midoriya, All Might thought, but show them what you got. Midoriya and Ashido encountered Bakugo, Ribbit Tsuyu blurted out as she is pointing at the screen with the three of them encountered each other. As the hero team entered, Izuku led Ashido to the stair set near the area. As soon as they got closer, Bakugo tried to ambush both of them with his explosive quirk damaging Izuku's cowl, but Izuku grabbed Ashido down before the explosives hit her. Almost got ya, Deku, Bakugo sneered, at least I damaged your stupid bunny cowl. Should have known you tried to find us, Bakugo, Izuku replied, after what you did last night, I might want to settle a score with you. TCH, whatever, Bakugo said as he tried to punch Izuku, but this time, I will put you and Raccoon Eyes in your places. Izuku jumped over Bakugo, grabbed his arm and suplexed him. Ashido, get out of here now, Izuku commanded, I'll hold him off. Right, Ashido said as she begins to skate off. Not so fast, Bakugo snarled as he blasted at Ashido. Despite not hitting her, this caused the girl to stumble and trip. I know your plan, Deku, Bakugo chuckled, using yourself as a decoy while Raccoon Eyes gets to the bomb. Gotta admit, not a bad plan. but neither of you are getting to best me in battle. Bakugo then headbutts Izuku, knocking him to the ground next to Ashido. He stood up as he walked to the downed team. Ashido notices that Bakugo was starting to wind up another punch to Izuku. She used her acid quirk to launch it at the blonde boy. The blonde boy saw Ashido's attack and used his left arm to guard. It landed on the grenade gauntlet, damaging it. Bakugo snarled as he took the damaged gauntlet off. I just got this gauntlet. Better that it got destroyed, Ashido replied. Looks like I will take you out first, Bakugo commented. He used his explosive quirk at the pink girl, hitting her, damaging her domino mask. Izuku, seeing this, is getting angry and is getting up. He is glowing green. Out of rage, he punched Bakugo through a wall by his right fist. Izuku stopped glowing that he saw that he punched Bakugo, as the bomb boy slowly got up, glaring at Izuku. You can assault me all you want, Izuku said, but hurting my friends is too far. You may see me as Deku, the boy you saw as useless. Always tormenting me and others. But I am Dekairu, meaning I can do it. I will defeat you. Izuku looked at Ashido, who nodded in return. You're asking for it, Bakugo raged as he starts chasing Izuku as the green-haired boy started to flee. Bakugo completely ignored Ashido. I hope you know what you're doing, Midori, Mina thought in worry. That wasn't manly at all, Kirishima shouted, ambushing both of them while blasting Mina. I think Bakugo knows what Midoriyakin's plan was, Ida argued, despite not liking Bakugo at all. What do you mean? Uraraka asked skeptically. He means that Bakugo saw through Midoriyakin's bait, Yamamo answered, having Ashido find the bomb. Aoyama isn't a strong fighter. That's correct, young Yaoyorozu, All Might praised. Hey, Greenie used his quirk, Jiro exclaimed. He didn't break his finger this time. Everyone looked at the camera feed with Izuku fleeing Bakugo, not wincing in pain. He did it, All Might thought. Izuku fleeing and losing Bakugo has got Izuku to rest in an abandoned room. Okay, I used my quirk, Izuku muttered, as he wiggled his fingers on his right hand, but nothing is broken. How? He looked out of the door to see if Bakugo is around. He ran to a nearby staircase. I hope Ashido found the bomb room, he said. As soon as Izuku made it to the stairway, it was damaged by residue from explosions. Damn it, now what? Izuku asked himself, should I find another stairway? No, that will take too long. What about wall jumping? No, I don't have enough speed, Izuku thought and realized, wait, maybe I should use my quirk to speed up, Izuku said, worth a shot. Izuku thought on how he used his quirk. He remembered what Kendo told him this morning. He used his quirk and speeded around his body. Izuku felt his power spread all over his body. He glowed green again and jumps off wall to wall and landed at the 3rd floor. The stairs between 3rd and 4th floor are still intact. Thanks, Kendo-kan. Izuku thought, I guess we're even. He walked up, but got ambushed by Bakugo again. Thought you could flee from me? Bakugo asked. How can you defeat me if you keep running away like a coward? Too had a feeling you would be chasing after Ashido after you got tired of chasing and finding me, Izuku said in a brave face. Humph, I will deal with her after you, Bakugo sneered, as he blasted at Izuku again. Izuku jumped over him, only for Bakugo to grab his leg and use his left hand to blast him. This knocked Izuku down the hall. Bakugo heard a ding on his right gauntlet. Well, Deku, looks like my gauntlet is charged, Bakugo gloated. I'm sure your creepy notes might know what my gauntlet is filled with. No, Izuku pleaded, widening his eyes, you can't do this. All Might, that gauntlet is looking dangerous, Uraraka screamed in fear, stop this now. Young Bakugo, stop this at once, All Might ordered, you will injure him. Mina was at the 4th floor, skating to find another staircase. Bakugo blew up the staircase that goes to the 5th floor on the stairway she used. As much as I hate to admit it, Mina talked to herself, Bakugo is smart enough to make sure it isn't too easy to get to the 5th floor. She then heard an explosion nearby. Damn it, he must have found Midoriya on this floor. Mina skated near the noises, hearing that Bakugo is planning something and Diori is pleading to stop. As soon as she saw Bakugo nearing his hand at his gauntlet, she skated to Bakugo and raised her fist at him. He will be fine as long as he Bakugo said, but is screaming in pain. He looked down on Mina, whose fist is at his manhood, and then lost conscious, falling backwards. Midori looked like he's in pain witnessing the event, covering his manhood. Everyone is wincing after viewing what Ashido did to Bakugo, as all the boys crossed their legs. All the girls are covered their mouths. Critical hit to the gonads, Zero groaned. That's one way to stop an attack, rib bit, Tsuyu added uncomfortably. Is it a good time that I have a manhood guard on now? Jiro asked in second-hand pain. Same, Kirishima said as Ida nodded in agreement. Young Bakugo is knocked out, All Might announced, also wincing in pain. He then thought, glad I told young Midoriya to have a manhood guard. Glad I listened to All Might of having a manhood guard, Izuku thought. Midori, let's go find the bomb, Ashido said, we're running out of time. Right, Izuku nodded as they ran to an intact staircase to the 5th floor. I surprised they managed to defeat that barbarian, Oyama said, but a pleasant surprise chuckled, not to mention we have less than a minute left. The doors crashed in as the French boy dodged the doors. Aoyama fired his naval laser at the doors. Oh ha ha ho, Aoyama taunted, you think you can beat me, heroes? Face my dazzling lasers as I will not stow my belly. He manhood es down in pain. Midoriya and Ashido walked in as the former rushed to the hurt student while the latter rushed to the bomb. You okay? Midoriya asked in concern. Aoyama nodded in response. Maybe next time don't recklessly fire a barrage of lasers, Midoriya suggested. I will consider it, Mousewar Midoriya, Aoyama admitted. Merci. Hero Team 1, All Might announced. We did it, Ashido cheered as she was jumping in victory. After Izuku, Aoyama, and Ashido have entered the surveillance room. All Might carried an unconscious Bakugo out, still suffering from a groin attack. He looked at the gauntlet and aimed it at the sky. He pulled the trigger and released a huge powerful blast that even knocked the number 1 hero back. Glad young Ashido stopped young Bakugo from using that, All Might muttered as he placed the young man on the stretcher the healbots were holding. He walked in the surveillance room as Izuku and Ashido were praised by their peers with the exception of Mineta, who accused Izuku for lucking out. Alright, Zygotes, All Might announced, first I will say that young Bakugo is heading to the nurse's office as we speak. As for the hero team, excellent job. But who is the MVP in this round? I say Ashido is the MVP, Yaoyorozu answered, no offense to Midoriya, as he really thought Bakugo will only target him, but he miscalculated as Bakugo targeted Ashido as well. Izuku scratches his back of his head in embarrassment. Aoyama recklessly fired his beams at the door without knowing if anyone was there, which the hero team took advantage on. Aoyama sat in the corner with darkness aura. As for Ashido, well, she did attack on the manhood area, but it's the fault of Bakugo as he didn't have a manhood guard on. She also adapted to help Midoriya before Bakugo used his gauntlet on him, which from what we heard, was a blessing as well as destroying the other gauntlet. As for Bakugo, she sneered, he needs to learn how to cooperate. Ares, young Yaoyorozu, good observation, All Might praised. Now, let's see who's next. All Might used the ball chooser machine with teams A and D removed. As the result shows, Team G will be the heroes, All Might announced, and Team C is the villains. Koda is looking horrified while Sato calmed him down. Ojiro felt a bit uneasy while Todoroki is indifferent. Ojiro and Todoroki are outside. So what's the plan, Todoroki? Ojiro asked. I will freeze this area, Todoroki answered, though I think Sato will break out of the ice, so I think you should come with just in case. As soon as the fight begins, Todoroki freezes the entire building. In the surveillance room, Yamamoto created a warm blanket for Tsuyu as the frog girl is hibernating. Ashido took her hero jacket off and covered Hagakure with it as the latter thanked the former. Izuku is looking at the two and is wondering something wrong with the invisible girl. Come on, let me hug you to warm you up, Mineta begged to Yamamoto, trying to pounce on her as the latter is using her hand to keep him away from her. No, Yamamoto sneered. Young Mineta, leave young Yaoyorozu alone, All Might furiously commanded. Damn you, Minerva. It's bad enough that you let your son hitting on those young heroines in training, All Might thought. I rather not ask Hagakure with Mineta around, Izuku thought bitterly. Todoroki and Ojiro walked through an ice-filled building on the 3rd floor. They got ambushed by Sato with his bulked muscles. Todoroki uses more of his ice, but Sato punched the ice, preventing him from being frozen. Ojiro then leaped to attack Sato. Go, I handle him myself, Ojiro commanded as Todoroki nodded, just you and me, Sato. As the two continue fighting, Todoroki is heading to the room with the fake bomb. Koda's boots are stuck on the ground due to Todoroki's ice. He touched the bomb as All Might announces that the hero team won. Sorry for freezing you, Todoroki said as he used his fireside to warm Kota and the building up. The teams have went to the surveillance room. Izuku states that Ojiro is the MPV on this round as Ojiro held his own until Sato's sugar fatigue from his sugar quirk, making Ojiro capture Sato as the result. Next round is Ida and Hagakure as the villains while Shoji and Yaoyorozu as the heroes. On the villain team, Hagakure is taking off her gloves. I will go down and distract one of them, Hagakure said. You stay back and defend as you are better in self-defense than I am. Very well, Ida replied, though are you wearing an invisible suit? Nope, Hagakure answered as she kicked off her shoes. I'm bearing it all. Ida is standing there completely stunned and flabbergasted. Have you no shame? Ida then screamed as he turned the other way. Did your support company provide an invisible suit? That's the thing, the invisible girl admitted. They didn't. Though Aizawa did provide gym clothes and my hero costume case. How disgraceful of that company, Ida snarled. I hope that fiend Mineta doesn't know about this. As soon as round 3 began, Shoji used his 6-armed quirk to pick something up. Yaoyorozu-san, one of the villains is staying back in the room, Shoji told his scouting result. The other is running around barefoot. Must be Hagakure, Momo replied as she created her goggles that track heat thermos. You should get to the bomb, while I take care of Hagakure. Momo used her goggles to find the invisible girl. She only heard the noise made by her high heels. After searching for her, she saw a body. Not only a body, a naked girl, which causes Momo to scream. Oh no, Yamamoto spotted me, Hagakure shrieked, but I don't see Shojikan. She then held her ear with an earpiece in it. Ida-kun, I think Shojikan is on his way. I'll take care of Yamamoto. Roger, Ida replied, I will take care of Shoji. Now, no offense Yamamoto, Hagakure told Momo, but I will. Why are you naked? Momo screeched, there should be a suit to work your quirk. You can see me? Hagakure asked in fear, eek. Don't look. Don't look, she screamed as the invisible girl covered her bare manhood and Boba's. Momo used her capture tape and wrapped it around Hagakure's ankle. Let's never speak of this in front of Mineta, Momo whispered. Agreed, Hagakure whispered back. Mwahahaha, Ida laughed in his villain persona, looks like I have taken you down, hero. Your height and strength is no match my speed. Someone is having fun, Shoji deadpan replied, as capture tape is on one of his arms. While you heroes have captured my partner, Ida gloated, but my evil plans will rule the world. Shoji has heard Yaoyorozu is nearing the bomb room. Now, how to take care of the creation heroine, Ida evilly asked. Will she be good against my speed? Bah, I will stop her for world domination. Why did I ask for high-heel boots? Momo asked herself as she walked barefoot, leaving her boots behind at the staircase to the bomb room as hearing Ida's gloating has pinpoint the location. My ankles were killing me and those heels are making noise, she complained to herself. As soon as she reached the room, created a bow staff and peeked in the room as Ida is looking at the bomb while Shoji is looking at her. He nodded at her, she nodded back and quietly entered. Time is running out, Ida gloated, not noticing Momo sneaking around in the bomb room. It's like she just gave up. How foolish of her. Wahahahaha. That's what you think, Momo thought as she is hiding behind a pillar. She started to sniff. Oh no, not now, she thought, her nose is twitching. Don't sneeze, Dantiachu. Aha, Ida said, there you are, Yaoyorozu, as he speed up, smashing a window, then moved the bomb. Mahahahaha. The bomb is away from you. I put lots of broken glass shards on the floor around you because that was foolish trying to go in barefoot. Momo gave a deadpan look at Ida as she created gym shoes covering her feet. Ida's sweat dropped and said, oh, you can do that, well, prepare yourself as I will. Momo rushed to Ida, attacking him with the staff. Ida blocked it as he tried to kick her. Momo created a shield to block it. She used her free leg to knock Ida's other leg, knocking him out of balance. What, how dare you, hero, Ida cursed, you have played dirty, you. You talk too much, Ida-san, Momo interrupted as she took another capture tape to wrap it around Ida's wrist. Hero team wins, All Might announces. Both teams head back to surveillance room as the MPV is Yamamoto. As Jiro and Mineta are heroes and Uraraka and Shiro are villains. Hey, Hagakure, Izuku quietly asked the invisible girl, are you wearing anything other than your shoes and gloves? No, Hagakure answered silently, but Aizawa did provide me gym clothes. Izuku gave a blank look. We're going to support labs after this class, Izuku said. If both of you are going, then I'm coming with Yamamoto, wearing her created gym shoes, added in, I might need different pairs of boots. Great idea, Yamamo, Izuku said. How does Midnight Sensei run in those? Shiro begins covering the bomb room with tape. Hey Shiro, would you stop for a bit? Ochako asked. Sure, what do you need? Shiro replied. Uraraka whispered to Topuzer's ear as he widened his eyes. You're a sadist, Uraraka, he exclaimed. He then gave her an evil grin. Let's do this. I'm glad you're in, Ochako crackled. As soon as round 4 began, Mineta left Jiro behind. Finally, I can use my quirk to trap Uraraka, Mineta gloated. I can feel them, those boba-s. I can't imagine Midoriya's face when I squeezed these fun bags. Oh no, I tripped, Uraraka shouted as she was on the ground. My ankle is twisted, and I'm all alone. Jackpot, Mineta shouted as he rushed to the defenseless girl and leaped towards her. I got you now. Nope, Uraraka denied with a grin as she slapped Mineta in the face. I got you. Mineta was floating and suddenly tape is going around him. He begins spinning mid-air as Shiro is using his tape to wrap around him. In the surveillance room, everyone is laughing watching Uraraka's plan go into action. Even Todoroki is grinning at this. I wonder if I should give young Uraraka some bonus points, All Might thought. This is the most hilarious thing I saw in my career. Uraraka pressed her fingers together as Mineta has entire body bounded in tape like a mummy, minus his head. You, Mineta shouted as he is shaking, you set me up. Wait until my mother Uraraka used the capture tape to gag the pervert's mouth. Will you ever shut up? Uraraka snarked. Young Mineta is captured, All Might announced while trying not to chuckle. Both Uraraka and Shiro also heard Jiro burst out laughing as she witnessed the entire thing. She got captured after she stopped. In the surveillance room, Shiro said that Uraraka thought of this plan. So she got the MVP. Mineta was still tied up in tape. Now it's the final round as Tsuyu and Kaminari will be villain team while Kirishima and Tokoyami be heroes. So Dikairu, who might win this round? Uraraka asked. It could be anyone's game, Izuku answered. Kirishima is the best at close combat beating Kaminari, and Tokoyami has Dark Shadow to even the field against Tsuyu. But Kaminari's electricity quirk could spark flashes to hinder Dark Shadow as it's weak to light while Tsuyu can use her tongue to counter Kirishima. So, what's the plan, Azui? Kaminari asked. First, call me Tsu, Ribbit, Tsuyu said. Second, I think you should focus on Tokoyami as your electric sparks might create light as we saw that his Dark Shadow is weak to light in the quirk assessment test yesterday, Ribbit. Kaminari nodded as he witnessed Dark Shadow doing better indoors than outside. And you might take care of Kirishima, he added, and Tokoyami will have an advantage on you due to being dark. So, you want to take on Azui while I'll take care of Kaminari? Kirishima asked. Basically, Tokoyami said, it will be hell to take on Kaminari if I have to fight him. And lightning will hinder me, Dark Shadow added, not to mention, Tsuyu will use her tongue to capture you. Final trails, begin. All Might announced. The boys nodded and went in. Dark Shadow, do your thing, Tokoyami ordered. As you wish, Dark Shadow replied. As the quirk explored, she saw some generators with lights. What the quirk didn't realize is Kaminari is nearby. The electrical quirk user zapped the generators, lighting the room up. Ugh, Dark Shadow retreated back to her user. The lightning boy is on the next floor, she warned. He's using generators to light up the room near the only stairway we can enter. Looks like all will be fighting him head-on, Kirishima said. I'll distract him while you search for the bomb. Good idea, Tokoyami replied. I couldn't fight with bright light. So you two have made it, Kaminari gloated as he released some electricity from his quirk, lighting the room more. I got the lightning on my side. Stop using cheap tricks and fight like a man, Kirishima replied as he used his hardening quirk to smash one of the generators, but a tongue wrapped around him and threw him at a wall. Nice try, Kirishima, Ribbit, Tsuyu said, but it will be more than enough to stop us. Not manly. Kirishima sneered as he got up using his hardening quirk. Ribbit, Tsuyu said as she jumped away to the hallway while Kirishima chasing after her. Kirishima, wait. Tokoyami warned as he tried to use Dark Shadow, but Kaminari used his quirk to light the generators again. Lighting the room once again. Curse my weakness. Tokoyami sneered as Dark Shadow retreated back into him. Tsuyu, jump as fast she can possibly go. Get back here and fight me. Kirishima screamed. Tsuyu stopped in the room with windows that have sunlight. She jumped at the sunlight and taunted Kirishima with a coming pose. Yaha! Kirishima roared as he launched at the frog girl. She dodged his punches. Stop. Dodging. Kirishima launches punches that Tsuyu keeps dodging. Nope, Ribbit, Tsuyu replied. Tokoyami keeps dodging the electric attacks Kaminari uses. He notices that the generators are shorting out. Dark Shadow, I have an idea. Tokoyami said, these generators are getting overcharged. What are you thinking? Dark Shadow asked. We'll use this to our advantage. Tokoyami answered. Tokoyami jumped between one of the generators and Kaminari. Kaminari, your aim is absolutely terrible. Tokoyami taunted, you can hit me when you're blindfolded. Oh yeah. Kaminari replied, let's see about that. Kaminari took the bait and used his electric quirk to overcharge the generator, shorting out the lights on the machine. Tokoyami jumped to the next generator and taunted the electric boy again. Hook, line, and stinker. Another generator shorted out. The Raven boy has taunted Kaminari and dodged the electric boy's attack. Dark Shadow even came out to make a funny face and blowing a raspberry at Kaminari. The room is dark as Kaminari finally realized he has been played. Looks like you got me fooled, Kaminari said, but I'm not going down this easy. Time for my ultimate attack. Kaminari charged himself with electricity as he is starting to spark. Tokoyami swore as he jumped behind a nearby generator, but Kaminari unleashed his electric attack. Indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts. The room was electrocuted. Dark Shadow taking most of the damage, protecting Tokoyami. The bird boy stood up, wobbling. He looked at Kaminari as he was standing there. Kaminari, are you okay? Tokoyami asked. The electric boy looked up at Tokoyami with a silly smile on his face and giving the bird boy a double thumbs up. Wee-ee. Tokoyami sighed and briskly walked over and used capture tape to capture Kaminari. Young Kaminari is captured. All Might announced. Kirishima is tiring out his quirk, while Tsuyu still kept dodging. How are you still this active? Kirishima asked. Honestly, I'm tired too, Tsuyu replied. I just try to keep tiring my opponents out to stall them out, Ribbit. Heh, manly, Kirishima admitted, but we will stop you as your partner is captured. Takobra will be here any minute now. How can you be so sure, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. Tokoyami-kun would be weakened by Kaminari-kun's electric attacks. Kirishima rammed at her, but Tsuyu used her tongue to wrap the boy's body. Thanks for being my hostage in case Tokoyami-kun shows up. Minutes later, Tokoyami showed up as Tsuyu predicted, weakened by Kaminari's fight, and is struggling to fight Tsuyu. She is using Kirishima as a shield, and is dodging Dark Shadow at the sunlight, weakening Dark Shadow more. The fight stalled until time ran out. Time's up, the villain team wins. All Might announced as Tsuyu let go of Kirishima and dropped on her knees along with Tokoyami. We'll have a couple of healed bots to pick young Azui and young Tokoyami up. Could someone get young Kaminari? At the surveillance room, Tsuyu got the MPV as she was holding Kirishima as hostage in the sunlight, exploiting Tokoyami's weakness, especially that he got hit by Kaminari's lightning attack. Well done. Zygotes, All Might announces, while half of you lost, while others won. Let this lesson improve all of you. Now off I go, All Might speed off. Can you two walk? Yamamoto asked Tsuyu and Tokoyami. The two nodded as they got up and walked slowly to the locker rooms. However, Shiro and Kirishima supported Tokoyami while Yamamoto and Uraraka is holding on to Tsuyu. Heh, that was fun, Izuku muttered. I'm sure Class 101B might have a knack with All Might tomorrow. The said class has got their results in. Place. Name. Place. Name. First. Shiozaki Ibara. 11th. Tsunotori Pony. 2nd. Monoma Nido. 12th. Idashir Manga. 3rd. Tokage Setsuna. 13th. Shodan Irenjiki. 4th. Kamakiri Tagaru. 14th. Kaibara-sen. 5th. Hananuki Juzo. 15th. Yanagi Reiko. 6th. Shishida Jiroda. 16th. Kuroshiro Shirhai. 7th. Kendo Itsuka. 17th. Suburaba Kozai. 8th. Tetsu. 18th. Kodai Yui. 9th. Rin Hiryu. 19th. Awazio Setsu. 10th. Bondo Kojiro. 20th. Komori Kinoko. While Shiozaki clasped her hands together with a smile, Komori just sighed in defeat. Despite doing great at sidesteps test tied in first with Monoma, she's still struggling behind. She felt her hand held by Reiko, as the ghost girl held it like a lifeline. We'll do better next time, my soulmate, Yanagi comforted with a small smile with Komori grinning back. Agreed, Shiozaki added, while I may be first, I will wish you in good faith that you will do better. Now that it's over with, I want you to know despite being in the same dorms, don't think that you will be overshadowed by Class 101A, Vlad King said. Try to show what you can do, and practice as harder to not fall behind. And show those 101A scum that we 101B are far more superior, Monoma gloated. Everyone will look down on though Itsuka karate chopped Monoma's head. When will he learn? The redhead asked. If Copycat was just talking about the douchebag bomb boy and that great pervert, we would agree, Tokage snarked. While I do appreciate some friendly rivalry, Monoma, Vlad King responded, but I can't keep the rivalry that will isolate our hero classes due to the competitiveness. We're here to learn to be heroes, which means we have to work with each other. Dismissed, except you Komori, I need to talk to you. The mushroom girl is trembling. Can Sensei mind if I stay along with her? Itsuka volunteered. The spirits want my presence as well, Yanagi added. I should stay behind, Kuroshiro spoke up. I will end up in someplace worse than hell if I abandon my friend. Very well, Vlad King replied. She then turned to Komori. I know something must have upset you. Seeing you in last would be hard made it feel worse. Did something happen last night? Well, a mean boy blonde hair, screaming that he wanted answers from Keikendo, Uraraka, and Midoriya barged in, Komori replied as Kuroshiro eyes narrowed. It just reminded me back around elementary school, but I felt a little better after Midoriya cheered me up. I see, Vlad King replied as he closed his eyes. He didn't physically hurt you, did he? No, Komori answered honestly, but he left after Midoriya told him off. We saw it all, Itsuka added. He just huffed as he left. All the girls in our realm has witnessed the incident, Yanagi stated. If you have curiosity, you're free to ask them. Very well, Vlad King said. If you need more help, Hound Dog will help you out. Dismissed. The students nodded as they headed to their changing rooms. Are you sure he didn't touch you? Kuroshiro asked weary, because if he did, there will be hell to pay. Don't worry, Shihaken, Komori answered. I really appreciate it, but too am really fine. Reiko and Midoriya helped me out last night. Cuddling my soulmate really helped out, Yanagi happily added. Right, Kuroshiro replied knowing that they had. You didn't cause any noise with your cuddles, did you? Both Yanagi and Komori giggled in embarrassment, while Itsuka was looking confused. Nah, they're just cuddling, Itsuka muttered at herself. Glad to see you back, Bakugo. How are you today? Hound Dog Weary asked. Does this answer your question? Bakugo sneered as he is in his school uniform, holding an ice pack on his groin. No way in hell Recovery Girl is kissing that. Is there a reason for it? Hound Dog asked. I was going to put Deku and Raccoon Eyes in their places, Bakugo replied. I nearly got Deku if Raccoon Eyes didn't punch my groin. If you are referring to Midoriya and Ashido, then why did the Girowo punch your Karacharia? Hound Dog asked. My gauntlet is full of my sweat made of nitrogen, Bakugo replied in a proud tone, was going to use it on Deku. What are you thinking? Hound Dog interrupted. Do you know what will happen if Ashido didn't stop you? Deku will dodge, so it's not a big deal, Bakugo defended. Not a big deal, Hound Dog replied. What if Midoriya didn't do it? What would have happened if he got hurt or worse dead? Bakugo widened his eyes. What would have happened after that Midoriya's injuries? Are you at least aware of the consequences of what will happen? No, Bakugo bluntly answered. Well, let me tell you, Hound Dog sneered. At worst you would have ended up in Tartarus. At best you would have ended up in general education with a black mark which will ban you from attending hero courses. You have All Might close by. He would have arrested you if Midoriya is injured or killed. Bakugo widened his eyes in more fear. Young Bakugo, you are hereby expelled and under arrest for murdering young Midoriya, All Might shouted as he pulled out handcuffs, as the other extras glared at Bakugo with pure hate. Murderer, you're a disgrace, you killed him. He saw Auntie Inko and the old Hagen man, all glaring at the boy. I expected better from you, the old hag sneered. I should have had an abortion instead. You are no longer our son, the old man snarled. You're a mistake. I don't want to see your face ever again, Auntie Inko screamed. My son is dead, thanks to you. Bakugo looked at his hand. What was he doing? Did he try to kill Deku? He was annoying to Bakugo, but Bakugo didn't want him dead. I see you are thinking about your actions, correct? Hound Dog asked. Bakugo looked at him and unsurely nodded. Good, the dog hero replied, I've expect more improvements on your attitude. Yuri free to go. Bakugo left the office still holding the ice pack and headed to the dorms. At the entrance, Birdhead still recovering from the battle trial today and Shadowman are waiting for him. What do you edgelords two want? Bakugo asked. I was told to give these to you as they are reels of our trials today, Birdhead answered glaring at Bakugo as he handed him a file drive holding the reels. We are assigned to see what improvements we and our classmates could make in a situation we experienced in. Fumi volunteered to give these reels to you after what you did to Kinakan last night, Birdhead's shadow snarled. You're lucky Raychan had SE. Quiet, both Birdhead and Shadowman interrupted as the former shadow went back into her owner. TMI, Bakugo thought, sweat dropping. Good on them, but I don't give a about what extras doing in their bedrooms. Look here, bomb boy, Shadowman sneered, what you did last night already put you in our list in a special place in hell. Kanakakan is very sensitive as she was a target to bullies, like you. If we heard another complaint from Raikakan and Kanakakan again, Birdhead warned, there will be hell to pay. So, what's the info on those brats? Tenko asked. For Class 101A, they look tough, Hana replied, recording the Class 101A on the cameras she still has access to, though you should see this. Tenko came close to the computer screen and saw the green hair kid wearing his hero costume with his cowl damaged. He was fighting a blonde kid with a gauntlets that looks like grenades. A pink skin girl used a liquid to damage one of them. Tenko assumed that the liquid is acid. The grenade boy in response used an explosion on her as he discarded his damaged gauntlet. The green head used his quirk again, hitting the grenade boy, sending him flying through a wall. Heh, serves that brat right, Tenko chuckled. That's not all, Hana replied, as she skipped to the staircase, showing the green hair kid glowing again and wall jumping. Looks like he didn't break himself this time, Hana commented. Tenko is looking at the second encounter of green hair and grenade boy. The latter's gauntlet was glowing, causing the boy to grin while the former is looking in fear. Before grenade boy could use his gauntlet, the pink skin rushed to the boy and punched him on the manhood. Critical hit to the gonads, Tenko said, not sure to laugh at the grenade boy or groan in pain, might need to have Kurogiri to steal a couple of manhood guards. Please, Hana said. And there is another that will be pretty funny. Hana skipped to the team with Tape Boy and Gravity Girl. A small boy in a diaper tried to pounce the Gravity Girl much to the disgust of the siblings, but she slapped him. The Tape Boy used his tapes to wrap the diaper boy like a mummy. Gravity Girl took out her tape and gagged the diaper boy. That is very humorous, Tenko laughed. Diaper boy is on the kill list by the way. Which is good, because I don't want to be touched by that creep. A voice came out shocking Hana. It was a young woman with long, pale white hair. She has round eyes, with gray iris, and black nails. She is wearing a black sweater, gray jean shorts, and black stockings. Couldn't you use the door, Kagami? Hana sneered, I could at least hear that. Where's the fun in that? Kagami playfully asked. Ah, my infiltrator, Tenko greeted, did you get a floor plan scouted? Yes, Kagami answered, I check every room in the university, I know most if not all the floor plan, thanks to the map placements. However, the university is well guarded as there are cameras everywhere. I doubt Hana will shut them all off at once without anyone noticing. I can do that without even the dean notice. One thing, Hana argued. Not to mention I saw All Might giving him some self-speeches as he was teaching today, Kagami added, but you two know about that, as you both saw him at the reels on class today. This proves that All Might is indeed working in the UA as a professor. No doubt he's retiring. Many pro heroes become professors when they are in the brink in retirement. So Sensei says is true, Tenko sneered, that final boss will be done after I destroy him and destroy everything he stands for. Let's not get too hasty, Tenko, Hana replied, if All Might dies, he will be a martyr uniting people heroes rather than everyone turning against them. As for the plan, Kagami said, I might need Mind Changer with me as her quirk can change perspectives as my cloning quirk impersonates someone, preferably a pro hero. The pro hero needs to be locked out of the loop, otherwise we will be known too early, costing us an attack on the inside. Right, Tenko said, you might need a distraction. Kagachan looked at his hands, and I know how to cause it. Good, the infiltrator replied, you don't want a couple of girlfriends taken to prison. Tenko winked at Tenko. He snickered. Get a room, you two, Hana sneered. Izuku are heading to the support lab with Uraraka, Kendo, Yamamoto, Hagakure, Ashido, and Tokage. Yamamoto and Hagakure are holding their suitcases containing their hero costumes. Again, thanks for your advice, Izuku said to Kendo, it helped me big time. You're welcome, the redhead replied with her face blushing in embarrassment, I'm glad my advice really helped you. No kidding, Uraraka said as she was looking a little jealous. Are you sure you don't need a massage, Kale? Tokage asked while teasing. I'm sure those heels are hurting from those boots. I'm sure of it, Yamomo answered. Oh, come on, Ashido defended, she makes the best massages ever. If those three aren't flirting with others, Kendo muttered, they would be girlfriends by now. You got us there, Ginger, Tokage replied to Kendo, maybe we should give it a try. She then wrapped her arms around Ashido and Hagakure, as the latter two laughed though Hagakure is not enthused as Ashido. Tokage teased, there is room for more, ladies heck Parsley can join too, if he wants. Izuku blushed hard. Okay, that's enough of that, Uraraka sneered, we are heading to the support labs for improvements for Hagakure and Yamamo's costumes, not hitting on all of us. Agreed, Yamamoto added, what are we going to with those three? Let's just get this going, Izuku blurted out, too I'm sure we might get some help. As soon as they reached the support lab's doors, Izuku volunteered himself to knock on the door. Before he did so, an explosion blasted open the doors. Next thing he knows, he was on the ground and is seeing S. The girls are looking at this event in shock. Man, that baby needs some bugs ironed out, the S stated out, as soon as the smoke cleared. She has cross pupils on her eyes, pink dreadlocks, and is wearing a black tank top, dark gray pants, and white shoes. Oh, hello there, she greeted herself who was on Izuku who was blushing, thanks for being my airbag. BBBBS, Izuku shouted. As Ashido and Tokage are snickering, Uraraka, Kendo, and Yamamoto is rushing to Izuku and the dreadlocks girl. Hagakure is looking at the scene blankly. Excuse me, would you please get off him, Yamamoto politely said, as Uraraka and Kendo are glaring at the dreadlocks girl. Oh sure, the girl replied, as she got off Izuku, another failure, but more modifications will get this baby improved. Oh, by the way, name's Hatsum, may the future CEO of Hatsum's hero industry. That company doesn't exist, the girls thought. As Uraraka, Kendo, and Yamamoto helped Izuku up. Well, nice to meet you, H. Hatsumekan, Izuku greeted, my name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm here with two of my classmates about their hero costumes. Okay, I will lead you to Power Loader, Hatsum said as he dragged Izuku to the labs. Hey, wait for us, Hagakure cried, I'm one of the classmates that need a costume improvement. Hagakure rushed in followed by Ashido and Tokage. Let's just follow them, Uraraka replied blankly as she went after the teasing trio. Agreed, Kendo said as she followed. What have we gotten ourselves into? Yamamoto thought with a sweat drop as she went after them. I couldn't take a break with that gremlin around, Power Loader groaned as he is looking at Hatsum's failed experiment. It's only the second day. Yo, Power Loader sensei, the problem child greeted, grabbing a boy with his face red, recognizing him as Midoriya Izuku. We got a couple of first-year students that need a costume change. Well, two of my classmates needed costume improvements, Midoriya said. Also, can I have your autograph? He then have a notebook out of nowhere. Sure, Power Loader said as he signed his page. Wow, I wish you took support classes. Because you were almost close with my quirk, heck I didn't know I could do that. Midoriya scratches his head as more students showed up. Geez, that girl can drag Midori as it was nothing, the pink girl Ashido commented. For sure, the green-haired Tokage replied, seems like Parsley is a Casanova here. Please stop, Midoriya replied, covering his face. As more girls showed up, Power Loader realizes some suitcases. Are you ladies asking for a costume change? Power Loader asks. Yes, my name is Hagakure Toru, the invisible girl introduced. I have a big problem with my costume. She gave her suitcase to the pro hero. Power Loader opened it and saw gray shoes, gloves, and a gym uniform. He looked at a piece of paper that says the costume displays gloves and shoes. What the hell? Power Loader screamed, just a pair of gloves and shoes? How is that legal? Thank God, Eraserhead gave you a gym uniform. Hatsum's eye is twitching. She didn't use it, the Ashido commented. Mina. Toru, you were in the class with a pervert in a birthday suit, Tokage screamed. What if he found out? Hagakure scratched her head chuckling embarrassingly. Why didn't that company make an invisible suit? Hatsum shouted in anger. That company that you provided is either incompetent, lazy, or full of sick perverts like Roblox. What's Roblox? The girl with a raven ponytail Yaoyorozu asked as power loader, and the students looked at Hatsum in confusion. Exactly, Hatsum answered. Everyone is not sure whether to look up this Roblox or not. Probably for the best that it's not worth looking into. Right, power loader said. Now we should get you a new suit that will be compatible with your quirk, Hagakure-san. We helped a student with a quirk similar to yours a couple of years ago. Thank you, power loader sensei, Hagakure praised and bowed. And thank you too, Midori. She turned to Midori. Anytime, Midoriya blushed, looking away, scratching his head. Even no one can see it, Hagakure is blushing. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, the raven girl introduced herself. I also want to request a costume change as well, giving her briefcase to power loader. Power loader opened a case showing Yaoyorozu's costume. It looks like a leotard, a gold belt with a bookshelf, and high-heeled boots. Before power loader can criticize the costume, Hatsum beat him to it. What the hell is this abomination? Hatsum sneered as she grabbed the leotard. This costume has a lot of flaws with parts that can expose your private parts. She grabbed the belt with the bookcase. That belt with a book on the back will damage your spine, high chance of being wheelchair bounded. She grabbed the boots with her eyes full of fury, and finally those ankle killers. Why do you have ankle killers as part of a hero costume? Yeah, I learned that the hard way, Yaoyorozu admitted the last part, blushing in embarrassment. It's a good thing my boots have cushion heels, the brown hair girl Uraraka said, otherwise, my ankles would hurt by now. And you would miss an opportunity for Midori for a massage, Ashido teased, causing the brown-haired girl to float. Yaoyorozu created a rope and used it as a lasso to get the floating girl down, and the red-head kendo karate chopped Ashido's head. I swear, Ashido, the redhead complained, someday you will get teased on someone you personally like. She glared at the smiling green-haired girl. Not one word, Tokage, she snarled. Tokage just laughed. Okay, ladies, power loader said, I will make some blueprints on your new costumes, though I need to report this to Eraserhead and have these forms signed. I need both your signatures first. Power loader hand out the paperwork for a costume change. Hagakure and Yaoyorozu signed their signatures on the forms. By the way, girls, Hatsum said, what are your names and quirks? Uraraka Ochako, Uraraka sternly replied, zero gravity. Geez, chipmunk jealous much, Tokage joked. Tokage Setsuna is my name. Her detached hand fell off, she screamed, ah. My hand, she then laughed as her hand attached to her arm, just kidding, my quick is lizard tail splitter. I can do stuff like this. Her head detached. Ashido Mina, Ashido cheered, my quirk is acid. My name is Hagakure Toru. Hagakure introduced herself to Hatsum, you know what my quirk is? Kendo Atsuka, Kendo said, my quirk is big fist. She grew her hand. And my name is Yaoyorozu Momo. Yaoyorozu greeted, you can call me Yamamomo if you want, and my quirk is creation. You can create anything? Hatsum came close to Yaoyorozu's face, making the creation girl blush. You should visit the support labs when you have the time, so we can make babies together. Color drained from Yaoyorozu's face, power loader face-bombed, while everyone else looks completely shocked. Too, I'm sure you and Yamamomo are both girls, Midoriya pointed out uneasy. Unless there is someone with a changed quirk out there, then two don't. Not literal babies, muscles, Hatsum interrupted. 3D printer can make lots of resources for my babies like those. She grabbed a big suitcase filled with gadgets, grabbing a jetpack. Tada. My babies, Ashido, Hagakure, and Tokage began to laugh while Yaoyorozu, Kendo, and Uraraka sighed in relief. Wow. Is this jetpack inspired by Buster Hero Air Jet? Izuku asked, gushing on the invention. Correct, Hatsum answered. I got some more if you want to research into helping me make babies. Sure, I would love to, Izuku exclaimed, and then shyly replied, minus the making babies part. Enough about making babies, Uraraka and Kendo shouted. Jealousy, Tokage sang. Kendo karate chopped Tokage afterwards. Hagakure is also looking at Midoriya and Hatsum, feeling hurt for some reason. Well now gentlemen, seems like we got ourselves in a pickle there. Nizu chuckled as Hound Dog, Eraserhead, Vlad King, and All Might looked at the Dean uneasy. I can't believe we let young Bakugo use those gauntlets, All Might said, facepalming. If it weren't for young Ashido, young Midoriya would have been injured or dead. I'm glad I got this throw of his head, Hound Dog replied. He is looking like he is having second thoughts. He better be, Vlad King sneered. Good, because he needs to learn about the consequences of his actions, Eraserhead added. As his professor, I will suspend him on hero classes until Saturday. Ah, the day where we have a joint session rescue class for the first years, Nizu replied, so he can put his pride aside and work with others? Pretty much, Eraserhead answered. If he doesn't, general education might have an extra student in at best. Good thing we are having a costume review tomorrow, especially that Hagakure's costume is just a pair of gloves and shoes. Had to add a gym uniform to at least cover herself. He looked at All Might. She did wear the gym uniform, right? You mean to tell us that you allowed a girl in hair birthday suit be in the same room with Mineta who naughty us over girls? Hound Dog snarled. I in my defense, too thought why young Hagakure was wearing an invisibility suit, All Might stuttered. All Might, you were supposed to tell Hagakure to dress in her gym clothes, Eraserhead lectured. I gave you a message on that on your phone. Well, the thing is I forgot my phone at the teacher's lounge before hero class, All Might defended. Now, gentlemen, let's keep it civil, Nizu chuckled. Now, I think I should give All Might something for the next classes throughout the year. And that will be? All Might asked. Nizu held 3 files and laid them on the tables. The pro heroes opening the files showing a young boy with button eyes and a bright smile, a girl with long teal blue hair with a cheerful smile, and a young man with blue hair and pointing ears covering his face with his hand. Does this answer your question? Nizu asked. You are sending the big 3 as teaching assistants? Vlad King guessed. Yes, Nizu answered, though Amajiki will only volunteer on joint sessions. I'm sure you all know why. Knowing Amajiki's anxiety and shyness, Hound Dog replied, I can see him agreeing to this position. If you are planning to place Hado and Togata because that they are in class 103A and 103B respectively, Eraserhead threatened, I will resign. Nizu was about to say something. I am not letting Hado be in Mineta's sights. Vlad King nodded in agreement. Very well, Nizu replied, I'll let Hado and Togata decide on which class they will volunteer on teaching assistant on their own free will. All professors nodded. Power Loader barged in. Ah, there you are, Aizawa. Power Loader said, I got a couple of forms that you need to sign. Eraserhead looked at the forms he took from Power Loader, and looked at them. He then nodded. Good, I should give extra credit to Hagakure and Yaoyorozu for actually need an improvement on their costumes right away, Eraserhead praised. The sooner they get their new costumes, the better. Izuku, Uraraka, Kendo, Yamamoto, Ashido, Tokage, and Hagakure headed to the dorms after leaving the labs. That was fun, Izuku exclaimed. Those inventions Hatsum made look amazing. Yeah, I have to admit, Uraraka reluctantly said, she has some good gadgets, like hovering boots. They might come in handy for me to lift myself without using my quirk. A gauntlet that will fire projectiles, that would help me have ranged attacks, Kendo admitted. Hatsum has blueprints for a visor that will help me get some info from the Yaoi book, Yamamoto added, will help to replace that belt with a better one. Well, you could add some pockets to store protein bars, Izuku suggested. They will add some calories for your creation quirk. Thank you for the heads up, Yamamoto praised. As soon as they entered the dorms and they are greeted by the rest of the dorm mates minus Shiozaki who is cooking in the kitchen. They are in their casual clothes. So how did the costume improvements gone? Jiro sitting on the sofa asked. Very well, Yamamoto replied, Hagakure and I will get the improvements the next few weeks. Midori had a lot of fun, Ashido said. That Hatsum girl had exploded from the door and landed right on him. Can you stop bringing that up again? Uraraka sneered. Seriously, Dikairu was about to faint. Hey, it's no big deal, Izuku defended. Hatsum showed us some nice inventions, and she would make a great support partner. Midoriyakan, she forgot our names after we told her them, Kendo argued. And some of her inventions exploded after she tested them, Uraraka added. Well, not everything will work the first time, Izuku defended. I mean, look at how I control my quirk better. He's not wrong there, Yamamoto sided with Izuku. I was wrong to judge someone before, you both shouldn't do the same. Sure, she may be weird but she can benefit on our costumes as long as Power Loader Sensei monitors her. You might have a point there, Kendo admitted. There you go, Tokage replied. What about you, Chipmunk? Uraraka grunted. I should head to my room. I need to do some homework. She headed to her room. Someone is jealous, Ashido whispered to Hagakure. Yeah, the invisible girl reluctantly agreed, though we should do the same. She then went upstairs. Agreed, Yamamo said as she headed in her dorm room using the elevator this time. Two should do the same, Izuku agreed as he headed to his room. No. Ashido screamed, not homework. Hey, we had homework yesterday, Tokage sneered, it's fair you got the share. Traitor. Ashido accused, fine, I'll do this homework, she pouted and headed to her room. Ochako has changed out of her uniform and into her black tank top and pink shorts. She is reviewing the trials today on what improvements they need. She wrote some notes on how the losing team would need to be more aware of their surroundings, and putting aside their egos. Ochako had never stopped looking at Dikairu's trails after finishing her homework. Dikairu, Ochako thought, he's so strong, and so cute. She remembered at the entrance exam when she was about to be run over by the Rouge Zero-pointer. She saw Dikairu launching off the air saving her and Kendo's lives. Ochako wanted to run to Dikairu, pounce on him, and key. No. I shouldn't think like that, Ochako chastised herself, I should focus on my hero career. I made promise to my parents, she looked down, I also made a promise to her, as well. Ochako flashed back as she was giving a pinky promise to her friend as they are kids. She heard a knock on the door. Ochako ran to the door to open it up seeing Kendo and Tsuyu on the hall. Kendo is wearing a blue sweatshirt and gray sweatpants and Tsuyu is wearing a green t-shirt and blue shorts. Hey, Kendo, Sukin, Ochako greeted, how are you two? Shiozukikin has finished dinner, Ribbit Tsuyu said. Oh thank you, Ochako replied. Come on, let's go eat, Kendo said as she headed to the stairs. Ochako was staring at the redhead's butt. She shook her head. You okay, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked, your face is red. Nothing, Ochako denied, just thought of something. Midoriyakin? Tsuyu asked. Not him either, Ochako cried, I wasn't thinking about Dikairu nor Kendo. Let's eat, she ran off to the dining room table downstairs. Tsuyu just stared, but shrugged and headed downstairs. As dinner happened Setsuna and Mina did some teasing, again. They brought up how Uraraka's plan on that pervert at the battles. All the girls were laughing when they showed the reel of her scheme. Though two of teasers are looking at Toru as the invisible girl is playing with her food with her chopstick. Hey, Violet, Setsuna asked, are you okay? Yeah, I am, Toru answered, looking at Midoriya who was talking to Uraraka. Their faces look red. Are you sure? Mina asked in concern, you haven't teased anyone at dinner, you barely even eat your food. Yais, I am, Toru replied, no need to worry. Mina and Setsuna looked at each other and texting. Mina Sets, we need to talk to Toru. She's awfully quiet, and that is concerning. Setsuna agreed. I haven't seen Toru like this since she broke up with Tails years ago. Glad they are still friends, since he is in your class. Though nice job on your trial, though ouch girl. What Chipmunk did to the grapist is still my favorite. Mina I know. I even saw the hero professor trying not to laugh. After dinner, everyone headed to their rooms except three. Mina, Setsuna, and Toru headed to Toru's room. Mina, Sets, I'm okay, Toru said, really I am. You've been silent ever since we visited the support lab, Toru, Mina stated, now tell us the truth. Are you really okay? Toru sighed seeing Mina and Setsuna are really concerned of their friend. Look, I know you both are trying to help me, Toru said, but it's something I must think about alone. If you say so, Mina conceded, if you need help, my door's always open. Same here, Setsuna added, I could give you a shoulder to cry on if you need it. As soon as the two left to their rooms, Toru went inside her room. She looked at her mirror seeing nothing but her clothes. Tears are starting to cry. She is being reminded of her childhood. This girl is invisible, there's no way she could be a hero, I bet she needs to be naked for her to do some hero work. Wow, I would have seen her but I can't, she might be ugly, that quirk is a huge blessing for her, you know, a quirkless freak is better because at least I can see them. Hey, leave her alone, a pink girl with horns sneered. Just because she is invisible doesn't mean you should insult her as you please. Yeah, a girl with green hair and sharp teeth snarled, she can be a great hero. None of you just don't know it. TCH, a pink freak with a villainous quirk and a rich that literally falls in pieces. Yeah, those freaks will get along. To think I respected Tokage not wasting time with this. As all the kids left the three girls, a boy with sharp teeth and black hair looked at the girls defending the invisible girl. How manly, he muttered as he left the scene. Don't worry about those the Pinkette comforted, no hero or heroine will stand by letting anyone hurt those who can't fight back. You might even be a great heroine. You think so? Toru asked. Heck yeah, the Greenette replied, we can be a team. Bubblegum will be the powerhouse, I will be the decoy, and you would be an infiltrator. Name's Tokage Setsuna. She gave out her hand. Hagakure Toru greeted as she shakes Tokage's hand. And I'm Ashido Mina, the bubblegum introduced as she gives out her hand as Toru shakes it. Let's be friends. Best friends? Toru asked. Heck yeah, best friends, Tokage answered. Mina, Sets, Toru said, you two are too good for me. She saw images of Mina and Setsuna walking away from Toru, completely ghosting her. Same to you, Midoriya continued. Seeing another image of Midori talking to Uraraka, Kendo, and Hatsum talking with each other, ignoring the invisible girl. I'm just invisible, she cried. I'm nothing. Toru headed to her bed and struggled sleeping. The next day, Izuku was doing his morning jog with Shinso and Ida. Keep up, Shinso, Ida commanded, you need to be a good stamina for running. Easy for you to say, Shinso panted, it's not like you have jogged beforehand with your quirk. Don't be hard on yourself, Ida chastised, if you keep putting yourself down, you won't succeed. That's what my brother said. You're doing a good job, Shinso, Izuku agreed, I had to work my butt off for 10 months to pass the entrance exam. Good point, Shinso admitted, but you had 10 months to prepare. I have less than a month for the UA Sports Festival. Ida was about to argue. I'm being realistic, not pessimistic, Shinso interrupted. Well, case in scenario, there's always next year, Izuku said. 2 years ago, a first-year hero student had a quirk miscalculation on live television which disqualified him. He got first, last year. What happened that caused his disqualification? Ida asked. Let's just say I hope the parents covered their children's eyes when that event happened, Izuku answered with his face red. Sorry I asked, Ida replied uncomfortably. I bet he got a lot of complaints or love confession letters, Shinso snarked. He heard something at the front gate. I wonder what that noise is over there, he said. Maybe, we should check it out, Izuku replied. The three headed to the front gate. On the other side there are a ton of reporters and Professors Aizawa and Present Mike. Sirs, do you two work here? One of the reporters announced. Is this rumor true? Do you know All Might is working here? What is he like? All Might works here? Shinso asked silently. Both Izuku and Ida nodded reluctantly. It's none of your business, Aizawa sneered. All of you are doing nothing but disrupting out students. But what about All Might? Another reporter asked. All Might is a busy man, Present Mike replied sternly. He's got other things to do. As do we, as we have classes starting soon. Let's get out of here before the press notices us, Izuku stated, as Ida and Shinso nodded in agreement, as the three left. Aizawa and Present Mike headed past the front gate. As the press tried to follow them, but the gates went off, sealing the press from entering. Unbeknownst to them, Aizawa, Present Mike, and the reporters, a young man with white hair and a black hoodie, held out his radio at a nearby alleyway. Infiltrator, are you and Mind Changer in position? Tenko asked. Just waiting for our target to finish applying her makeup, Kagami responded. My quirk will knock her out, but it will last at best 8 hours. After those hours are up, she wakes up. My quirk will alter her memories, Mind Changer added. I will put some of Infiltrator's copied altered memories to prevent some suspicion. We have yet to get info on Class 101B students. Also Navi, will this hard drive bypass the firewalls? Kagami asked. Yes, it would, Hana answered. As long as you plugged it in on the dean's computer, we will get the files for the schedules and student info. But what should we do about the dean? Mind Changer asked. He might be guarding his PC. I know a plan, Tenko answered. All I need to do is hope that the news media stays around noon. That will work, Kagami replied. I hope this plan falls through. I will give a holler if things go south. Teleportation will be my last resort on escaping. I will make sure Infiltrator and Mind Changer get out, young master, a dark voice said. You better, the man threatened, otherwise I'll dust you. Midnight is finishing putting on her makeup. I'm still quiet, the looker, she commented at herself. Now time for some teaching. Yes, some teaching, these brats will help us out, a voice that sounded like Midnight replied. The 18 heroine turned around, seeing herself climbing out of the mirror. She was about to get her whip, but she was feeling woozy. She passed out, landing on her copy's ass. Sorry, darling, the fake Midnight said, but you're not my type. She gently laid the unconscious heroine down. The fake Midnight reached in the mirror and a girl with brown hair came out. She is wearing dark gray hoodie with her hood up, black gloves, dark blue jeans, and black sneakers. Leader, this is Mind Changer, the brown-haired girl said to the radio. We are in and Midnight is taken out. Excellent, Tenko replied in radio. All I have to do is wait. Might need to know what Midnight's schedule is today, fake Midnight stated. I can't cancel classes at the last minute. Leave it to me, Infiltrator, Mind Changer replied as she took off her gloves and placed them in her pockets. She then held Midnight and Kagami's heads, and her hands begins glowing red on Midnight's head, yellow on Kagami's head. As soon as they stopped, she put her gloves back on. You should know today's classes, Mind Changer said. Make sure you leave Midnight's cell phone behind. Got it, Seath fake waved and walked off. In morning hero class, every student in 101A headed to their desks. However, Hagakure was very silent. Jiro and Kirishima asked if she's okay, but she says that she is. Before they can pry further, Aizawa entered. Morning everyone, the professor introduced. Now, I will tell you about yesterday's battle trials on your fundamental hero class. First off, Midoriya, Izuku stiffened up. Good effort on improving your quirk, but try to adapt if your first plan doesn't work out. Yai-sensei, Izuku replied. Ashido, smart move on you stopping Bakugo, but expect some villains wearing a manhood guard in the future, Aizawa continued as the pink girl nodded. Oyama, don't recklessly fire your laser until your stomach hurts, plan accordingly. The French boy looked down, but nodded in agreement. Finally Bakugo, Aizawa sneered at the boy. You should thank Ashido for stopping you even in a painful way, because that was reckless that you try to use the gauntlets that will injure someone at best. Because of that, you are suspended from fundamental hero classes until the first joint session on rescue on Saturday, and your gauntlets are scrapped. You will not get any replacements until you are no longer needed in anger management sessions. Yes, Sensei, Bakugo grunted. Next team, Todoroki, Aizawa criticized. Don't just freeze the entire building, hostages getting hurt, collateral damage, and setting off a weapon would get you in deep trouble, especially with the vultures. So try to hold back, Todoroki nodded. Sato, try not to overdo your quirk until fatigue. You will be a hindrance to your colleagues if you keep doing this. Sato scratching his head. Jiro, good job. And Koda, I know it was a bad matchup, but try to at least free yourself when you are trapped. Koda used his hand signal saying that he will try harder, as the pro hero nodded. Hagakure, I thought I left you a note about having a gym uniform for your costume as it only has gloves and shoes, Aizawa lectured. Mineta was about to say something, but the professor used his quirk on him. Not one word, he threatened. Good thing you reported your costume issues to Power Loader, so use your gym uniform until your new costume is available, Aizawa continued. Yes, Sensei, Hagakure replied sadly. Shoji, Ida, Aizawa said. Don't underestimate your opponents, they might have an advantage if you let your guard down. Ida stood up and bowed while Shoji nodded. Yaoyorozu, great job, but like Hagakure, you chosen a bad costume idea. Fortunately, your replacement boots and your visor will be available by Saturday the latest. Also, like Hagakure, you are allowed to use the gym uniform until your improved costume is available. Yes, Sensei, Yamamo replied. This is bullshit, Mineta screamed. I was betting on her costume to break and I. Finish that sentence, and you will be on general education, Mineta, Aizawa warned. As you volunteered to speak up, use your mind instead of what's in your pants. You would have avoided Uraraka's scheme. Mineta landed his face on the desk, which other students, even Bakugo, grinned at the great boy's failure. Uraraka, Zero, excellent teamwork. That was the most enjoyable reel I have ever seen, Aizawa praised, as the two students smiled. He then looked at Jiro. Jiro, please stay hidden, otherwise your team would have won. The earphone girl nodded. Finally, Azui, he continued, good job on your divide and conquer strategy. Kirishima, don't fall for your enemy's taunts and stick with your teammate next time. The redhead grunted as he nodded. Tokoemi, good job on outsmarting your opponent, but be wary when they are cornered. They are most deadly when tried to be pinned down to a corner. The birdhead nodded. Kaminari, don't overdo your quirk. You'd be a burden on your colleagues. Yes, Sensei, the lightning boy replied. Now, let's talk about your futures, Aizawa said as the class begins to sweat in fear. You all will choose a class representative and vice representative for the hero course. Isn't that for high school? Ribbit, Tsuyu asked. Leadership is important for a pro hero, Aizawa answered. Everyone needs to make a tough choice and good judgment for the hero job. Good leadership will give more inspirations to other pro heroes. Pick me, I should lead, know me, you extras aren't even worth leading if I lead, I will make every girl's skirt more shorter. Everyone, we should vote on who is most qualified as class representative, Ida announced. Wouldn't most people vote for themselves? Tsuyu asked. We hardly know each other as we are in separated dorms, Ribbit. What if we have 2 votes? Izuku reasoned. You can vote for yourself and vote for someone you think best to lead. An excellent suggestion, Midoriya and Ida replied. You're fine with this too, sensei? Sure, Aizawa answered, but Mineta and Bakugo are disqualified. Any votes on them are considered wasted votes, therefore invalid. Oh. Come on, Mineta screamed. Bakugo grunted as he rolled his eyes, not like he wanted that position anyway. Everyone voted for their choices. The results are: Yaoyorozu Momo 11, Midoriya Izuku 10, Ida Tenya 4, Uraraka Ochako 2, Aoyama Yuga 1, Ashido Mina 1, Azui Tsuyu 1, Ojiro Mashiro 1, Kaminari Denki 1, Kirishima Ijiro 1, Sato Rikdo 1, Shoji Mizo 1, Jiro Kyoka 1, Shiro Hanta 1, Tokoyami Fumikage 1, Kota Koji 0, Todoroki Shoto 0, Hagakure Toru 0, Bakugo Katsuki 0, disqualified. Mineta Minoru 2, disqualified. Whoa, Kirishima blurted out, that is a close race. 2 didn't expect to get that many votes, Izuku exclaimed, though I don't mind Yamamoto leading, but... For votes, Ida replied, not good enough. How did I get 2 votes? Uraraka asked. Hey, your scheme against Mineta got me to vote for ya, Shiro replied. Stop bringing that up, the midget shouted. On the bright side, at least Deku didn't win, Bakugo thought, looking away. Class representative and vice representative is Yaoyorozu Momo and Midoriya Izuku respectively, Aizawa said. Come on up, you two. The 2 students came up. Well, I'm glad to become your class representative, Yamamoto announced, but feel free to come to me when you have questions. Same, as vice representative too, will help you as best as I can, Izuku stuttered. After some classes, art history class with Midoriya, Mineta, Ida, Mina, and Toru with Setsuna, Idashir, and Komori from class 101B started with midnight. The professor is a bit off, but her teaching is exciting. However, Toru is looking at the professor blankly, as she is just staring at her, not listening. Her friends and dorm mates took notice on it. Hagakure-san, are you okay? Midnight asked in concern. 2am fine, sensei, Toru answered, I really am. If you say so, Midnight replied. Now, there are pre-Quirk comic book heroes had worn capes. As cool as they are often ineffective, as another pre-Quirk hero movie called The Incredibles stated out. Any reason why? Midoriya raised his hand. Yes, Midoriya? Well, capes can be caught by accident, Midoriya answered. They can be caught by something, like a missile or plane fan propellers, causing casualties as a result. Excellent, Midoriya-san, Midnight replied, impressed. Might make a good recruitment if that kid wasn't training to be a hero, she thought. Better report him to Tenko as a recruitment potential. Mineta rolled his eyes. Yeah, capes are crap, Mineta sneered quietly, but better than Hagakure's costume, at least I can see capes. You got something to say, Mineta? Midnight asked, glaring at the great boy. Nothing, Mineta replied, not talking about Hagakure's costume that I could have at least see her. Mineta's face went white. Everyone is glaring at him with Izuku holding his hands on his face. Mina and Setsuna sneered. Have you no shame? Ida screamed. Knock it off, Mineta, Midoriya scolded. We keep our costumes classified, and that was rude for you to say something like that. He looked around, seeing the class that isn't from class 101A and 101B glaring at the first-year hero classes. I apologize for his actions on the behalf of class 101A, he announced. We promise to do better. Some nodded in agreement, while others rolled their eyes. White Knight simp, Mineta whispered, just because you live in the same dorms as these hotties. Midoriya, Ida, Mina, and Setsuna just sighed in annoyance on Mineta's antics. Toru is looking down even more. After class, Midnight told Toru to stay behind. Listen, Hagakure-san, Midnight comforted, I know it's hard, but don't let that short hold you down. I understand, Midnight sensei, Toru replied, but, I really fine. Are you sure? Midnight asked, because I can see something is still bothering you. After a few seconds, Toru sighed in defeat. Well, ever since my costume, Toru admitted, I just feel empty, like I'm not here. I feel like a burden on my friends. She started to cry. I might not be friends with them anymore. I'll be ignored again. That's stupid, Midnight sneered. Do you think your friends will abandon you for something this trivial? She sighed. Did Ashido-san and Tokatsu abandon you around the schools before UA? No, Toru answered. Do you think Midoriya-san would have stand up for you if he's not your friend? Midnight continued. No, Toru repeated. What did those three do after class yesterday after your costume blunder? Midnight asked further. Midoriya said that I should visit the support labs after class yesterday, Toru answered. Midnight nodded, and he, Mina, and Sets were with me when I was asking for a new costume. Toru just realized, oh god, I really am an idiot. There you go, Midnight complimented, just remember, you're not alone. And if those thoughts come back, Hound Dog is available. Thank you, Midnight Sensei, Toru replied, I will always have others if I feel lonely again. She bowed and left. Mina and Setsuna are waiting for their friend. They asked if she is okay, which the invisible girl hugged them both and said yes. Midnight smiled as she headed to the dean's office. Nearly every student is in the cafeteria eating their lunch made by Lunch Rush. Izuku sitting with Uraraka, Ida, Kendo, Pony, Kodai, Shinso, Yamamoto, Ashido, Kurashima, Hagakure, Tetsu, Tokage, and a small chubby gray-haired boy. Shota Nirenjiki sighed as he still couldn't believe he was vice representative. I still think you could do it, Dikairu, Uraraka said. I mean, you did great for the battle trails yesterday and knowing what quirks work best. Not to mention you stood up for Toru in art class, Mina added, though we might get funny looks a while after that pervert's remarks. You're the man, Midobro, Tetsu exclaimed. Tu just did what I think is right, Izuku responded. And the reason why I voted for you and Yamamoto, Hagakure said. You two know what weakness and strengths on everyone's teams. She blushed a little. You get to vote twice? Shota asked. We only voted once in our class. And Ginger is the class prez, Setsuna said. She had a landslide of having 12 votes. Beast Boy and Shorty were tied until Ginger voted for the latter. It was coin flip, Kendo replied, though you have been silent, Ida. Is there something wrong? I bet he wants to be at least a representative, Shinso snarked. Though he does play the part, Uraraka added. Kodai with the glasses and all. Oh, nothing like that, Ida denied. I'm honestly glad Yaoyorozu and Midoriya got the positions, but I have something else in my mind. Is something wrong? Pony asked. Well, for anyone who is my history art class, has anyone noticed Professor Kayama's different today? Ida asked weary. I don't know, Ashido responded. She seemed the same to us, though she wasn't teasing the students. I was busy making sure my Netta isn't dragging our hero classes down the gutter, Izuku stated, so I didn't notice. Midnight helped me feel better after class, Hagakure answered honestly. She did told me that I'm not alone. Maybe, she read our files on our costumes, Yamamoto guessed, so, maybe she is upset with our costumes. That could be it, Ida admitted. I guess I am overthinking things. Though, are you related to Ingenium? Izuku asked, because I recognized your costume inspired by him. Yeah, I want to know more about him, Idaburo, Kurashima added. Ida smiled and told them about being like Ingenium. They're still here, Tenko said to the radio, looking at the press still trying to get in. Time to strike. He walked to the walls of UA and touched them. The walls are beginning to decay. Hirojiri, get me out of here, Tenko whispered. The portal opened up below him as part of the wall collapse. He disappeared before the press noticed him. Hey, we have a way in, one of the reporters exclaimed. The press entered the collapsed part of the wall. Red alert. Unauthorized entry. Evacuate the premise. What's going on? Uraraka asked. An intruder entered the university, a student answered. Let's get out of here. Everyone was rushing out as the 101A and 101B students are getting separated. Midoriya, Hagakure, Kodai, and Pony are together. Hagakure, Pony, Midoriya screamed, hold my arms. The two did so and held on his arms like they are a lifeline. Kodai can irk. Kodai is riding on his back with her arms and legs wrapping around his body like a koala. That will work, too. Kendo is with Shota, Ashido, Kurashima, Tetsu, and Shinso. She is using her big fists with the manly bros using their quirks to prevent Ashido, Shota, and Shinso from being trampled. Momo, Ida, Uraraka, and Tokage are near a window. Hey, look, Tokage screamed seeing the press entering. Is that what is causing the alarm? The press trespassed the university property, Ida replied. Yaoyorozu, can you create a megaphone? Yes, Momo replied, but I need a safe distance to use it, it's crowded. We could use the awning, Yamamoto, Uraraka replied. I could use the zero gravity to lift you off. I'll guide Yamamoto to it with my upper body, Tokage added. I think you should do the same with Ida as well. My legs will stay with you so you can use them as a support if you get nauseous. Good thinking, Tokage, Uraraka said as she touched Ida and Momo. Tokage detached her lower body as she held the two no-gravity students. Ida used his quirk to launch the trio with Tokage guiding them to the awning. After landing, Uraraka cancelled her quirk and Momo created a megaphone. Attention everyone, Momo announced, remain calm, it's only the press that trespassing our grounds. Everyone stopped rushing and looked at the Ravenet. You're all UA students, none of you should cause any chaos because some nosy trespassers. Kagami was near the dean's office when the alarm went off. Thankfully, the dean is nowhere to be seen as she entered the office. His computer is on his desk. She put her hard drive in the USB slot and the drive bypassed the firewall. The loading screen showed up and was hastily copying the files. After 5 minutes are up, she unplugged the drive and headed back to Professor's dorm. She entered Midnight's room with her partner in crime. Did you get the files? Mindchanger asked. Kagami nodded. Let's make a new memory for our friend. She touched Kagami's and Midnight's heads as her hand with Kagami is glowing red. Her other hand is yellow and then blue. After several seconds a minute at max she then said, okay, her memories will have your memories minus the hard drive. Good, let's get out of here, Kagami said as she held on Mindchanger's hand and entered the mirror. Midnight woke up, shaking her head. Huh, what happened? Midnight asked. She saw her cell phone. Oh, I must have forgotten my phone. She unlocked it and saw lots of messages saying that the press broke in. Midnight doesn't know why or how, but something felt off today. As soon as the crowd calmed down, Izuku's group headed back to the cafeteria. Izuku was blushing being in the position he is currently in. Lucky, some of the guys muttered witnessing what Izuku is in now. You guys can let go now, Izuku calmly said, as Pony and Hagakure let go of him. Both of their faces are blushing. Me sorry Midori. Kadeyakan, could you also please get off Midoriyakan? Kendo commanded, blankly looking at the silent girl on Still the Boy. Uraraka is also blankly staring at Kodai. Mina and Setsuna are giggling, while the rest of the group sweat dropping on their heads. I'm comfy, Kodai replied. Have you no shame? Ida spouted out. If someone like the press saw this, they will get the wrong idea and give out scandals costing you and Midoriya their hero careers. Kodai grunted in annoyance and got off. As they seated down to their seats in the cafeteria they'd been before. Can you believe the press? Ida complained. They just had to break in to get to know All Might's teaching here. So that's what the press is here for? Kendo asked. All Might's teaching the UA University? Yes, Ashido answered. He is our Hero Foundation professor. Really? Tokage asked. Kick. It's manly to learn from the best hero in Japan, Tetsu cheered. Although, there is something that is odd, Midoriya stated. How did the press know All Might is working here? What do you mean? Pony asked. Other than some of you guys right now, and the entirety of Class 101A and the professors, Izuku answered. No one knows that All Might is the professor here. Do you think it's leaked by a professor? Shota asked weary. Unlikely, Yamamoto replied. I don't think the professors in this university have any courage of defying Dean Nizu. Izuku grunted. Maybe it's one of the students in our class, but I don't want to point fingers at each other. None of us have any evidence to say otherwise. You've got a point, Midoriya, Shinso replied. If we openly accuse each other, the leaker might use that as an advantage to get what they want. You got that right, Uraraka responded. Imagine all of our friendships for a stupid misunderstanding. Everyone nodded and finished their lunches and headed to their next class. Dean Nizu was looking at the decayed wall. With some other professors at the scene. Well, this is a pickle, Nizu commented. Did any member in the press have a quirk that does this? No, Cementos replied. Everyone the police arrested doesn't have it to do such a thing. Midnight is scratching her head. Is there a problem, Midnight? Nizu asked. Well, I was putting on my makeup this morning, and I was teaching classes, Midnight said, but I went to your office for something, but you weren't there. The alarm went off and I stayed guard on your computer. I realize I forgot my cell phone at my room, but the next thing I know I was on the ground in my bathroom. I think I should get in contact with Tsukachi when he gets the chance, Nizu replied. I feel like something is going on, like a sign of war. Morning is here. Morning is here. Morn. Izuku pressed stop on his All Might alarm clock. He put on his All Might robe and slippers, went downstairs. He was going to the kitchen but he saw someone there. It was Shiozaki wearing a robe covering her nightgown and wearing green slippers. Good morning, Shiozaki-san, Izuku greeted. Oh, good morning Midoriya-san, Shiozaki replied back. I take it you're a fan of All Might? Yes, he replied with his face red. He inspired me into heroics in the first place, and I want to be a hero that gives out a smile like All Might. I see, Shiozaki said with a smile. Well, since you're here, would you mind helping me out? I am making oatmeal and I'm sure protein might be needed. I need to make some scrambled eggs, and I had read some allergy list that Recovery Girl made that no one in this dorm is allergic to eggs nor are vegans. She looked at him. Do you know how to make them? Yes, I do, Izuku responded. My mom taught me how to make eggs when I entered middle school. Very well, Shiozaki said. The eggs are at the door shelf on the middle right. Izuku took at least 6 big eggs out and cracked them in the bowl. They stirred it up until it was all yellow. He then poured it on the pot that was on the stove. He waited for a few minutes, so he can stir them up with a spatula. He repeated it until the eggs are scrambled. He tasted it and it tasted good enough. Shiozaki also looked at the eggs and used a fork to taste the eggs. Good job, the Vine Girl praised. There might need some improvements here and there, but it's edible enough for satisfactory. Thanks, I promise to better next time. Izuku bowed to her. Should I taste your oatmeal? Yes, Shiozaki answered. I work my faith on it. Izuku used a spoon to taste the oatmeal. He tested it and really loved it. Wow, Izuku complimented, your cooking is great. It tasted like it came from heaven. I'm glad to hear that, Shiozaki replied as light has shined down on her. Again, he looked up but saw nothing where the light was coming from. Everyone is at the dining room table wearing pajamas, robes, and slippers. They are having a good time with breakfast. This food is great, Uraraka cheered. Thank you, Shiozaki-san. Thank you, Dikairu. Hey, Chipmunk Tokage teased, how come Parsley gets a cute nickname, while I only get my family name? Harlot is a great nickname for you, Shiozaki sneered at the lizard girl, since you act like one. And proud of it, Ivy, Tokage exclaimed with a grin. The vine-haired girl shook her head. Ddo, you have a nickname for everyone, Tokage-san? Izuku asked curiously. Who doesn't? Ashido answered, I'm Bubblegum. Violet is what Setz calls me, Hagakure added. And since you know who Chipmunk and Ivy are, Tokage said, there's Ginger, pointing at Kendo, who rolled her eyes. Seaweed Tsuyu just looked at Tokage. Punk Rock, Jiro just shrugged. Sadako Yanagi put her finger on her mouth. Peach Komori blushed. Applejack Pony looked confused while eating an apple. Ray Kodai just stared at Tokage and Kale Yaoyorozu just sighed. Better write those down, Izuku said as he took out his notebook and write the nicknames down. Does he always take his notebook out of nowhere? Ribbit, Tsuyu asked Uraraka. All the time, the girl answered. I gave up guessing after 3 times. That's it. Thanks for listening.